Chapter 157. Novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. What happened? Yao Shi asked. The servant girl anxiously said. Second young miss trespassed into the heir's study and broke the late madam's relic. Now second young master and third young master have both gone over. Third young master is clamoring to punish second young miss. To break the late madam's relic, the three stepson would probably fight Jinyu to the death. Yao Shi's head hurt. Does the old madam know? The servant girl shook her head. The old madam is resting. No one dares to wake her up. She should not know. Yao Shi decided to go take a look. I'll go with you, Gu Jiao said. No need. Wait for me here. No, you should go back first. Yao Shi did not wish for her daughter to be involved in the Marquis Fu's dispute. No matter, Gu Jiao said. It was lively. She had to go take a look. Basically, no one could argue against Gu Jiao's insistence. Yao Shi could only take her daughter to Gu Chongqing's courtyard. Gu Chongqing was still practicing his swordsmanship in the back mountain, and had not received any news. Only Gu Chongfeng and Gu Chonglin, who had heard the news, were in the courtyard. Yao Shi and Gu Jiao heard Gu Chonglin's roar from far away. You still dare to be stubborn? Did you do it on purpose? You actually broke my mother's relic. I didn't. Third brother, I really didn't. Believe me. I didn't break the vase. It was Gu Jinyu who anxiously refuted. Gu Chonglin chuckled. At the time there was only you and cousin Shui Xian in the room. If it wasn't you, then was it cousin Shui Xian? Gu Chonglin actually did not dislike this stepsister, but he liked the Ling family's younger sister more. Of course he would believe Ling Shui Xian when he had to choose between the two younger sisters. When Yao Shi heard this, she roughly understood what was going on. She was no longer the weak punching bag from before. She calmed herself and walked into the courtyard with dignity. When Gu Jinyu saw her, he quickly walked over and said aggrievedly, Mother, I didn't break Madam's vase. It wasn't me. When I went in, the vase was already broken. Ling Shuixian coldly snorted and said, What do you mean it was already broken when you went in? Are you saying that I was the one who broke it? I already told you not to follow me and not to enter eldest cousin's study, but you didn't listen. Great, now he's in trouble. Gu Jinyu shook his head with tears in his eyes. Mother, it really wasn't me. Yao Shi's head was about to explode. What did mother remind you of? Why won't you listen to your mother? Gu Jinyu cried, I know I was wrong, but I really didn't break the vase. Of course she didn't break the vase. Gu Jiao had no doubt about this. In fact, this matter had already appeared in the miserable dream when he returned to his residence. The difference was that the victim was not Gu Jinyu, but herself in her dream. After she returned to the Marquis Fu, without the protection of her mother and younger brother, in order to better integrate into the Marquis Fu, she did not hesitate to spend a large sum of money to curry favor with her cousin Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian saw that she was so generous and could not bear to ignore her. In a moment of happiness, she brought her to Gu Chongqing's courtyard. She originally thought that she could make friends with eldest brother, but who knew that before eldest brother, Ling Shuixian would first frame her. Ling Shuixian did not want to frame her from the start. She had accidentally broken something in the study and was afraid that Gu Chongqing would hate her, so she lied and said that she was the one who broke it. Her situation then was the same as Gu Jinyu's situation now. No one believed her. However, in her dream, what Ling Shuixian had knocked over was not an ordinary relic, but the late madam's ashes. One could imagine the anger of Gu Chongqing and the entire Marquis Fu. Even Marquis Gu, who was not in love with the late madam, felt that she was too much and his heart turned cold. Today when she entered the Fu and saw Ling Shuixian, she thought of that dream. She had given Gu Jinyu a chance. It was Gu Jinyu who did not want it. Then who could she blame? Gu Jinyu regretted it. She really regretted it. If she had known earlier, she would have agreed to Gu Jiao's request to visit mother. This was great. Not only did she not curry favor with eldest brother, she also offended eldest brother, second brother and third brother. This cousin looked like a dog, but who knew that she would be so shameless? She was now a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. Even if Gu Chongfeng and Gu Chonglin were angry, they would not dare to use the family law to serve her. But if this matter was spread, her reputation would not be good. She could not be the scapegoat. Yao Shi shielded Gu Jinyu behind her and looked calmly at Gu Chengfeng and Gu Chenglin, saying, "Who broke it? When the Marquis returns, I will have him carefully investigate. Jinyu is not only the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, she is also a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. You cannot casually punish her." Gu Chenglin became unreasonable. He did not care if she was a county princess or not. He stood up from his wheelchair and rushed at Yao Shi with gritted teeth. Yao Shi protected Gu Jinyu in her arms. Gu Jiao calmly walked out and stood in front of Yao Shi. Gu Chenglin saw this familiar face and the fear of being controlled by the little black room surged to his head. His entire body froze. Gu Chengfeng calmly glanced at his younger brother, and then looked at Gu Jiao. His gaze was deep. Gu Jiao calmly said, "Let's go." Gu Jinyu left with Yao Shi accompanying her. "The Marquis Fu is not fun at all. Cousin even slandered me. I will never come again." Ling Shuixian felt extremely guilty. She was afraid that she would be exposed by Gu Chongqing's interrogation, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Gu Chongqing returned to his courtyard an hour later. He was sick and covered in sweat. His face was still pale, but his bearing had not decreased and his aura was as sharp as ever. What happened? He looked at his two younger brothers who were silent. Gu Chenglin exaggerated the story of how Gu Jinyu had broken the vase and framed Ling Shuixian. He was truly heartbroken. That was his mother's favorite vase when she was alive. He heard that he had even peed in it when he was young. His mother could not stop laughing at him. She hugged him and kissed him. Actually, he did not remember any of this. But every time he heard someone mention it, he would desperately imagine the scene in his mind. He felt that his mother was very gentle and doted on him. She was the best mother in the world. Gu Chenglin wiped his tears. He had not cried this much even when he had been beaten half to death by Gu Jiao. That was not mother's relic. Gu Chongqing said. Gu Chenglin was startled. Gu Chengfeng also looked strangely at his eldest brother. Gu Chongqing sighed. "The vase you peed in was already buried with mother's cenotaph. How would I know that you would cry the next day looking for this vase? I had someone make a replica." Gu Chenglin. Damn it. He had cried for so long for nothing? But Gu Chongqing frowned. It was very strange. This vase was at the top of the cabinet. How did Ling Shuixian or Gu Jinyu find it? He entered the study. He sensed that something was wrong at a glance. On the table, the urn next to his mother's memorial tablet was missing. His heart trembled. He turned his head to look. Where the vase should have been was his mother's urn. Someone had come. His mother's urn had been swapped with the vase. If not, what had been knocked over in the afternoon would not have been a replica vase, but his mother's urn. "Who came into my study?" He called the servant. The servant said, "Only the two young masters and the two young ladies." It was not them. They did not even notice that the urn had been moved. Did someone know that the urn would be broken so they moved it ahead of time? Gu Jiao and the other two returned to Yao Shi's courtyard. Gu Jinyu recalled the grievances she had suffered in eldest brother's courtyard. Her eyes reddened. "Mother, you must believe me. I really did not touch eldest brother's things. I know that eldest brother's study cannot be casually entered. I only went in to take a look because I heard a strange sound. I was worried that something had happened to cousin. I did not expect that cousin would break the vase herself and then frame me." Yao Shi's expression was not good. "What does it matter if you broke it or not? How many times have I told you not to go near your three brothers? Otherwise you will have endless trouble. Has it come true now?" Gu Jiao looked at the weeping Gu Jinyu with an indifferent expression. Yao Shi continued, "If your older sister had not stopped him today, Gu Chenglin would have already attacked you. Why did you still foolishly go near them?" Gu Jinyu felt wronged. "They are my brothers," Yao Shi said seriously. "You do not have an older brother. You only have a younger brother and an older sister." Although it was cruel to say this, how could those three not think the same? Yao Shi continued, "In the future, do not interact with the Ling family anymore." The Ling family was the previous madam's maternal family. They were also very prejudiced and dissatisfied with their branch. Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes, "It was grandmother who told me to teach cousin today." She glanced at Gu Jiao. "If only elder sister had been with us just now." Cousin would not have had a chance to slander me. Yao Shi said. How could your elder sister have been with you? She just entered the manor and does not know the Ling family's young miss. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said. Cousin wanted me to invite elder sister to sit in the pavilion. I went to call elder sister, but elder sister did not agree. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did she blame the earth for not being able to poop? When she called her to pay respects to Yao Shi, why did she not come with her? Also, why would Miss Ling be so kind as to call her? Gu Jiao could not be bothered to argue with her. She did not care what other people thought of her. She picked up her small basket and said, I'm leaving first. There were still 3 sick people at home. Yao Shi could not keep her. After she left, Yao Shi turned to look at Gu Jinyu. Her expression was very serious. How can you blame your elder sister for what happened today? What did your elder sister do wrong? Gu Jinyu was stunned. I did not, Yao Shi said sternly. Your elder sister has not used a single copper coin from the Marquis's estate. She has not eaten a single mouthful of rice from the Marquis's estate. It is not worthwhile for her to acknowledge any of the relatives in the Marquis's estate. Miss Ling called her. Of course she could refuse. Mother, Yao Shi had never used such a stern tone to speak to Gu Jinyu. In Gu Jinyu's eyes, Yao Shi was gentle and understanding. She was even a little weak. But now Yao Shi was slowly becoming more unyielding. Yao Shi said, in the future don't let me hear these words again. I won't allow you to slander your elder sister. Gu Jinyu did not feel as aggrieved as being slandered by others. Besides her younger brother, Mother doted on her the most, right? But the person Mother doted on the most now was her elder sister. Tell me, did she really do it? Yao Shi asked Nanny Fong after Gu Jinyu left. Nanny Fong had already found out that Miss Ling had fled in panic. It was obvious that she was guilty, but Nanny Fong did not say anything. She only sighed and said, Sigh, how would I dare to make wild guesses? Even if it was second miss, it should be unintentional. She did it to curry favor with the heir. Yao Shi suddenly felt a little disappointed in this daughter of hers. Little Jing Kong finally realized that his hair had been shaved off. He burst into tears. He had kept his hair for more than half a year. And it was just about to be tied into a ponytail, but it was gone just like that. He had turned back into little bald head. He hugged his little bald head and sat on the threshold, crying his heart out. My hair is gone. Bad brother-in-law, compensate my hair. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Bad brother-in-law. Compensate my hair. Xiao Lulang said sternly. You were the one who wanted me to shave it. Little Jing Kong cried and kicked his legs. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Little Jing Kong was confused by the fever that night and did not have any memory of it. Therefore, he firmly believed that he would never give up his beloved little hair. Bad brother-in-law must have been jealous of him and shaved his hair while he had a fever. Xiao Lulang spread his hands. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao later. Gu Jiao came back. An adult and a child were looking at her at the door. Xiao Lulang leaned against the door frame helplessly, while little Jing Kong sat on the threshold, looking aggrieved. Gu Jiao could faintly feel the aura of a black cloud above her head. What happened? She asked. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong looked at her sadly. Bad brother-in-law said that I was confused by the fever that night, and asked him to shave my hair. He also said that you were there, and you agreed, and you passed the razor to him. He was very sad, and his face was written all over. Jiao Jiao, how could you watch someone destroy my beloved little hair and even pass me a razor? Are you still my beloved Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao took a deep breath and touched his poor little bald head. She turned to Xiao Lulang and said, This is your fault. It's fine to shave it, but why did you put the blame on the child? Xiao Lulang was speechless. Chapter 158. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Xiao Lulang. I've learned bad things from my great-aunt. Identification complete. This incident ended with Gu Jiao planting 3 kisses on little Jing Kong's head. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to be angry with his bad brother-in-law. He covered the kisses on his head with his little hands and ran back to his room. He found a scarf and wrapped it around his head, waiting for the seeds to germinate. After the three of them completely recovered, they returned to Qinghe Academy and the Directorate of Education. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had been on leave until now to take care of the three of them. Now they could finally return to normal. The old lady also moved back. The old chancellor was so moved that he cried. They finally moved away. He wouldn't be chased by people with knives and robbed of his private stash anymore. The old chancellor was an honest official. He had been an official for decades, but he didn't save much money. He almost lost it all because of the evil empress. How could he reason with her? Xiao Lulang had been on leave for many days, so he missed a lot of homework. He didn't worry about his homework, but he still had to make up for it. Besides, he was going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so he was more nervous about his studies. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were also going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so they weren't confident. In order to let Xiao Lulang spend more time on his studies, Gu Jiao said that from today onwards, she would take care of little Jing Kong. Several children in little Jing Kong's class were infected with the pox. After asking around, they found out that the first one who showed symptoms was the transfer student, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong must have been infected by him, and then passed it to his two older brothers. However, Qin Chuyu didn't recover as quickly as little Jing Kong. He was still on leave. Many children in class asked for leave, so they were released from school early. Little Jing Kong used to do his homework in the classroom after school, but now he went to the clinic to do his homework. When the Qinghe Academy was almost over, Gu Jiao would take him home. One day, little Jing Kong was doing his homework in the medical center. The second boss got a box of mutton milk cake from somewhere. After eating it, little Jing Kong exclaimed that it was delicious. Gu Jiao knew that it was fine for him to eat dairy products. Gu Jiao asked her second boss to buy fresh goat's milk for little Jing Kong. There was once when she bought too much. After cooking it for little Jing Kong, there was still half a pot left. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were not used to drinking it. It was a pity to throw it away. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then added some tea leaves and sugar into the pot. After boiling it, a special fragrance of milk and tea was produced. When the daughters of the girls' school passed by the clinic, they were attracted by this special fragrance and went in to ask what it was. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Milk tea." Gu Jiao poured a few cups for them to try. Other than the bitter tea that was originally brewed, the daughters of the capital had only drunk buttered tea. The salty kind was quite tasty, but compared to this sweet milk tea, it was not worth mentioning at all. God, what kind of magical taste was this? It was so delicious. Is there any more? Is there any more? A daughter asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. There is no more milk tea for today. If you want to drink it, come over tomorrow. I'll make more. The next day, the clinic was full of people. The second boss, who came down from the wing room, was a little confused. Were there so many patients today? They were all daughters of the girls' school. What happened at the girls' school? They were not here to see a doctor. They were here to line up for milk tea. Gu Jiao sold the milk tea at a high price, but it was still in short supply. The popularity of the milk tea made the second boss dumbfounded. He had been running the clinic for so many years, but he never thought that he would suddenly rely on his side business to make money. However, the cooking method of milk tea was not complicated. After drinking it a few times, one would know how to make it. Soon, the shops nearby began to compete with each other. Some of the chefs in the daughters' residences also knew how to make milk tea. The business of the clinic soon became quiet. One day, little Jing Kong came to the clinic to do his homework again. He saw the second boss sighing at the side. He put down his pen and asked him, "Why are you sighing? Business is not good." The second boss had just tasted the sweetness of selling milk tea. The cost was low and the profit was high. At most, he could prepare a warm room for the daughters and burn a few more pots of charcoal. But after a few days, half of his business was taken away. The main reason was that the other party sold the milk tea at a low price. Their costs could not be reduced because Gu Jiao insisted on using good tea leaves. The second boss wrung his hands. "I'm so worried." Little Jing Kong decided to go on a field trip. "Jiao Jiao, I want to try it too." Children could not drink tea. Gu Jiao really only let him have a small taste. It tasted very good. Little Jing Kong's Jiao Jiao recipe was completely fine. Little Jing Kong put on a serious face and went to the warm room with his hands behind his back. He wanted to ask why the other girls did not come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a girl from the girls' school lying on the table and crying. "What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt?" Little Jing Kong asked her. She felt wronged and said, "It's not my stomach. It's a headache." The homework given by the teacher was too difficult. She did not know how to do it. Little Jing Kong climbed onto the stool and looked at the girl's questions. It seemed that his parents had given him these questions before. Jiao Jiao knew how to do it. Little Jing Kong took the questions to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was brewing pills. Little Jing Kong raised the paper in his hand. "Jiao Jiao, I don't know how to do the questions on this paper. Help me do it. I'll look at it myself after I'm done." Okay. Gu Jiao took Little Jing Kong's questions. They were all arithmetic questions. There were also a lot of arithmetic questions in the gifted class. The difficulty was not low. Gu Jiao did not suspect anything. She took a new piece of paper and wrote the answers for Little Jing Kong with the charcoal pencil. Little Jing Kong never copied the answers. He would write the answers after he understood them. If he did not know how to do it, he would do it a few more times. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not keep an eye on him. Little Jing Kong took the paper and answer sheet back to the room. "Here are the answers." The girl did not believe that a child could get the answers. He must have drawn it himself. He could draw it even if he drew it himself. He did not even know where to fill in the blanks. The girl pursed her lips and copied the answers in resignation. The next day when the homework was handed in, only 3 people got it all right. One was Gu Jinyu, one was Zhuang Yueshi, and the last one was her. The girl's surname was Yu. She also got in through the back door. She and Zhuang Mingdai took turns to compete for the last place in class. The teacher had never praised her like this before. Of course, she was not the kind of person who liked to eat alone. She immediately told her classmates about how she could solve the questions in the clinic next door. So that afternoon the clinic, which had been empty for a few days, was full again. Little smarty Jing Kong walked out of the clinic with a heroic spirit and looked at the competitors who were vainly trying to snatch the milk tea business from them. You can imitate Jiao Jiao's formula, but you can't imitate Jiao Jiao's IQ. Madame Yao had not seen her daughter and son for a few days. She missed them very much. Unfortunately, concubine Ling had been stripped of her power recently, so she had to manage the New Year's Eve. She was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. She could not leave at all. "Madam, people from the Yao family are here." Nanny Fong went into the room to report. Madame Yao put down the half-done paper and asked strangely, "Who are they?" "Eldest master and sister Xian." It was Yao Yuan and Yao Xian. Yao Yuan was Madame Yao's older brother, and Yao Xian was his daughter. Ever since Madame Yao moved to the hot spring villa, she had not seen the Yao family for 10 years. Yao Yuan had changed a lot. He had experienced a lot. He was clearly younger than Marquis Gu by a few years, but he looked older than him. Yao Xian had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She looked a bit like Madame Yao and could be considered a beauty. In comparison, Madame Yao's appearance had not changed much. She was still beautiful, but her temperament had become more capable and steady. Yao Yuan was so excited that he could not speak. "Eldest brother, come in and sit." Madame Yao brought her eldest brother and Yao Xian to a warm room and had the servants serve tea and snacks. "You can all leave. Nanny Fong, stay." "Yes." The maidservants left in a single file. Nanny Fong wiped her tears. It was clear that she was crying tears of joy. She was Madame Yao's attendant and came from the Yao family. Sister Fong also did not change. Yao Yuan said with a smile, "This servant is old." Nanny Fong choked. Madame Yao's gaze landed behind Yao Yuan. She was a little uneasy girl. She warmly said, "Sister Xian is already so old. I remember that when I left she was still a little girl. She should be of marriageable age soon, right?" Yao Xian did not dare to speak. Yuan turned around and tugged at her. "Aunt is asking you a question." Yao Xian said shyly, "She will be of marriageable age after spring." Madame Yao waved at her. "Come and sit. Eat something." Yao Xian turned around to look at her father. Seeing Yao Yuan nod, she carefully walked to Madame Yao's side. She sat down and picked up a snack that Madame Yao handed over and ate it carefully. It was Yao Xian's first time coming to the Marquis Fu. In the 10 years that Madame Yao was not in the Fu, the Yao family did not visit. They only sent some things to Gu Jinyu during festivals. Marquis Gu would have people send gifts to the Yao family in return. Yao Xian felt that the Marquis Fu was really big. Aunt's courtyard was really grand. The snacks were also exquisite. The Yao family's chef could not make them. Aunt, is Sister Jinyu here? Yao Xian asked. Madame Yao said. She went to the girls' school and is not in the Fu. Oh. Yao Xian was very envious. She also wanted to go to school, but her grandmother and parents only allowed her brother to go to school. Madame Yao looked at Granny Fong. Granny Fong, bring Sister Xian to walk around the garden. Marquis Ding and Fu's scenery was one of the best in the capital. Moreover, she understood that this eldest brother had something to say to her. Yes, madam. Young miss, please come with me. Granny Fong led Yao Xian out of the yard. There was no one else in the room. Madame Yao no longer put on a warm and welcoming appearance. She faintly asked, eldest brother suddenly came to find me. Is something the matter? Yao Yuan opened his mouth and dryly laughed, saying, I just came to see you. You returned to the capital and did not visit your maternal family. You did not send any news to your maternal family about Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony. They all said that you disliked the Yao family for losing face. I know that is not the case. Younger sister, are you still blaming us for what happened in the past? Madame Yao drank a mouthful of tea. Eldest brother should not bring up the matters of the past. Why I did not return to the Yao family, and did not allow the Yao family to attend Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony, eldest brother should know better than anyone else. Just treat it as me looking down on the Yao family. Yao Yuan bitterly said. In the past, we were in the wrong. We should not have broken up your good marriage and married you into the Marquis Fu. Before Madame Yao married Marquis Gu, she actually had an engagement. The other party's family was not as well off as Marquis Ding and Fu. Thus, when Marquis Gu came to ask for a marriage, the Yao family did not say anything and cancelled the engagement. They did not dare tell Marquis Gu about this matter. They also did not allow Madame Yao to say anything. Yao Yuan knew that his younger sister had nearly eloped with that person. It was he who personally caught his younger sister. He even had someone break that man's leg. Yao Yuan, father and mother did it for the Yao family, Madame Yao. It's a pity that you did not expect that I would not help the Yao family. You married a daughter over for nothing. Yao Yuan choked. That's right. After his younger sister married, she immediately drew a clear line with her maternal family. Even father did not get to see his younger sister one last time before he died. However, this could not be blamed on his younger sister, who told his younger sister to be in the residence and not be able to rush back to the capital. He blamed himself and said, Younger sister, everything that happened in the past was eldest brother's fault. Eldest brother did not protect you and did not stand on your side against father and mother. If you want to blame someone, blame eldest brother. If there was anyone in the Yao family that could speak with Madame Yao, it should be Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan doted on this younger sister very much. The reason he broke up the Mandarin ducks was not to extract any benefits from Madame Yao. It was just that he felt that man was not worthy of his younger sister. He thought that after his younger sister married into the Marquis Fu, she would become a person above others. However, he did not know that he had personally pushed his younger sister into the fire pit. He sadly said, Father was filled with regret on his deathbed. He told me that if there was a day that I could see younger sister, I would definitely apologize on his behalf. There is also mother. She also knows that she was wrong in the past. She has already changed. Can you forgive her? Her body is not very good. I fear that she does not have much time left. Senior servant Fong took Yao Xian around the Marquis Fu. Yao Xian opened her eyes. She knew that her aunt had married into a large family, but she did not expect it to be so old. When Yao Xian returned to Madame Yao's courtyard, Yao Yuan got up and said goodbye. Madame Yao had people prepare gifts for them. She gave Yao Xian a pair of ruby stone noodles. Yao Xian liked it very much. However, she was rejected by Yao Yuan. He did not come to ask for anything. He sincerely came to ask for his younger sister's forgiveness. After the two left, Madame Yao sat by the window and sighed. Senior Servant Fang, do you think I should go back? Senior Servant Fang comforted her. How can there be an unresolvable hatred between mother and daughter? Before the old lady died, she wanted to see the two children. You should take eldest miss and little Gongzi to see her for the last time. She is not only your mother, but also the grandmother of eldest miss and little Gongzi. She first went to the medical hall to ask Gu Jiao. I am not forcing you to recognize a grandmother. I heard that she is about to die. Your medical skills are excellent, so I hope that you can go and take a look at her. Gu Jiao did not have any objections. Gu Yan did not have classes tomorrow, so he could go. Madame Yao waited until the girls' school ended before asking Gu Jinyu. She knew that Gu Jinyu also did not have classes tomorrow. However, Gu Jinyu said apologetically, Mother, I promised Consort Shu that I would go to the palace to see her tomorrow. Can I go see grandmother another day? Another day would be after the new year. Madame Yao wanted to say that she went to Consort Shu's place every few days, so it was fine if she did not go once. However, before she could speak, she heard Gu Jinyu obediently say, Mother, why don't you go first? I will go to the palace to pay respects to aunt before going. Chapter 159. Since she said so, Yao Shi couldn't force her. The next day, Yao Shi came to Bai Shui Alley early to pick up Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Little Jing Kong also wanted to go. The main reason was that he wanted to be with Jiao Jiao. It was rare for him to have a day off. Yao Shi had already treated little Jing Kong as her own child, so she happily brought him along. The whole family sat in the Marquise Manor's horse carriage, and the horses galloped. Little Jing Kong was very excited. He sat next to Gu Jiao and shook his head. You're so happy? Gu Jiao asked him. Little Jing Kong shook his short legs and tilted his head. This is my first time visiting relatives. Hearing this, the people in the carriage were stunned. The little monk had always lived in the temple, and had never visited relatives. Although he and Gu Jiao had a family after they left the mountain, they still didn't have any relatives that they could visit. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did things in an orderly manner, causing Gu Jiao and the others to rarely treat him as an ordinary child. It was also at this moment that Gu Jiao realized that little Jing Kong had always wanted to integrate into the life of a normal person, just like the other children in the village. Gu Jiao looked at the little guy's expectant eyes and patted his little bald head. But I don't have any hair. Will grandmother not like me? Little Jing Kong's way of addressing his family was similar to Gu Jiao's. As long as Gu Jiao acknowledged it, he would call them that. Although Gu Jiao had never called Yao Shi mother, she was willing to be close to her. Little Jing Kong could feel it, so he was also very close to Yao Shi. Yao Shi said that when she went to visit her maternal grandmother today, little Jing Kong had specially observed Gu Jiao's expression. She did not have any taboos when addressing her maternal grandmother, so little Jing Kong guessed that he could address her as such. Yao Shi warmly said, No, little Jing Kong is just as cute without hair. Little Jing Kong said proudly, I think I'm cute too. The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. He took the tiger head hat and covered his little head. Put on the hat. Aren't you afraid of the cold? Little Jing Kong was furious. You're just jealous that I'm younger and cuter than you. Gu Yan chuckled. You're cute. I think you're just pitiful because no one loves you. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. Of course not. I'm Kiki ai. The two of them bickered and soon arrived at Yao Manor. It was Gu Yan's first time visiting his maternal grandfather's home. Although Yao Shi had disagreements with her maternal family, she had never shown it in front of Gu Yan. Therefore, Gu Yan's impression of the Yao family wasn't bad. Due to Little Clear Sky's encouragement, he even had a faint trace of anticipation for this trip to visit his relatives. Yao Shi had sent someone to inform her maternal family last night. Early in the morning, Yao Yuan and his wife Madame He were waiting at the door. The weather was cold, and the two of them were shivering with hot water in their hands. When they finally saw the carriage coming, they hurriedly walked forward without waiting for the carriage to stop. Yao Yuan excitedly said, Younger sister. After the carriage stopped, senior servant Fang came down first and helped Yao Shi down. Yao Shi greeted her older brother and sister-in-law, then looked at the carriage. In the carriage, a little bean jumped down first. Yao Yuan and Madame He were stunned. Then Gu Jiao and Gu Yan came down one by one. Everyone present could guess that Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were Yao Shi's twins, but that cute little bean. It couldn't be Yao Shi's second child, right? Yao Yuan looked at his younger sister. Yao Shi called little Jing Kong over. Jing Kong, greet eldest uncle and eldest aunt. Little Jing Kong called out crisply, eldest uncle. Eldest aunt. Madame He was a little confused. This was her younger sister-in-law's second child? Yao Yuan had chatted with Madame Yao yesterday, and knew that this should be the child Jiao Jiao adopted from the mountains. His name was Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong is so obedient. Yao Yuan praised little Jing Kong. Madame He was immersed in the great shock of seeing Madame Yao. She was only 3 years older than Madame Yao. Both of them used to be delicate and beautiful beauties. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Madame Yao was still charming and didn't show many signs of aging, but Madame He's face was already wrinkled. Time seemed to only affect the people around her. Of course, Madame He cared about Madame Yao the most. After seeing Madame Yao, she felt inferior. Only then did she seriously look at Madame Yao's children. Little Jing Kong had already run to the front to look at the stone lion at the door. Madame He's gaze landed on Gu Yan and Gu Jiao. Gu Yan had inherited Marquis Gu's good looks and was as pure as jade. As for Gu Jiao, Madame He looked at the birthmark on her face and awkwardly opened her mouth. This is Jinyu? Madame Yao said, it's Jiao Jiao. Yesterday, when Yao Yuan went to the Marquis Fu, he already knew that the two daughters were swapped. He also knew that Gu Jiao still hadn't returned to the manor, and was still living in a small residence outside the manor. A trace of disappointment flashed across Madame He's eyes. She looked in the direction of the carriage. Jinyu didn't come? Madame Yao's brows furrowed. Jinyu, the one standing in front of her was Jiao Jiao. Couldn't she greet Jiao Jiao first? Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't greet Madame He and directly walked past her to catch up with little Jing Kong, who was looking at the stone lion in front. Yao Yuan glared at Madame He. Madame He pursed her lips. What was wrong with asking? He didn't come, but she wasn't allowed to ask? Madame He looked at Gu Yan and smiled. This is Yenner, right? Gu Yan, haha. Ignoring her older sister. He also ignored her. Gu Yan didn't even look at Madame He and strode forward to find Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. Yao Yuan and Madame He were extremely embarrassed. Yao Yuan didn't care about the difference in treatment, but he didn't expect his wife to have such a reaction. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Madame Yao, Mother is in the room. Younger sister, quickly go in and see her. Madame Yao stepped into the house. Madame He walked beside her and didn't forget to ask her with a smile, Younger sister, why didn't Jinyu come? Madame Yao stopped in her tracks. She entered the palace. Madame He was dumbfounded. Jinyu is really amazing. He can enter the palace. Madame Yao didn't want to pay attention to this sister-in-law. But she didn't come to see her sister-in-law today. They went to old Madame Yao's courtyard. Old Madame Yao was sitting on the Kong in the east room. It was different from what Yao Yuan said. Her face was really pale, but it didn't look like she was dying. Madame Yao frowned again and turned to look at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan lowered his head. Old Madame Yao said in a deep voice, Don't look at him. I asked him to call you over. If I didn't say that, would you come back? When you married into the Marquis's house, you didn't say anything and cut off all contact with the Yao family. I followed you. What? More than 10 years have passed. Isn't it enough to appease your anger? I'm already so old. I don't know how many days I have left. What's wrong with me wanting to see my two precious grandsons? Can't I see them? This matter made people uncomfortable. But when Madame Yao heard that she wanted to see the twins, she was not so angry. Madame Yao called the 3 children in. The first one to come in was Gu Yan. When old Madame Yao saw Gu Yan, her turbid eyes suddenly brightened. She reached out her hand to Gu Yan. Yenner? Are you Yenner? Quick! Come to grandmama. Let grandmother see you. Gu Yan saw that she really liked him. He hesitated and walked over. Old Madame Yao was so excited that her hands were shaking. She held Gu Yan's hand with one hand and touched Gu Yan's face with the other hand. Grandmother finally sees you. You look like your father. Gu Yan was not liked by old Madame Gu in the Marquis's house. In contrast, old Madame Yao's love made people feel warm. Call me grandmother, old Madame Yao said. Gu Yan hesitated. When he was about to call grandmother, Gu Jiao came in with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at the old woman on the arhat bed. He asked cutely, "Is it grandmother?" Old Madame Yao was stunned. Yao Yuan leaned over and explained in her ear. Zhao Zhao adopted a little monk on the mountain. His name is Jing Kong. I mentioned him to you yesterday. Old Madame Yao heard about the two children's background and Gu Jiao's situation from her son. Since this little guy was Jing Kong, then the one holding his hand should be Gu Jiao. After all, he was Madame Yao's biological child. Old Madame Yao didn't dislike him, but she also looked behind them like Madame He and asked, "Where is Jinyu? Why didn't she come?" Jinyu came to the palace. Madame He came in with a smile and said proudly. Madame Yao said, "She will come after greeting Imperial concubine Shu." Gu Jiao noticed the disappointment in old Madame Yao's eyes. But old Madame Yao didn't neglect Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. She looked at Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong kindly. "You are good children. Come here." Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and walked over. Little Jing Kong called grandmother and stretched out his little head to allow grandmother to touch his little bald head. Gu Jiao didn't call anyone. Yao Yuan explained in a low voice. Jiao Jiao just recognized his little sister. He is introverted. It's okay. Old Madame Yao smiled gently. Yao Shi looked at her mother who was holding a bowl of water. She finally believed what her brother said to her yesterday. Her mother really repented. She wouldn't treat her son as a treasure like before. Her daughter was something that could be sacrificed for the family at any time. But Yao Shi didn't know that she was happy too early. Old Madame Yao's bowl of water was held for her to see. After several people went out, there was only Gu Yan left in the room. Old Madame Yao asked a maid to bring a big box. She opened it and took out a big and red persimmon. She handed it to Gu Yan and said, "This is the persimmon king that your uncle spent a lot of money to buy from someone. Grandmother specially kept it for you. Try it." "Only one?" Gu Yan asked. Old Madame Yao was stunned. Gu Yan said, "Then I will keep it for Jie and little Jing Kong. They have it. It's yours." Old Madame Yao called a maid in the room and handed the box to her. "The persimmons that De Yi brought yesterday. Pick 2 of the biggest persimmons and give them to Jiao Jiao and that child." When Gu Yan heard that grandmother didn't call little Jing Kong's name, he unconsciously frowned. "I am going to find mother." He found an excuse to go out, but he didn't find Yao Shi. Instead, he went to the small garden where little Jing Kong played. Little Jing Kong was happily making snowmen on the ground. Gu Jiao was watching him. The maid in old Madame Yao's yard brought 2 persimmons. One for Gu Jiao and the other for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a sensible and contented child. "Wow! What a big red persimmon. Jiao Jiao, can I eat it?" Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong began to peel the persimmon in the snow. Gu Yan looked at the persimmon in his hand, and then looked at little Jing Kong's and Gu Jiao's persimmons. His eyes suddenly became cold. In fact, he just saw that there was a big persimmon in the box. He thought that the maid would give it to little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao, but he didn't expect that she secretly put away the box and gave them 2 small persimmons. It went without saying who instructed her to do this. That persimmon must be left for Gu Jinyu. Grandmother didn't really love Yao Shi's child. It was reasonable that the people in the mansion favored Gu Jinyu. After all, they had raised him for so many years. But grandmother had never seen the 3 of them. She left the big persimmon for him and Gu Jinyu, who didn't come to the mansion today. Gu Yan was very angry. He walked over and took the persimmon that little Jing Kong had been peeling for a long time. He gave him the persimmon king in his hand. Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment. He said, "Oh." He held the big persimmon king in his 2 small hands and peeled it with difficulty. After peeling it, he handed it to Gu Yan with both hands. "Here." This time, Gu Yan was stunned. "What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head. "Don't you want me to peel the persimmon for you? I am giving you the big persimmon to eat." Gu Yan's chest seemed to be blocked by something. Little Jing Kong stuffed the peeled persimmon into his hands. Then he took his small, half-peeled persimmon and continued to peel it. He peeled it very carefully, but Gu Yan felt his heart hurt. He squatted down and looked at the little guy. This is the big one. Can't you see it? Don't you want to eat the big one? Little Jing Kong said seriously, I can't finish it. Little Jing Kong thought that it was reasonable to give the big one to the adults and the small one to the children. Yan. Gu Jiao smiled at Gu Yan. Gu Yan swallowed the words that he wanted to say to expose old Madame Yao. In fact, he knew what old Madame Yao was thinking. He was his father's favorite son and Gu Jinyu was his favorite daughter. Jiao Jiao didn't even live in the Lord Protector's mansion. It seemed that she was not favored. Old Madame Yao didn't care about Jiao Jiao and an adopted little monk. But she didn't want to offend Madame Yao, who had just returned to her mother's home. So, she acted one way in front of others and another way behind others' backs. Chapter 160. Gu Yan sat beside Gu Jiao with a dark face. Gu Jiao laughed. What are you angry about? Aren't you angry? Gu Yan looked at her with a puzzled expression. This question was equivalent to asking in vain. How could he not sense whether she was angry or not? Little Jing Kong was a child. He didn't understand these twists and turns, but she should know. Gu Yan didn't understand why she wasn't angry. Gu Jiao lazily leaned back in the chair. What's there to be angry about? She wasn't someone who lived under other people's eyes. Other people's opinions of her couldn't hurt her. She also didn't rely on other people's help to live. Because she was strong enough, she could ignore all the superficial things. Gu Yan couldn't reach his sister's level for the time being. But by Gu Jiao's side, his emotions were also affected by her strong heart and gradually calmed down. Little Jing Kong ate happily and his whole body was covered in food. Jiao Jiao, I'm dirty from eating. It's okay, I brought you clothes. Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong into the side room and washed his face and hands. She also took a small cotton-padded jacket from the small basket and put it on him. Old Madame Yao had a son and a daughter. Yao Yuan also had a son and a daughter. The daughter was Yao Xian and the son was called Yao Fengyi. Yao Yifeng was studying abroad and it was said that he wouldn't come back this year. The whole family sat at the table to eat. They were all family, so there was no division between men and women. Yao Shi first carried little Jing Kong to wash his hands. She found that his shoes were wet from stepping on the snow, so she carefully changed his footwear and tiger-headed shoes for him. In all fairness, little Jing Kong was really good-looking. Old Madame Yao had never seen a child more beautiful than him in her life. But no matter how beautiful he was still an orphan. In the future, he would have to rely on the Hofu. But in front of Yao Shi, old Madame Yao still gave little Jing Kong enough love. Old Madame Yao picked up the biggest drumstick and gave it to him. Little Jing Kong said politely, "Thank you, Grandma, but I can't eat meat now. As long as he grew up, it would be fine." Grandaunt said that when he grew up, Meaty would be willing to let him eat her. Eat this. Old Madame Yao placed the egg soup in front of little Jing Kong. She had put in a lot of effort to make this egg custard. She had put in some lilies and it was very beautiful. Little Jing Kong's appetite was greatly stimulated, and he happily ate. The meal was rather amicable. After eating, old Madame Yao asked Yao Xian to bring Gu Jiao and the other two to the garden for a walk. Gu Yan grabbed a small blanket. After walking for a while, little Jing Kong rubbed his eyes. Are you sleepy? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head. I'm not sleepy. I just ate a little too much. Gu Jiao laughed and picked him up. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I'm really not sleepy. I don't want to sleep at all. He tilted his head and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Yao Xian did not understand why Gu Yan would grab a blanket when he was walking. But when she saw Gu Yan draping the blanket over little Jing Kong, she understood everything. This cousin was quite attentive. Cousin, when is cousin Jinyu coming over? She smiled and asked. Gu Yan said impatiently, you can ask her. How would I know? Yao Xian choked and felt a little awkward. She said, I heard that cousin Jinyu went to a girls' school. Is that true? Gu Yan was annoyed with Gu Jinyu, but this cousin kept asking him if he was blind when his biological sister was here. I'm sleepy too. I'm going to sleep. After he said that, he pulled Gu Jiao and left without looking back. There was a reason why the Yao matriarch had sent the three children away. She gave He Shi a look, and He Shi said to Yao Shi, Younger sister, mother is tired. Let mother rest. Come to my room to talk. Yao Shi did not like this sister-in-law, but she could not refuse. She could only go to He Shi's room. He Shi did not disappoint Yao Shi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she dug a hole for Yao Shi. Younger sister, has Jinyu's marriage been arranged? Based on Yao Shi's understanding of He Shi, she would not care about this for no reason. Yao Shi was suspicious. Could it be that He Shi wanted to arrange a marriage between Jinyu and Yao Fengyi? Yao Shi said calmly, not yet. Her marriage will be decided by the old madam and the marquis. I'm not worried about this. He Shi smiled. Jinyu is promising. Her marriage will not be bad in the future. But no matter what, she is already of marriageable age. As her mother, you should be more careful. Yao Shi was even more puzzled. If she was not having any ideas about Jinyu, then what was she doing? He Shi smiled and said, Sister Xener is about to be of marriageable age. She's not as capable as Jinyu, so I'm thinking of settling her marriage early. Otherwise, when she gets older, it won't be easy to talk about marriage. Yao Shi glanced at her. Eldest sister-in-law wants me to help Sister Xine arrange a marriage? This was not difficult. After concubine Ling's position was taken away, old Madame Gu was too busy and left many things to her to take care of. She was currently preparing New Year's gifts for the various large families. She could take this opportunity to help Sister Xine. He Shi smiled but did not speak. Yao Shi's heart skipped a beat. You wouldn't have taken a fancy to the young masters of the Marquis Fu, right? There's no way. He Shi originally wanted to say the heir of the Marquis Fu, but seeing Yao Shi's reaction, she smiled embarrassedly. She pulled Yao Shi's hand and said, Younger sister, don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. I am doing this for your own good. When Sister Xine marries over, our two families will be even closer. With Sister Xine going to the Marquis Fu to help you, you will be able to live more comfortably, right? It is better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive. When Sister Xine marries over, you will no longer be enemies. You will be mother and son. Yao Shi did not know how He Shi could say such a thing. She and Yan were about to be bullied to death by those three stepsons, yet eldest sister-in-law wanted her to marry her niece over? Resolve what? She would never reconcile with the three of them in this lifetime. Yao Shi said, You feel that selling me is not enough, so you want to sell Sister Xine, right? Madam, he said, Sister Xine is willing to do so. Yao Shi laughed in anger. Her aunt has been bullied to this extent, yet she is rushing to marry the person who bullied her aunt. Eldest sister-in-law, this is the kind of child you have raised. When He Shi heard this, her expression was not very good. Younger sister, now that you have become rich, you no longer care about the life and death of your maternal family. If we had not married you into the Marquis Fu, how could you have the wealth you have today? You have not cared about your maternal family for over a decade, and we have not said a single bad word about you. Let me ask you, how could there be such a good maternal family in this world? Now that your own niece is about to be married, you would rather let an outsider benefit than marry her into the manor. What? Does younger sister not want to see your maternal family live better than you? Yao Shi sneered. How does eldest sister-in-law know that she will live better than me after marrying into the manor? He Shi raised her chin and said, Our sister Xine is obedient and sensible. She will definitely be able to make husband and the old madam like her. If this was in the past, Yao Shi might have argued with her and explained the reasoning behind it, but later on, she gradually understood that some people were unreasonable. She only acknowledged her own reasoning. She did not care how much hardship Yao Shi had suffered in the Marquis Fu over the years. To put it bluntly, she was just being selfish. Yao Shi stood up and left. He Shi saw that Yao Shi was angry and quickly pulled her back, apologizing. Eldest sister-in-law did not mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Eldest sister-in-law said something wrong. You are a great person and do not lower yourself to her level. Yao Shi said, I cannot say anything about the Marquis Fu's marriage. Even if she said it, they would not like her. He Shi, in any case, you should bring Sister Xine to the manor to sit. Who knows which one of them would like her? Yao Shi, eldest sister-in-law, who would like her? The heir? He Shi smiled and said, If the heir would like her, then that would be the best. Yao Shi was stunned. She actually wanted to marry Yao Xine to the Marquis Fu's heir? This was simply a dream. He sure looked at Yao Shi's face and awkwardly said, "Second young master is also fine. Third young master should be fine, right?" Yao Shi coldly said, "When has it been the Yao family's daughter's turn to choose the Ding and Marquis Fu's young master?" It was not that she wanted to speak up for her three stepson, but the two families were not compatible with each other in terms of social status. She was only going to be a second wife, but she was already despised by old Madame Gu. Yao Xian, on the other hand, wanted to be a legitimate first wife? Was this helping her? Or did she want old Madame Gu to hate her to death? He Shi's temper rose again. Didn't younger sister also marry into the Marquis Fu? Younger sister still had an engagement in the past. How could she be as pure as our sister Xian? Back then the Marquis liked younger sister. How could the heir not like our sister Xian? Don't they all have the same face? Could it be that sister Xian's face is worse than younger sister's? She was not pure. She relied on her face to serve others. She willingly married into the Marquis Fu. Good, very good. Yao Shi took a deep breath and asked, "Are these words eldest sister-in-law's meaning or mother's meaning?" He sure was speechless. Of course, it was her and mother-in-law's meaning, but mother-in-law did not allow her to say it. Yao Shi, however, understood everything. Change? She was too naive. Originally, they were going to eat dinner before returning to the manor, but Yao Shi could no longer stay. "Jiao Jiao, let's return to the manor." Yao Shi entered a side room and said to Gu Jiao. "Good." Gu Jiao did not ask why. Gu Yan also did not ask. Old Madame Yao chased after them with the help of the servants. She scolded He Shi and told Yao Shi not to argue with her. Then, she took out the presents she had prepared for the children. Gu Yan sneered and knocked over his and Gu Jiao's presents in front of everyone. They saw that it was also a snack, but a red packet rolled out of Gu Yan's box. Gu Jiao's was nothing. Little Jing Kong's was also nothing. But the box that Yao Shi brought to Gu Jinyu also had a red packet. Yao Shi looked at the presents for the four children and was so angry that her face turned white. Little Jing Kong was asleep. Gu Yan was too lazy to pretend to be peaceful. He directly took little Jing Kong's presents and threw them into the river. He also threw Gu Jinyu's. If they wanted to curry favor, they should do it themselves. Don't dirty their hands. On the carriage back to the residence, Gu Yan also fell asleep. He lay on Yao Shi's lap. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms. Both of them were sleeping and snoring. Yao Shi did not say a word. She tried her best not to let Gu Jiao know how she felt, but Gu Jiao could still feel it. "I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. I shouldn't have asked you to come today," she said guiltily. Gu Jiao said, "I think it's very good." Huh. Yao Shi was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong kicked the blanket away. Gu Jiao pulled it over and covered him with it, saying, "I know where Madam used to live. I used to be very curious." Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in a daze and said, "Jiao Jiao, why would you be curious?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I don't know. I'm just curious. I want to know about Madam's past. I also want to know how Madam lived every day." Yao Shi covered her mouth. She did not dare to believe what she heard. Was her Jiao Jiao starting to care about her? "Jiao Jiao, does Madam regret it? Do you regret marrying Marquis Gu?" When Yao Shi and He Shi were arguing, Gu Jiao was in the garden not far away. With her hearing, she more or less heard some of it. Yao Shi did not hesitate and shook her head, saying, "I don't regret it." "Why?" Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi lowered her head and caressed Gu Yan's cheek. Then she looked at Gu Jiao lovingly, saying, "Because if I didn't marry Marquis Gu, there wouldn't be you and Yan. You are Mother's most precious gifts in this life." Gu Jiao did not understand this kind of feeling. Because of what happened when she was young, she shut down her emotional system early. This was a kind of self-protection mechanism. It was to prevent her from breaking down when she was hurt by her parents. But at the same time, it made her lose the ability to treat her feelings logically. In her world, hate was hate. It was either black or white. But Yao Shi's experience was more like a gray area. She gave birth to a child she really wanted with someone she did not want to marry. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Yao Shi let out a laugh. Her daughter was really considerate and cute. The unhappiness in Yao Shi's heart completely disappeared. Yao Shi first sent Gu Jiao and the other two back to Bai Shui Alley before returning to the manor. Gu Jinyu accompanied Consort Shu in the palace for an entire day, and only returned to the manor when it was dark. There were less than 10 days until New Year's Eve. Qinghe Academy was on holiday. There was still 1 day of classes for the directorate and 3 days of classes for the 6th hall. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the medical center. The matriarch and a few neighbors were playing Pai Gao in the house. The old chancellor stood at the side with a dark face, paying money and serving tea. Gu Xiaoshun was in the backyard knocking on wood. Gu Yan quietly came to the front yard. First he looked around at the door. After a while, he came to the entrance of the alley and looked around. The end of the alley was connected to Chang'an Main Street. People came and went in an endless stream. The shops were all pasted with window flowers and couplets. It was a joyous atmosphere. He looked around. Suddenly a tall shadow shrouded him. "What are you doing?" It was Gu Chongqing. He was wearing a golden fur coat and sitting on a tall horse, looking valiant and formidable. Gu Yan was so shocked that he trembled. He turned his head and said without changing his expression, "I'm not waiting for you, Gu Chongqing." Gu Chongqing saw him with his hands behind his back and asked, "What are you holding in your hands?" Gu Yan hesitated for a moment. He still took his hands out from behind his back and handed it to him. "Here." Gu Chongqing took it. It was a wooden carving. The thing carved was a bit hard to explain. Gu Chongqing, a monkey? Gu Yan exploded. "What monkey? Open your eyes and look clearly. Is there such a handsome monkey in the world?" He had learned from Gu Xiaoshun for a few days and nights. His hands were already bleeding. This guy didn't know what was good for him. He said he was a monkey. Chapter 161. Humph! Gu Yan turned his back. He was so angry that the small tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up, expressing his unhappiness in the cold wind. Gu Chongqing laughed softly. His voice was cold and magnetic, and when he laughed it had an irresistible charm. Gu Yan's small eyes tried to glance behind him. Then he began to walk back. After taking a step, Gu Chongqing felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong with your leg?" Gu Yan pursed his lips and said in a small voice, "It's nothing, it's just a sprain." Their house was in the middle of the alley. It wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. A normal person would have sprained their leg, but this was Gu Yan. Gu Chongqing looked at his thin and weak body and sighed helplessly. "Get on." "Hm?" Gu Yan turned to look at him. His small face was full of cleverness and playing dumb. It was very contradictory. Gu Chongqing thought of the silly roe deer in the forest, but this time it was the proud one. Gu Chongqing reached out his large and strong hand and grabbed Gu Yan's shoulder. He gently lifted him up and sat him on his saddle. "Don't you usually eat? So thin." Gu Yan sat in front of him and wanted to say, "How do I not eat? You're the one who doesn't eat." But when he leaned against his firm and broad chest, Gu Yan couldn't speak. Did this person eat 10 buckets of rice a day? How could he be so strong? "Hold on tight," Gu Chongqing reminded him. The reins were in Gu Chongqing's hands, so Gu Yan could only hold on to the saddle. Originally, Gu Chongqing was quite satisfied with his own saddle. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis's household. The things that the servants prepared for him would not be too shabby. However, when Gu Yan's white and tender fingers were placed on the saddle, it instantly turned the saddle into a piece of rotten wood. The saddle needs to be replaced. Gu Chongqing thought. "I'll send you back," he said. "I'm not going back," Gu Yan said. Gu Chongqing looked at him strangely. "Why?" "Gu Yan, I want to eat something." Gu Chongqing, "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yan, "Sugar roasted chestnuts." There was a stall selling roasted chestnuts on the streets of Chang. It was in the direction he had come from. Gu Chongqing turned his horse around and galloped towards the stall. Considering Gu Yan's health, he did not let the horse run too fast, but it was enough to stimulate Gu Yan. This was the first time in his life that he rode a horse. Gu Yan was so excited that he had no place to sit on the saddle. "Go, go, go." Although he spoke very softly, Gu Chongqing's hearing was amazing. He even heard the tone of the martial arts world's overlord. Gu Chongqing could not help but smile. He sped up a little. Gu Yan was overjoyed. Gu Yan had wanted to ride a horse for a long time. But in his 15 years of life, he had been sick for 14 years. He had never ridden a horse before, and he had no playmates. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaoshun were both younger than him. He wanted to play with older people. Gu Jiao could calm Gu Yan down, but there were some things that Gu Jiao could not give him. Gu Chongqing's appearance happened to fill this gap. Gu Yan was very happy riding the horse. After buying the sugar-roasted chestnuts, he still looked unsatisfied. Gu Yan took the sugar-roasted chestnuts. I didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back when we get back. No need, Gu Chongqing said. Then, Gu Yan opened his mouth. Did I spend all your money? No. Oh. Gu Yan silently chewed on a sugar-roasted chestnut. I still want to eat roast chicken. Gu Chongqing took him to buy roast chicken again. He did not want roast chicken from ordinary shops. He had to go around half of the capital to buy roast chicken from Hu Ji's. Gu Yan looked at the roast chicken in his hand and opened his mouth. What else do you want to eat? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Yan blinked and said, crab roe crisps from Sanyuan Pavilion. Sanyuan Pavilion was in Lingnan. Was this guy going to elope with him? Gu Chongqing looked at him coldly. Gu Yan angrily pinched the saddle. Okay. Then let's eat a stick of sugar-coated haws. I don't care about the shop. The ones from the roadside stalls look cheap and dirty. Eating them will cause diarrhea and make you sick. Gu Chongqing. There was a sugar drink shop on Vermilion Bird Avenue that sold sugar-coated haws. The price was expensive, but it definitely would not cause any diarrhea. Gu Chongqing took Gu Yan to buy a few sticks of sugar-coated haws. Gu Yan's arms could not hold any more. He could not buy any more and could only obediently go home. On the way back, the wind blew and Gu Yan shivered. Gu Chongqing covered him with a fur coat. Gu Yan was wrapped in his fur coat, only revealing his furry head. But to be fair, even the back of his head was cuter than his two younger brothers at home. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. Perhaps he was possessed. When they reached home, Gu Chongqing dismounted first, then carried Gu Yan down. He took the things in Gu Yan's arms and placed them on the stone table in the front yard. I'm leaving. He walked out and said. Gu Yan looked at him expectantly. Do you want to stay for a meal? My sister's cooking is very good. That girl who was even more cold-blooded than a killer? Gu Chongqing found it hard to imagine what her cooking skills would be like. He looked at the kitchen behind the hall and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he restrained himself. No, I should go home. Oh. Gu Yan was disappointed. Gu Chongqing mounted his horse and glanced at Gu Yan. Go in. Okay. Gu Yan nodded but did not move. He watched as the horse disappeared at the end of the alley. Only then did he turn around and jump on the spot, feeling refreshed as he entered the house. That's right. What sprained ankle? No. Okay, your ankle is fine. Stay in bed and rest for the next few days. In 7 days, I'll come and take out the stitches for you. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao finished stitching up a little girl's wound and finished her first house call in the capital. The sky began to snow again. The goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered about, gathering and dispersing. Soon the street was blocked. This place was not too far from Clearwater Alley, so Gu Jiao decided to walk back. Not long after she got off the carriage, she felt that someone was following her. She did not enter Clearwater Alley. Instead, she passed through the entrance of the alley and entered another alley. She held the silver needle in her hand without anyone noticing. Finally, the other party moved. 2 masked men wielding knives descended from the sky and blocked her path. But before they could make a move, Gu Jiao shot the silver needle into their chest. The 2 men fainted on the spot. Almost at the same time, an arrow shot from behind her. She took a step forward and stepped on the wall. She turned around in the air and ruthlessly kicked the arrow away. But the other party clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. A large net fell from the roof. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the large net in half. But at this moment, a hook came out of nowhere and hooked onto her small basket. With a whoosh, it was taken away. Small medicine box. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold as she looked up at the roof. She saw a man wearing black clothes and a black mask holding onto her small basket as he looked down at her. He gave a disdainful sneer and disappeared from the other side of the roof. Gu Jiao quickly chased after him. Gu Jiao felt like she had returned to her previous life where she killed and stole from the organization. Her blood was boiling. She could feel that the other party's skills were not simple. The other party had tried to plot against her several times, but she had dodged them all. In the end, Gu Jiao chased after the other party to a courtyard that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The other party had already hidden inside. The moment Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, a row of sharp arrows flew towards her. She had dodged bullets in her previous life, so this kind of speed was not a problem for her. The arrows that seemed to be flying at high speed seemed to be in slow motion in Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao easily dodged them. A cold snort came from the courtyard. I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. You really do have some skills. The voice came from behind the mask, so it was slightly different from the original voice. Gu Jiao could hear from his tone that he had come here specifically to deal with her. Gu Jiao walked into the courtyard and saw the other party on the steps of the corridor. Who are you? The black-clothed man sneered. I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Gu Jiao let out an "oh" sound. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to rob me? The black-clothed man said. I heard that you are a village girl from a small county. You grew up in the village and had a mental illness. It was only a year ago that you recovered. But looking at your skills, you don't look like a village girl at all. Gu Jiao did not feel guilty at all, so what? Does it bother you? The man slowly walked down the steps. The whole mask covered his face completely, only revealing a pair of extremely malicious eyes. He stared coldly at Gu Jiao. Where did the Real Miss Gu go? It seemed that he was not a rival of the medical center, but someone related to her. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the basket in his hand. Give it back to me. The man took a step forward and arrogantly said, Tell me where you took the real Miss Gu, and I will consider giving it back to you. Gu Jiao irritably frowned. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be a sissy. The man had been in the capital for many years. He had a bad reputation and was powerful and domineering. It was the first time that he was called a sissy. His face turned black. Gu Jiao really did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. She still had to go home and cook. Gu Jiao raised her hand to greet the other party. The man's movements were more strange than Gu Jiao imagined. After a few rounds, Gu Jiao did not gain an advantage over him. However, it was not easy for him to control Gu Jiao. His brows wrinkled. When he made a move, he would take down the enemy in 3 moves. This girl had endured more than 10 moves. As the two trembled, the sound of horse hooves came from the alley. Then Gu Chongqing shouted, Who is it? The man's body froze. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and chopped down with her hand. She took back her small basket and raised her other hand. With her palm facing down, a dagger flew out from her sleeve. With a twist of her palm, she threw it out with great force. The man did not dodge in time. His left arm was cut, and a hidden weapon that he did not have time to shoot fell to the ground. He looked back at the direction of the door. Gritting his teeth, he used his qinggong to leave from the back door. It's you. As soon as the man left, Gu Chongqing entered the courtyard. He was surprised to see Gu Jiao. Were you fighting with someone just now? Gu Jiao shook her small basket. Someone stole my things. Who? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. I didn't see clearly. He was wearing a mask. Gu Chongqing looked around and found the hidden weapon on the ground. He picked it up and frowned. It's him. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. You know him? Gu Chongqing said. The capital's #1 bandit, Fei Shuang. This frost dart is his unique hidden weapon. Fei Shuang was a very troublesome person for the government. The Supreme Court, the imperial government, and the Ministry of Justice had all been attacked by him before. Many confidential files had been stolen from them. He was one of the most wanted bandits in the imperial court. Unfortunately, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. No one had ever caught him. No one had even seen his real face. Gu Chongqing asked, Why would he steal your things? Did Fei Shuang not care about his reputation? Did he steal from a little girl? Gu Jiao thought of the conversation with him and said, He seems to know me. Fei Shuang knows you? Gu Chongqing was stunned. As night fell, the snow became heavier. The Gu mansion was shrouded in a sea of snow. Gu Chonglin could barely get off the ground now, but he could not walk too far. He usually sat in a wheelchair. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair out of his room and went to his second brother's place. The children in the mansion all had their own courtyard, so did Gu Chonglin. However, he was used to living with his second brother, so he was not in a hurry to move out. Second brother, second brother. He knocked on the door. Gu Chongfeng came from the other side of the corridor and looked at him. What's wrong? Gu Chonglin said, second brother, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere. Gu Chongfeng said, why are you looking for me? Gu Chonglin was not in a hurry to answer. He looked up at him, are you not feeling well? You look so pale. I went to the storeroom to find something. It's freezing. It's a bit cold. Oh. Gu Chonglin did not suspect him, second brother. Do you know where my spinning top went? The one that the fifth prince gave me. I can't find it. Gu Chongfeng said. Didn't I put it in the third cabinet on the right side of the cabinet? Go look for it. Gu Chonglin ordered the servant who pushed the wheelchair. The servant hurriedly went and came back with an exquisite spinning top. It's really there. Gu Chonglin took the spinning top and stood up in surprise. Second brother, you're amazing. You remember where I put it. As he spoke, he happily patted his second brother's arm. He heard his second brother groan. He was stunned. Second brother, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Gu Chongfeng calmly put his hands behind his back and said in a normal tone, no, I'm fine. You go play. I'll go back to my room first. Gu Chonglin, oh, second brother is acting weird today. Chapter 162. On the other side, Gu Chongqing led the horse and sent Gu Jiao back to Jade Water Alley. He could not understand why the capital's number one thief, Fei Shuang, would know Gu Jiao. Perhaps Gu Jiao was overthinking it. Fei Shuang only stole things of great value, whether it was treasures or court secrets. The most valuable thing in her small basket was the medicine box. Even if it was a box of top-quality medicine, it would not be able to enter Fei Shuang's eyes. Could it be that she really came for her? But Gu Chongqing did not feel that there was a problem with Gu Jiao herself. Or perhaps Fei Shuang had set her eyes on Marquis Ding and Manor? We're here. Gu Jiao's voice pulled Gu Chongqing back from his thoughts. Gu Chongqing looked at the residence behind Gu Jiao. This was a residence that was smaller than his courtyard. But this residence had a different atmosphere. He could not tell what it was, but in short, it made people yearn for it. Do you want to go in and sit? Gu Jiao asked. No, I need to return to the manor, Gu Chongqing said. He should have returned to the manor a long time ago. After sending Gu Yan back, they encountered a fight. He went to take a look and then sent her back the way they came. Actually, it was already very late. Gu Jiao's clear eyes looked at him. Many thanks. I did not do anything. When he arrived, Fei Shuang had already left. He thought even if he did not appear, nothing would have happened to this girl. Of course, nothing would have happened to Gu Jiao, but she would not have been able to smoothly retrieve the medicine box. Of course, Gu Jiao did not want to thank him for this. Gu Jiao bends her lips. Thank you for taking Gu Yan out to play. He is very happy. She had seen Gu Yan sitting on Gu Chongqing's horse when she was making a house call at Vermilion Bird Avenue. She was holding a few sticks of sparkling and translucent candied haws with a smug expression on her face. In fact, Gu Yan lacked the role of a father when he was growing up. What Marquis Gu couldn't give him, Gu Chongqing did. Gu Jiao had never seen Gu Yan so smug. Some stability could be given by Gu Jiao, but some courage could only be given by her father and brother. The little sickly girl who couldn't even lift a bucket of water was gradually growing her own wings. Ah, you saw it. Gu Chongqing cleared his throat. When I left, I didn't expect to go to so many places. I forgot to say goodbye to your family. I don't know if they were worried. Gu Jiao smiled. Great Aunt knows what to do. Although the old lady did not do her job all day long, her eyes were fixed on the children. Gu Yan was waiting for them at the entrance of the alley. Little Jing Kong's 7 fat chicks, 1 baby eagle and Gu Yan's puppy were all lying motionlessly on the doorsill. They would bark if he really walked away with a stranger. That's good. Gu Chongqing was relieved. I'm going in, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Gu Chongqing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and called her. By the way, Do you still have more of the golden sore medicine you gave me last time? What? Golden sore medicine? The next day, after hearing Gu Jiao's words, the Chinibu boss of the clinic was so shocked that his eyes widened. How much did you say they wanted? More than 1,000 bottles. Gu Jiao said lightly. The Chinibu boss fell on the chair and pinched his philtrum. Pinch, pinch, pinch. Finally, she managed to wake herself up this time. This was 1,000 bottles of golden sore medicine. How much money would they earn if they sold it? The Chinibu boss rubbed his hands. Did you lower the price? Gu Jiao said, oh, I didn't lower the price. I sold it to them at the price I sold it to others. The Chinibu boss was confused. No, I sold it to others at the retail price. Why would they sell it at the same price for 1,000 bottles? Who is so arrogant? Gu Jiao. The military camp. The Chinibu boss finally fainted again after pinching his philtrum. How could a small clinic like theirs do business with the military camp? What kind of good fortune was this? The military camp had medical officials from the imperial court. All the medical supplies used were distributed by the imperial court. They had never done business with the people. If there was something that the imperial court could not get, they would find one of the biggest clinics in the capital. For example, the Hu family's Huichun Hall. This business was not urgent. The goods would be delivered after the new year. Right now, Gu Jiao asked the Chinibu boss to search for the herbs. Once they had the herbs, they would be able to make the medicine in batches. As soon as the business was good, the clinic was short on manpower. After the Chinibu boss woke up, he immediately sent people to contact the doctors in the capital to see if there was anyone who was willing to work in their Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao and the Chinibu boss were busy with their own matters. When it was close to noon, an acquaintance came to the clinic. It was Du Xiaoyun, whom they had not seen for a long time. Du Xiaoyun was no longer dressed like a scholar. She had changed into a light blue dress. Others dressed elegantly, but she looked valiant and formidable. She strode into the clinic and came in front of Gu Jiao. She pointed at herself and said, Miss Gu, do you still remember me? That's right, she already knew that the other party's surname was Gu. Gu Jiao was in the middle of putting the medicine she bought into the medicine cabinet. Hearing this, she did not stop and lightly replied, Today's consultation is with Dr. Song. I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm here to look for you. Du Xiaoyun said. I wanted to come a long time ago, but I've been too busy with my homework recently. Originally, the girls' school was not so busy with their homework. But recently, for some reason, the students in the class had improved a lot. They were almost catching up with Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu. Some of them were copied, but some of them really understood the questions. The teacher asked them to explain and they did not make a single mistake. The teacher thought that he was really good and increased the difficulty of the class. Du Xiaoyun's studies were not bad, but they were not the best. She was the type who would rather be scolded than copy other people's homework. So recently, she had been doing her homework until late at night. She had not gone out for a long time. If her sister had not asked her to come to the clinic, she would still be doing her homework in the classroom. My sister said that you have medicine to remove scars. She's been busy recently and can't come over. She asked me to get the medicine for her. Gu Jiao had only mentioned the medicine to one person before, and that was the third princess consort. Yes, the third princess consort said that her surname was Du. There was already medicine in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao took out the scar ointment and scar plaster. The scar ointment was squeezed out and put into a well-sealed porcelain bottle. The scar plaster was unpacked. Gu Jiao told her how to use it and charged her 3 taels of silver. Du Xiaoyun was shocked. So expensive? I'm afraid you're not running a shady shop, right? This was the most effective scar ointment in the research institute. It cost more than 2,000 yuan, which was more than 2 taels of silver. The scar plaster was also very expensive. She did not make much money from it. Forget it if you don't want to buy it. Gu Jiao reached out to take the medicine back. The medicine in the small medicine box was so precious that she could not bear to sell it. Du Xiaoyun protected the medicine with one hand and put the silver on the table with the other. Bye. If you don't buy it, my sister will chop me into pieces. There are so many imperial doctors in the palace. I don't know why my sister likes your medicine. The third princess consort's surgery was not made public. Even Du Xiaoyun did not know. Du Xiaoyun only thought that the third princess consort had bumped into something. Today was the last day of the Imperial College's elementary school. It was also the last day of the girls' school. The girls' school had gone through a series of exams. The only exam left was the guqin. In the music hall, Zhuang Yueshi finished playing the song that she learned this month. There was a round of applause. His performance was simply too spectacular. Zhuang Yueshi came in first place in her poetry and literature exams. She was tied with Gu Jinyu for first place in her arithmetic exams. Her musical skills were her weakness. Everyone thought that her performance would not be satisfactory. Who would have thought that she would improve so quickly in just half a month? For this exam, the crown princess invited the palace musicians and teachers to invigilate it. The musician's surname was Xia. Musician Xia nodded with satisfaction. Miss Zhuang's guqin skills have improved greatly. The teachers gave her an A grade. Musician Xia was stricter and gave her a B grade. But this result was already very good. The next one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu held the lunar shadow Fushi guqin and bowed to musician Xia and the teachers. The teachers also stood up and bowed back. She was the county princess. The etiquette could not be ignored. As a palace musician, musician Xia also had an official rank. His rank was higher than Gu Jinyu's. He calmly accepted Gu Jinyu's bow. Gu Jinyu's lunar shadow Fushi guqin was more beautiful than Zhuang Yueshi's guqin in terms of sound. Furthermore, she had put in more effort than Zhuang Yueshi to practice the guqin. It was not like she had not practiced for a long time. She practiced every day. In the end, musician Xia gave her an A grade. Actually, I gave you an A grade not only because you played well. The better you changed the second half of the song. That's right. Gu Jinyu had changed the score. The song they learned was called Qiu. It was an incomplete song passed down from the previous dynasty. Only the first half was left. The second half was compiled by later generations. There were many different versions on the market. The version composed by Lord Lunar Shadow was the most highly regarded. The girls' school taught this version. However, Gu Jinyu had made some slight changes on the basis of this version. She added a gentle and sad mood to it. It was more suitable for women to play. Lord Lunar Shadow was a man after all. His score was more like it was custom-made for male musicians. It was difficult for women to play with such a bold and unrestrained feeling. I'm crying. Miss Gu played so well. A soft-hearted girl wiped her tears and said. She was not the only one who cried. Gu Jinyu counted 4 or 5 girls who were wiping their tears. It was obvious that her arrangement was a huge success. Gu Jinyu was very happy and proud. With Gu Jinyu's performance, the other students could not perform well. They were all inferior. Finally, there was a little girl with a small round face. She was about 14 years old. The girls' school uniform was issued, but the jewelry was her own. She only had a red string on her head, and didn't even have the most common pearl hair clip. She got in through the exam. A teacher said to musician Xia. She was the daughter of a poor family. Her father had studied until he became a scholar. When her father taught her brothers, she listened and learned a little. She was very hard-working. She was passable in other aspects, but her zither skills were a little lacking. Because of her inferiority complex, she did not dare to practice in the brothel. She hid in the quiet pavilion every day. It was so cold that her poor face was frostbitten. The zither she used was the cheapest zither. The tone could not be compared to a good zither, but the pitch was good. She started to play. To be honest, she had improved a lot. If it were not for Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu, the teachers might have taken a second look at her. The first half of the song was ordinary. Musician Xia covered her face and yawned. The last student came. He picked up the D-grade board. The other teachers were also sleepy. But at this moment, she suddenly plucked the strings and the tune went up a notch. This was a song that poured out one's heart. On the night of the wedding, the lover was captured to the battlefield and did not return for 10 years. She played the grief of a young girl towards her lover to the extreme. The first half of the song was also a young girl's memories and grief. But the second half of the song suddenly changed. She seemed to know the truth of why her lover had not returned for 10 years. She looked at the entire battlefield. The tune was no longer about her lover's grief. It was about the battlefield, about the thousands of dead bodies. It was a handful of yellow sand where thousands of heroes had been buried under the golden spears and iron horses. In the end, everyone seemed to see the sun setting in the west. On the yellow sand of the desert, a long sword stood under the setting sun. The hilt of the sword was wrapped with a young girl's veil that fluttered in the wind. Everyone's eyes turned red. They were immersed in the huge shock and could not recover for a long time. Musician Xia was the first to recover. He realized that he was crying. How long had it been since he heard such a soul-stirring song? The young girl's zither skills were not considered excellent. Some parts could even be said to be inexperienced. But it was also because of this inexperience that the second half of the song was so close to breaking down with nowhere to turn and falling into madness. It was like a song that was tailor-made for her. Unlike Gu Jinyu's slight changes, this young girl could be said to have completely subverted the second half of the song. In comparison, Gu Jinyu's song seemed very petty and could not be brought to the stage. Musician Xie sighed inwardly. Even the top zither player in the 6 countries, Lord Yuing, could not change such a majestic song. This was not a song. It was a person's style. Musician Xie suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at her. "What's your name?" She bowed slightly and said, "Li Wanwan." Musician Xie nodded in satisfaction. The song was changed very well. Li Wanwan opened her mouth. The song, she did not change it. Chapter 163. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are available here. Because Li Wanwan's Guqin skills were not as good as Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, she tied with Zhuang Yueshi in the end and took second place in the exam. Although Gu Jinyu managed to secure first place, she could not feel happy. That song was too outstanding. She could feel that she had been completely crushed. She had heard from Consort Shu that the crown princess had invited a musician from the palace for the exam. She had changed the song to amaze musician Xia. Otherwise, she could have easily gotten first place in such a small exam. It would not have been so bad if she had not changed it. She would not have been criticized for taking first place with her skilled Guqin skills. Now, with Li Wanwan as a comparison, her song became a joke. Gu Jinyu would never have thought that her limelight would be stolen by the unremarkable Li Wanwan. After the exam, musician Xie stayed behind to give Li Wanwan some pointers on her Guqin skills. He told her where she needed to improve and gave her a Guqin. It could not compare to the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin, but it was much better than the one Li Wanwan had. Gu Jinyu gloomily carried the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin out of the brothel. When she went downstairs, she bumped into Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had gotten the last place. She had been angry, but after seeing Gu Jinyu's situation, she was not angry anymore. She glanced at the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin in Gu Jinyu's arms and mocked, "Aya, what's the use of having such a good Guqin? Didn't someone else steal the limelight? You changed the song with that bit of skill? What a joke!" Was Gu Jinyu's song bad? Not at all. If not for Li Wanwan's song, she would have been the one to amaze musician Xia today. Gu Jinyu was not as arrogant as Gu Jiao. She was furious and said, "At least I got first place. May I ask what Miss Zhuang's rank was?" Zhuang Mingdia's sore spot. She could not outtalk Gu Jinyu and could only twist her words. "You dare to talk back to me?" Gu Jinyu scoffed. "Speaking of which, I'm a county princess. Miss Zhuang should greet me when she sees me. However, this is a school and we're all schoolmates. I won't argue with Miss Zhuang over etiquette." Zhuang Mingdai was infuriated. "Gu Jinyu, you think you're so great just because you're a county princess? Don't think I don't know what you are. You better not mess with me. Otherwise, I will reveal your secret. Let's see who will still look up to you." Gu Jinyu's face turned green. Of course, she understood what Zhuang Mingdai was referring to. Back then at the hot spring villa, her father had said in front of Junwang that she, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were triplets. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Mengdai had already known the truth. How did she know? And Commandery Princeton, does he know? The last time he came to look for her, did he not know about her background or did he not mind even if he knew? Gu Jinyu's heart was suddenly in a mess. Her absent-minded appearance made Zhuang Mengdai think that she was scared by her words. Zhuang Mengdai rolled her eyes in satisfaction and turned to sit on the carriage to return home. On the other side, musician Xia had finished teaching Li Wanwan. Li Wanwan was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, she carried the new guqin to the pavilion where she usually practiced. This place was too secluded. Even the sweeping servants would not come here. Miss, are you there? She looked at the wall and asked. There was no response from behind the wall. Usually the other party would be there at this time. She thought for a moment and continued to look at the wall. Miss, I passed the exam. Thank you for the song. After she finished speaking, she waited for a while. Only when the snow became heavier did she turn to leave with the guqin. On the other side of the wall, the second boss was moving the chair that Gu Jiao had asked him to buy into the courtyard. He wondered, who was the person talking on the other side of the wall? What song was it? Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and flipped through the account book in her hand. Who knows? The second boss did not understand. It could not be his Xiao Gu's song, right? Xiao Gu was an expert at treating people, but she did not know how to compose songs. Even though she had a guqin in her room, it was just for decoration. She had not even touched it before. The snow stopped after a while, but it was still snowing. The second boss was afraid that Gu Jiao would have trouble walking later, so he asked Gu Jiao to go back quickly. Today was the last day of classes at the Imperial College. She promised to pick up little Jing Kong. When she arrived at the Imperial College, little Jing Kong was already looking around at the entrance. His small body was wearing the Imperial College's uniform, which was very eye-catching. Xiao Lulang was also eye-catching behind him. She did not know how this person grew up. He was becoming more and more beautiful day by day. Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and immediately threw away his bad brother-in-law. He bounced over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and looked at Xiao Lulang. Don't you need to study tonight? There's no need. Xiao Lulang walked over casually. Gu Jiao could not feel the terrifying atmosphere of the Imperial College from him. In fact, because the spring quarter examination was approaching, the Imperial College's tribute students were going crazy. Even Lin Qingyan and Feng Lin slept later and woke up earlier than usual. The teachers did not ask for self-study tonight, but Xiao Lulang was the only one who dared to not study. The family of three walked back. It was snowing heavily. Gu Jiao took out the oil paper umbrella from the basket, but little Jing Kong said that he wanted to be drenched in the snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao brought a small cloak for him. He put on the cloak and looked like a little wizard. The little wizard jumped excitedly in the snow. Wah! Xiao Lulang took the oil paper umbrella and held it above their heads, leaning more toward Gu Jiao. The two of them walked side by side on the main road. The most comfortable way to get along in the world was to not talk and not feel awkward. Both of them enjoyed the tranquility of this moment, as well as the occasional popping sounds coming from the little clear sky. By the way, Gu Jiao thought of something and suddenly asked him, "When is your birthday?" It was written on his household register. It was also written on their marriage certificate. The reason why she still asked this question was because she thought that the birthday on the household register was not his real birthday. She was like this. She would not expose all the windows at once, but she would inadvertently tear down his defenses with a gentle tone that he could not refuse. The 12th lunar month, he said. Oh, it was the 12th lunar month now. Gu Jiao turned to look at him, looking a little cute. What's the date? Xiao Lulang paused and said lightly, New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao smiled. Not yet. That's great. The ancient people did not celebrate their birthdays every year. They only celebrated important ones such as the first birthday, the 15th birthday of a woman, and the 20th birthday of a man. The coming-of-age ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony. It meant that he could tie up his hair and wear a crown and he was a real mature man. However, in Gu Jiao's previous life, the 18th birthday was also a very important birthday. That was why she wanted to celebrate it for him. Little Jing Kong, when is your birthday? She stopped little Jing Kong who was playing in front of her. Little Jing Kong squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow and made a snowball. New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao said, what a coincidence. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao's birthday is also on New Year's Eve? Gu Jiao smiled. I'm not, but your brother-in-law is. Little Jing Kong's smile froze, and the snowball in his hand suddenly did not smell good. Why did he have to have the same birthday as his bad brother-in-law? He did not want this birthday anymore. In fact, little Jing Kong's birthday was not necessarily on New Year's Eve. When he was abandoned in the temple, He was only a few months old, and his birth characters were not in his swaddling clothes. According to his age, the abbot estimated that he was born around New Year's Eve, and decided to set his birthday on New Year's Eve. Little Jing Kong asked Xiao Lulang with a gloomy face, "Why do you have to imitate me on your birthday?" Xiao Liulang's mouth twitched. "I'm older than you, okay?" "Who's imitating who?" Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed gloomily. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao touched his little head. Could it be that he was so gloomy because his birthday was the same as Xiao Liulang's? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and sighed. "In the past, Master always accompanied me on my birthday. No matter where he was, he would always rush back to the temple in time to attend my birthday banquet." Xiao Lulang was confused. "A little monk like you actually had a birthday banquet? What were the conditions in your temple?" Little Jing Kong sighed again. "The capital is too far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Master this year." Gu Jiao imagined a white-haired old monk hobbling to the capital with a walking stick. Well, it was indeed too cruel. He couldn't come. Gu Jiao squatted down and looked at him gently. "You can celebrate your birthday with your brother-in-law this year." The two of them were in sync and looked at each other with disdain. Gu Jiao said again, "Although you can't see your master, you can write a letter to him." Little Jing Kong patted his little head. "Right, why didn't I think of that?" Little Jing Kong did as he said. That night, he wrote a long letter to his master. The first sentence expressed his deep longing for his master, and the next 99 sentences were all bragging and showing off. Thus was the completion of a serious and sincere letter to home. Xiao Lulang said that he would mail it to his master. He was still worried and insisted on sending it himself. Xiao Lulang had to skip the self-study class at the directorate the next day, and took him to a distant post house to send the letter. The post house officer received the letter, and was about to put it into the mailbox. Little Jing Kong asked, "Is it sent to you, Zhou?" The post house officer said, "Yes." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Can you tell me the address?" The post house officer was speechless. The post house officer read the address out loud. Baiyun Temple, Mount Damong, Qingchuan Town, Ping City. "Yes, that's right." Little Jing Kong nodded solemnly. "Is it urgent?" The post house officer said, "An ordinary letter can't be sent. It's urgent." Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, "But it's not an ordinary letter. It was a letter to his master that was full of longing, only one sentence, life discussion, bragging about his height, and academic exchange, bragging about his many first places." The post house was especially busy at the end of the year. It was because Little Jing Kong was too cute that the post house officer patiently talked to him. But now the post house officer's patience ran out. "Do you want to send it or not?" he asked. "If it's not urgent, I won't send it." Little Jing Kong decisively took the letter. The post house officer was speechless. Xiao Lulang face-bombed. Didn't he just tell the little guy an urgent story not long ago? Because he sent the information in time, he won the battle. Little Clear Sky had no concept of the specific speed and operation of an 800-mile express mail, but he felt that these few words sounded very awesome, so he also sent an 800-mile express mail. Xiao Lulang reached out his hand. "Give me the letter, I'll send you an urgent message." "Are you for real?" Little Jing Kong looked doubtful. Xiao Lulang nodded. Really, I guarantee that the letter you send will be an urgent message." Little Jing Kong looked serious. "You can't lie to me." Xiao Lulang said seriously, "If I lie to you, I'm a dog." Little Jing Kong actually didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Why did the bad brother-in-law become Little 8 when he lied to him? Little 8 was obviously so good, but he still gave the letter to the bad brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang walked back to the post house officer, asked for a writing brush, and wrote a big urgent message on the envelope. Then, he asked for a big envelope and put Little Jing Kong's letter inside. The post house officer silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. After sending the letter, Xiao Lulang took Little Jing Kong home. After taking 2 steps, Little Jing Kong clamped his legs and jumped up. "I want to pee." Xiao Lulang took Little Jing Kong to the toilet of the post house. After Little Jing Kong finished peeing, he came out to look for someone. However, he walked in the wrong direction and bumped into a man's leg. Back then, a certain little monk tried to blackmail Gu Jiao in this way. Little Jingkong fell to the ground. The man slowly reached out and helped him up. It was a simple action, but it was full of elegance and nobility. Little Jingkong looked up at the man. He was wearing a heavy purple fox fur coat. He was tall, handsome, and his face was like ice jade. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. He was handsome and tall, and his aura was as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Little Jingkong was stunned. It took him a while to remember that he bumped into the man. He apologized seriously. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," he said lightly. "Well, I'll go then." Little Jingkong walked away. The man turned and walked to the carriage. The 8 guards saluted in unison. Marquis. Chapter 164. The novel will be updated faster. All the Marquis Xianping warmed his hands with the fox fur and got into the carriage. Just by looking at his indifferent and elegant demeanor, it was very difficult to associate him with a rank 1 martial marquis who was able to strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. "Let's go back," he ordered. The carriage started to move. The horses in Marquis Xianping's mansion were Fergana horses that could travel thousands of miles in a day. Their momentum alone was enough to scare the horses on the roadside. The cold wind blew and the canopy fluttered. Marquis Xianping sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. However, he felt something and frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped. Marquis Xianping lifted the curtain and looked back. Other than an inconspicuous carriage, there was nothing else. "Marquis, what's wrong?" a guard asked. He put down the curtain suspiciously and said, "Nothing. Let's go back." Yes. The carriage gradually went away. This time it didn't stop. After a long time, Xiao Lulang finally let go of Little Jingkong behind the carriage that Marquis Xianping had seen. Little Jingkong immediately jumped 3 feet away and looked at his bad brother-in-law angrily. "Why did you keep holding me? Why didn't you let me get into the carriage and covered my mouth? Do you want to do something to me?" Xiao Lulang withdrew his distant gaze and looked at Little Jingkong, who was bristling with anger. "Where did you learn those words? Don't use them." Little Jingkong stamped his feet and said, "You were wrong first. Why do you care where I learned them?" "Humph. I'm going back to complain to Jiao Jiao." Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the carriage again, and then took Little Jingkong to the carriage that he hired from the market. On the way back, Xiao Lulang was very silent. Although Xiao Lulang was a man of few words, Little Jingkong still faintly felt that there was something wrong with his bad brother-in-law's state. Bad brother-in-law was like this the first time he saw young master. This time it seemed to be more serious than last time. Was he hiding from someone he knew? Little Jingkong crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Clearwater Alley. Little Jingkong rushed down. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. I'm back." She was still a child after all. She could easily forget what was on her mind. Today, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came over. It was mainly because Lin Qingye wanted to come. "It's almost time for the spring imperial examination. Steward, let me bribe mistress." Lin Qingye said slowly to Gu Jiao as he hugged a few large boxes of local specialties. If Xiao Lulang was his teacher, then Gu Jiao was his teacher's wife. She was even younger than him. To prevent himself from stuttering, Lin Qingye spoke very slowly. He was different from normal people. However, Gu Jiao did not show any surprise. She calmly took the things from him and said, "Thank you. Come in and have a seat." Lin Qingye felt that his teacher's wife was a good person. Very good. Gu Jiao brought the snacks she made. Lin Qingye took a bite and stared at her. "Delicious. Delicious." He was so excited that he stuttered. His face instantly flushed red. And he was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. She passed the plate forward and said, "There are more at home. I'll pack 2 boxes for you later." Lin Qingye secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he could no longer hide the fact that he stuttered. Not everyone was hostile to him. Many of them sympathized with him. However, he did not need sympathy. He hoped that he could be treated as a normal person. Gu Jiao's attitude made Lin Qingye feel more comfortable than ever. Xiao Lulang was the same. However, Xiao Lulang was a strict teacher. Lin Qingye was very afraid of him. He felt more comfortable in front of Gu Jiao. You're not going back for the new year, right? Gu Jiao asked. Lin Qingye nodded. The spring examination is coming soon. My father let me study in the capital. The Lin family was very generous. They bought a house near the Imperial College for him to spend the new year. It was not too far from Jadewater Lane. Feng Lin also stayed at the Imperial College. They usually stayed in the same dormitory. Seeing that the holidays were coming, Lin Qingye did not want to leave Feng Lin alone in the cold Imperial College. Thus, he invited Feng Lin to stay at his place. I'll go. That's not a good idea. I have to tell Lu Lang. The main reason was that Feng Lin felt that Xiao Lulang would let him stay here and not trouble Lin Qingye. Of course, he was more inclined to stay here. After all, Jiaonyang's cooking was better. Lin Qingye said, I've told Lu Lang. He agrees. You go. Feng Lin, who was suddenly abandoned by his brother, was speechless. Last year's New Year's Eve was a little sloppy. First, Gu Jiao had just arrived. She was still in a daze and had not completely adapted to her new identity. Well, actually, she was poor. Second, she was poor. This year, she was not so poor. She earned a lot from Lin Qingye. What she earned in the county town was invested in her business. What she earned in the capital was invested in her medical center. However, Xiao Lulang did not only have one business with Lin Qingye. Occasionally, he wrote articles and poems for others. Surprisingly, he earned 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough to buy a house in the county town. He took out 30 taels of silver to pay little Jingkong's rent for this month. The remaining 70 taels were given to Gu Jiao for her household expenses. After little Jingkong received the rent, he stayed in the study and did not leave. Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. What's wrong? The amount is wrong? Little Jingkong was very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want his bad brother-in-law to lie to him. After all, it was the first time he sent an urgent letter. He was looking forward to it. On the other hand, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. That way, his bad brother-in-law would become Little Ba. Then, he would be able to squash his bad brother-in-law. Little Jingkong looked at his bad brother-in-law with a complicated expression. He did not say anything and quietly went out. Little Jingkong was not very clingy with Xiao Lulang. Usually, unless it was necessary, such as learning a foreign language, he would not come to Xiao Liulang's study. Today, little Jingkong came to peek from time to time. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. Little Jingkong was even more puzzled. Why hadn't his bad brother-in-law turned into Little Ba? Little Jingkong's heart was tilting. For the first time, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. He could not wait to squash his bad brother-in-law who had turned into Little Ba. After the last day of classes, the Imperial College was also on holiday. The next day, Xiao Lulang did not have to go to school. He decided to go to the market with Gu Jiao to buy some New Year goods. In order to buy New Year goods, the couple woke up earlier than usual. When little Jingkong opened his eyes, Xiao Lulang was no longer in bed. He first went to the study to search. Then he went to the front and back courtyards. After that, he went to Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshan, Gu Yan's rooms and even the old lady's room. In the end, he concluded that his bad brother-in-law was really gone. Coincidentally, Little Ba ran over while wagging his tail. Little Jingkong's eyes instantly lit up. They had already bought most of the groceries for the new year. This time they mainly bought some snacks and things to pass the time. Do you want to buy firecrackers? Xiao Lulang asked. Do we still need to buy firecrackers? Gu Jiao was puzzled. They planted bamboo in the front courtyard. She could cut it down and make firecrackers herself. However, she had never thought about firecrackers before. She still had the mindset from her previous life. She thought that firecrackers were prohibited in the capital. Gu Jiao said, buy some red paper to write couplets and cut the window flowers. Xiao Lulang nodded. Okay. The red paper in the capital looked better than the red paper in the county. Gu Jiao bought more. Xiao Lulang reminded her, you don't have to paste couplets for Xuaningxiang's house this year. The red paper last year was given by Feng Lin. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang to send a set of couplets and some window flowers to Xuaningxiang's house after he finished writing them. Gu Jiao suddenly missed Xuaningxiang. She paused and said, but granduncle is here. Granduncle's house has to paste couplets. Xiao Lulang thought. Are you addicted to having relatives? After they finished shopping, they went back to Qingshui Alley. As soon as they entered the backyard, Xiao Lulang saw little Jing Kong riding on a small bench in the backyard. Gu Yan's puppy was in front of him. Little Jing Kong put on his tiger head shoes and vest for little 8. He even took a comb and a headband to tie little 8's hair. Of course, he did not tie little 8's hair very well. So, he went next door to ask his son-in-law to tie little 8's hair. He was only in charge of little 8 now. Zao was very proud of himself. Little Jing Kong did not like playing with dogs so much in the past. However, he was still a kid. He had a different idea every day. It was not strange for him to be so imaginative. Xiao Lulang was about to leave when he heard little Jing Kong calling out to little 8 in a flirtatious tone. Ahung! Xiao Lulang's body froze. In the end, little Jing Kong still saw Xiao Lulang. However, he had already determined that little 8 was his bad brother-in-law. So, was the bad brother-in-law who appeared at the door little 8? Little Jing Kong hesitated for a while. He suddenly raised his head and barked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, it's so early in the morning. What's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong sighed. He did not know how to bark. He was not little 8. Sigh. He was quite disappointed. Little Jing Kong was forced to accept that his bad brother-in-law was still a human for the time being. Xiao Lulang was confused. What was going on? Just because he didn't bark with him early in the morning, he was disappointed in him? He didn't even blame him for changing the dog's name. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Xiao Lulang said, I'll do it. The old lady said arrogantly, no need. You do what you need to do. Someone else will do it. That person was the old chancellor. After being robbed of his private money and his house seized, the old chancellor started his days of being ruthlessly exploited by the old lady. There were many things to do at home. Gu Jiao did not go to the clinic these days. However, there was a small patient who had been stitched up on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Today was the day for her to remove the stitches. Gu Jiao packed up the small basket and went out. Xiao Lulang looked at her. Are you going out? Gu Jiao nodded. A house call. Since she could no longer hide her medical skills, Gu Jiao decided not to hide it anymore. Is it far? Xiao Lulang asked. Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao said. I'm going there to deliver something. Let's go together. Xiao Lulang wrote a few articles for a rich young master from the Imperial College. He promised to deliver them to the young master's house before New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao had no objection. Vermilion Bird Avenue was quite far. They hired a carriage. Xiao Lulang sent Gu Jiao to the clinic first. Then he went to deliver the articles. When he came back, he picked up Gu Jiao and went home. Gu Jiao's small patient was 6 years old. She was a lively little girl. It was said that it was because of her character that she fell down from the stairs and cut her leg. Her older sister was a student at the women's school. She heard that the medical skills of the Miracle Hands Hall were good. So she went to the Miracle Hands Hall. The wound is recovering very well. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. Gu Jiao took a pair of scissors and removed the stitches. The little girl didn't say anything. The woman asked, does it hurt? The little girl shook her head and looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. It doesn't hurt. Older sister is very good. Mother, when I grow up, I also want to be a doctor. The woman was surprised. Doctors. In Zhao country, their status was actually very low. Needless to say, female doctors had the status of a servant. They lived in Vermilion Bird Avenue, so they weren't ordinary people. How could they be willing to let their daughter become a lowly female doctor? The little girl in front of her. Was it because her family was poor that she had to become a female doctor? Not every patient was like her daughter, who was injured on the leg. Some lesions occurred in unclean places. How could a person of noble status go to those places? Moreover, she heard that when the clinic was busy, the female doctor had to treat men. Wouldn't her innocence be gone? How could she get married in the future? Any family that paid attention to details wouldn't send their daughter to be a female doctor. Gu Jiao didn't look at the embarrassment on the woman's face. Instead, she pinched the little girl's face and said softly, "It's not easy to be a doctor. You have to be literate, study, diligent, and willing to endure hardships. If you make a bad dish, you just miss out on a meal. If you treat someone wrongly, you'll lose a life. The responsibility is very heavy. The little girl seemed to understand. She thought of something and lowered her head. She weakly asked, "But they say that female doctors are lowly." Gu Jiao said lightly, "Born as a human, how can there be lowly?" The woman suddenly blushed with shame. She looked down on female doctors. But at this moment her heart was deeply shocked. She couldn't tell if it was because of the words that came out of the other's mouth, or the belief in the other's eyes. Chapter 165. When Gu Jiao walked out of the house, Xiao Lulang was not there yet. Coincidentally, diagonally across the street was a shop that sold sugar-coated haws. This was where she saw Gu Yan and Gu Chongqing last time. The sugar-coated haws they bought were beautiful, clean, and varied. Gu Jiao walked over and said, "Boss, give me 3 sticks of sugar-coated haws, 1 stick of sugar-coated tangerine, and 1 stick of sugar-coated yam eggs." Sugar-coated yam eggs were little Jing Kong's favorite. They were round, sticky, and did not require the core to be spat out. The boss smiled and said, "Okay, miss. That will be 100 copper coins." The prices in the capital were really high. In the county, a stick of sugar-coated haws only cost 3 to 4 copper coins. The roadside stalls in the capital cost 10 copper coins, but this shop doubled the price. However, there were more sugar-coated haws in the capital, and it was close to the end of the year. Gu Jiao felt relieved. She paid the money, wrapped the sugar-coated haws in paper, and put them in her basket. Gu Jiao felt that it was not a bad idea to wait for Xiao Lulang here. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, she sensed that someone was watching her. In her previous life, if she could not discover that she was being watched, she would have died 800 times. Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party did not expect Gu Jiao's intuition to be so sharp. He did not have time to hide and could only quickly disappear into the crowd. Gu Jiao thought that he had left, so she ignored him. Xiao Lulang could come over at any time, and she did not want to miss him. Unexpectedly, the other party did not give up. After a while, he pushed open a window on the second floor of an inn, drew his bow and aimed at Gu Jiao. He even used his bow. It seemed that he was really determined to die. Gu Jiao said to the owner of the Tonghulu shop, "Boss, if a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best kind, ask him to wait for me here." "The best-looking?" The boss was a little confused. "Miss, your tone is a bit big. I've been running a shop here for more than 20 years, and I've seen the royal family. What kind of person is the most beautiful? Could he be prettier than a member of the royal family?" The royal bloodline of Zhao country was pretty good. First of all, the emperor was very good-looking. The concubines he married into the palace were all great beauties. How could the princes and princesses they gave birth to not be good-looking? The boss didn't take it to heart. After all, if someone came to ask about her later, he would just tell them the truth. Gu Jiao entered the inn opposite. "Miss, would you like to eat or stay?" A waiter came up to her. Gu Jiao ignored him and walked up to the second floor. The layout of this inn was a little complicated with many twists and turns. But Gu Jiao's sense of space was very good. In an instant, she calculated that it was the third room on the left in the east corridor. Gu Jiao entered the room. That person slipped away quickly, and actually climbed up to the roof from the window. Gu Jiao leaned half of her body out of the window and looked up. She grabbed the window frame with one hand and jumped up to the roof. This time, she finally saw the person's appearance. It was a man. He was dressed in black. Gu Jiao tiptoed and picked up a tile. She lifted her leg and kicked the tile at the person. That person didn't expect that Gu Jiao could use such a move while chasing someone. He couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down to the roof by the huge impact of the tile. Gu Jiao heard a crisp sound of collision, as if something iron had hit the roof tiles. It was that person's face. That person was wearing an iron mask. Gu Jiao had already guessed who he was. The number 1 bandit in the capital, Flying Frost. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes and chased after him in a few steps. It was too late to get up and run. That person looked around and rolled down from the edge of the roof. Oh, he had some brains. He was much better than those idiots in the dojo. It had been a long time since she met an opponent who could give her a second move. Gu Jiao's lips curled up in a wicked smile. Below was the courtyard of a brothel. Gu Jiao jumped down. The music in the brothel masked the person's footsteps and breathing. It was difficult for a normal person to determine the person's exact location. But Gu Jiao was the organization's #1 agent who could accurately identify the person's footsteps from more than 100 different sounds. When she passed by a small cubicle with a curtain, she suddenly reached out and pulled a black shadow out of the cubicle. She slammed the shadow to the ground. That person groaned and felt that his brain was about to scatter. What was this girl's background? Her skills had improved a lot. But he was not someone to be trifled with. He had been careless just now, but he would not be careless now. He threw out a packet of powder and used the powder as cover to escape into the corridor. There were only a few people who had escaped from Gu Jiao's hands in her previous life. It seemed that he had not recovered his strength from his previous life. Gu Jiao chased after him and entered a dark basement. That person seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Strange. Where did he go? Also, wasn't this a brothel? Why was there such a big basement? Was it a storage room or? While she was thinking, footsteps came from the entrance. Gu Jiao hid behind a large cabinet. Someone walked in with an oil lamp. With the weak light of the lamp, Gu Jiao could see the scene clearly. This was not an ordinary basement. There were 2 rooms in total. The one outside seemed to be a place to receive guests, and the one she was standing in looked like a storage room. There were 2 young women in total. One of them was holding the lamp, while the other lifted the curtain to look into the storage room. It seemed that this was a routine inspection, but she knew that there would be no one in the storage room, so she did not go in. She put down the curtain and said to the other person, "Light the food and serve the tea." Okay. That person lit the lamp. Because the light outside was very bright, Gu Jiao's room was very dark. It was more convenient for her to hide. After the 2 of them tidied up the tea room, a woman wearing a light blue curtain and white clothes came in. The woman's face was covered, but her figure was tall and graceful. Her hands were slender and delicate. She was obviously a daughter of a wealthy family. After she entered the room, she gestured to the 2 maids. The 2 of them tactfully retreated. She was the only one left in the large tea room. Gu Jiao was hesitating whether or not she should openly walk out. Just then, a man wearing a heavy purple fur coat walked in. From Gu Jiao's point of view, the man was too tall. His eyebrows, nose and mouth were all blocked by the door frame of the storage room. Only his delicate chin could be seen. The man sat down across from the woman. This time Gu Jiao could not see him at all. The other side of the table was Gu Jiao's blind spot. The only person Gu Jiao could see was the woman wearing the curtain. But with the curtain covering her, everything about her was faintly discernible. "You've returned to the capital. Is the princess well?" the woman asked. Although Gu Jiao could not see her expression, she could hear the respect in her voice. If this woman's voice was in her previous life, it would be considered a heavenly sound. The man across from her spoke. His voice was neither fast nor slow, deep and reserved. "She is well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." "Her Highness the Princess?" "Your Highness." It seemed that these 2 people had powerful backgrounds, and they were meeting in this kind of place. Their whereabouts could not be known to outsiders. Gu Jiao, so they were waiting for her here? They went through so much trouble to lure her here just to have her clash with these 2 important people so that they could use them to silence her? She just did not know where that guy was hiding. The woman spoke again. "I'm relieved to hear that the princess is well." The man said, "Your Highness called me out. Is there something you need?" The woman sighed and said, "Empress, it sounds strange. You should call me Linlang like before." The man said, "This subject does not dare." Gu Jiao thought. Although he said that he did not dare, his aura was clearly higher than the sky and wider than the sea. The woman did not continue to force him. Instead, she pushed a bundle on the table in front of the man. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that New Year's Eve is approaching. With my current status, it's not convenient for me to pay respects to him. Please help me burn these joss paper and incense sticks for him." "Your Highness is too kind." The man's voice was emotionless. The woman looked at him. "Do you blame me?" The man said, "Your Highness worries too much." The woman said sadly, "I'm very sorry that I couldn't call you father as I wished in this life. However, in my heart you are the same as my father. In fact, I respect you even more. The man said, Your Highness is too serious. She was most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly becoming awkward. The man did not seem to like to talk, so when the woman did not speak, the room became quiet. Suddenly, the woman lowered her head and coughed a few times. The man finally took the initiative to speak. Your Highness, are you feeling unwell? The woman shook her head. It's nothing. It's just a cold. The man said, Your Highness must take care of your body. The woman nodded. I will. Gu Jiao could still hear the man's concern for the woman. Speaking of the body, I thought of something. The woman said thoughtfully. Ever since His Majesty and the first prince returned from their southern tour, they never set foot in the imperial harem again. I heard that during their southern tour, they encountered an immortal Taoist priest. That Taoist priest taught His Majesty the art of immortality. He requested His Majesty to burn incense and pray every day and not approach women for 2 years. Even Imperial Mother has not seen His Majesty for a long time. The man said, Your Highness means, the woman said, I suspect that the Taoist priest was arranged by the first prince. This southern tour is not simple. The man said, I understand. I will send someone to investigate that Taoist priest. It's getting late. If there's nothing else, this subject will take his leave. The woman stood up and bowed to the man like a junior. The man returned the courtesy of a subject. After that, the man left the underground tea room. The woman sat in the tea room for a while and planned to leave. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. With a loud bang, the entire basement's roof cracked open and collapsed. Crown Princess. Accompanied by the screams of the maids on the ground, the Crown Princess was buried under the ruins. And buried with her was Gu Jiao, who was in the storage room. Combikugu mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 166. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I can finally have a good new year. I'll look for you next time. A supervisor of the Imperial College sent Xiao Lulang out of the residence. This person was Feng Lin's classmate. He was 1 year younger than Xiao Lulang and had gotten in through the back door. His literary talent was not very good, but during the holidays there were many relatives at home, so they would always call him over. With Xiao Liulang's poems, he was not afraid that he would not be able to answer. Xiao Lulang wrote the poems according to his standards. They were not too exaggerated nor were they too cheap. Wait a moment. Xiao Lulang did not let the other party send him off. He left the residence by himself. The sky was gloomy and seemed to be colder than before. Xiao Lulang sat in the carriage and went to the house where Gu Jiao was visiting. When the woman saw him, she said to him, That person has already left. She said she was going to buy candied haws across the street. As she spoke, she pointed at the sugar shop diagonally across the street. This was an old sugar shop. It was opened by people from Jiangnan. The business in the capital was unexpectedly good. Xiao Lulang often came here when he was young, but at that time, their family did not sell candied haws. When Xiao Lulang arrived at the shop, he found that the boss had changed. The original boss was old and enjoyed a comfortable life in the backyard. Now the one who came out to do business was his son. Boss. Xiao Lulang greeted him. Just as he was about to ask if Gu Jiao had come, he heard the other party shout, Are you looking for someone? Xiao Lulang was slightly startled. Was it written on his face that he was looking for someone? The boss hadn't taken Gu Jiao's words to heart, but when he saw Xiao Lulang, he couldn't help but think of Gu Jiao's words. If a good-looking young man comes to find me in a while, the best-looking kind, ask him to wait for me here. To put it in an arrogant way, this was what the scholars meant when they said, a stranger like Jade, a young master unparalleled in the world. It was indeed too beautiful. He was so good-looking that people felt that this person should only exist in the heavens. How do you know? Xiao Lulang asked. The boss chuckled and told him what Gu Jiao had said. Best-looking? Was that what she said about herself? Xiao Liulang's lips curled into a smile that even he himself didn't notice. After a while he looked at the boss and asked, Did she say what she was going to do? The boss shook his head. He didn't say that. How long have they been gone? Xiao Lulang asked. The boss thought for a bit. It's been a while. My candied haws are almost sold out. Xiao Liulang's brows slightly knit. The two of them had known each other for so long, but she had never made him wait. Xiao Lulang couldn't think of where she would go, or what she would be doing. Why wouldn't she come back at this late hour? There was a faint trace of uneasiness in his heart. He looked at the boss. Did you see which direction she went? The boss pointed. It seems to be that inn. Xiao Lulang went to the inn. As soon as he entered the lobby, he heard two diners talking. Did you hear? Something happened at the Breeze Entertainment House. You mean that newly opened entertainment house? What happened? It seems like the house collapsed. It used to be a wine cellar. There were too many holes dug in the ground. I knew it would collapse sooner or later. The uneasiness in Xiao Liulang's heart became more and more obvious. Was someone trapped inside? Yes, I heard it was a woman. Xiao Lulang had never heard of the Breeze Entertainment House before, but when they mentioned the wine cellar, he understood. There used to be a wine cellar on this street. It had changed hands many times and had always been selling wine. After not seeing it for a few years, it had become an entertainment house? Xiao Lulang walked towards the Breeze Entertainment House. From far away, he could see that the entertainment house was surrounded by commoners. It seemed that something had happened and it was a major matter. Even the yamen had come. The yamen had sealed off the scene, so the commoners could only stand on their tiptoes to look. The entertainment house was in chaos. All the guests had been driven out, leaving only the crown prince consort's two maids, the yamen's owner, and the entertainment house's owner. The owner knew that the person buried below was the crown prince consort, but the yamen did not. After all, the crown prince consort was traveling incognito today. If people knew that she had come to an inconspicuous entertainment house, it would be hard to avoid speculation. If people saw that person, the crown prince consort would not be able to explain herself. Although the two of them were not enemies and did not have a shady relationship, a monarch was a monarch, and a subject was a subject. They should not have a private relationship. Maida said, "Hurry and save her. It's too dangerous down there. We can't let our madam keep burying her head down there." The yamen called the owner over. "What's down there?" The owner said it was originally a wine cellar, but I changed it into a basement. It's usually used for storage. The yamen asked, "There's only one basement? What's over there?" The owner answered, "There's also a basement over there. It's very small and is used to store miscellaneous items." The yamen looked at the messy scene. "Is there anyone in the small storage room?" Maida said impatiently, "Why would there be anyone there? She had checked it, okay?" Maidby pulled on her sleeve, indicating that she had spilled the beans. She coughed lightly and said, "Stop dilly-dallying. My madam is feeling terrible down there. She can't even speak. Didn't you hear?" She was almost unable to speak, which meant that she could speak. That's right, although she was buried underground, she was not injured. She could even move a little. Gu Jiao's situation in the small storage room was much worse than hers. There were two stone slabs that formed a horn sandwiching her in the middle. The large stone slab was on top of the horn. Due to the weight of the stone slab, the two small stone slabs were pressing to the side. The horn was growing bigger. When it became flat, the large stone slab on top would completely press down on her, causing her brain to splatter all over the floor. This large stone slab had one end on Gu Jiao's side, and the other end on the crown prince consort's side. It was too difficult and time-consuming to lift them all up. The best method was to lift one end and rescue the crown prince consort. But this way the small storage room over there would be completely crushed. The yamen said, "If you're sure there's no one there, you can start lifting the stone slab." "Wait." Xiao Lulang walked in with his walking stick. The yamen's brows creased. Who let him in? The guards guarding the door were helpless. They did not pay much attention to him because he was a cripple. Who knew that he would come in by himself in the blink of an eye? Xiao Lulang said seriously, "There's someone down there." Maida said, "You're talking nonsense. There's clearly no one." Xiao Lulang said coldly, "Listen if you don't believe me." The yamen indicated for everyone to be quiet. He squatted down and put his ear to the ground to listen. There really was a tinkling sound. It sounded like small stones were being knocked against the wall. It was very weak. The yaman was hesitant. Since there was someone down there, this method was exchanging a life for a life. It was too cruel. Maida said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save her." It was getting late. If they delayed any longer, not only would the crown prince consort be injured, the palace would also become suspicious. The yaman said with a sigh, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to save her, but there are two people down there. If we rashly try to save her, we might crush one of them to death." The two maids exchanged glances. That small storage room was so secretive that there shouldn't be anyone there. If there was, then it had to be a spy waiting there to deal with the crown prince consort. It would be best to crush this kind of person to death. It would save them from ruining the crown prince consort's reputation. Maida said, "Who said that there's definitely someone down there? Maybe it's some random cat or dog. If you don't believe me, you can ask the hall master if anyone has been to that small storage room." The hall master naturally said no. The yaman was troubled. Judging from the rhythmic knocking sound, it was unlikely that it was a random cat or dog. It was most likely a person, and a person in a rather dangerous situation. "Then do you have a better idea?" Maida asked. The yaman was even more troubled. Course he didn't. Maida pinched her fingers and quietly discussed with her companion. In the end, she decided to reveal her identity as someone from the Eastern Palace. She took out her token. When the yaman saw the Eastern Palace token, he was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Maida said, "I'll tell you the truth. The person down there is someone from the Eastern Palace. If you dare to let anything happen to her in your hands, I promise you that the crown prince will have all of you buried with her." From her tone, the other party's status in the Eastern Palace was not low. She could be a favored concubine or a lover, or even the yaman didn't dare to think any further. One was the young mistress of the Eastern Palace, the other was a commoner. It went without saying who should be saved. The yaman ordered people to prepare a rope to hang the crown prince consort from the stone slab. Xiao Liulong's eyes turned cold. "What do you want to do? Do you not care about the other person's life or death?" In reality, he wasn't sure if the person down there was Gu Jiao. What if it was? He didn't dare to gamble on that. What if? The yaman said sincerely, "Little brother, I know you have a good heart, but the person down there is someone from the imperial family. We can't afford to pay for the lives of people from the imperial family." Xiao Lulang had heard similar words more than once, but it was only at this moment that he truly understood the importance of status. Sometimes, even if you don't fight for it, you won't be able to live peacefully. Because he was not standing tall enough, no one heard what little Jing Kong said. Because he did not stand high enough, Gu Jiao's life was not as important as the people of the Eastern Palace. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists bit by bit. His eyes turned red, and his heart turned cold. The other side had already tied the rope and was ready to lift the stone slab. Xiao Lulang suddenly threw away his walking stick, jumped, and slid down through the gap between the stone slabs. The officer was shocked. "What are you doing? You're crazy. It was very dangerous down there. Get up here. Stop. Stop." The yaman runners who were carrying the stone slabs stopped. Maida was furious. "What are you stopping for? Who told you to stop? He was courting death. Why do you care about him? Didn't he know it was dangerous? They were in cahoots. They wanted to murder the crown prince's people. Are you all in cahoots with them?" With such a big accusation, who would care about the life and death of two ordinary people? However, Xiao Lulang turned his head to glance at the officers through the gap and said coldly. Everyone froze. On the busy street, a seemingly inconspicuous carriage was moving at a leisurely pace. Marquis Xianping and Steward Liu were sitting in the carriage. Steward Liu had just met the Marquis and got into his carriage. Marquis Xianping said lightly, "How's it going?" Steward Liu smiled guiltily. When he left the capital, he had boasted that he would bring the illegitimate child back for the new year. Now it was New Year's Eve, but the illegitimate child did not even want to admit his identity. Marquis Xianping said carelessly, "Just tell me if you failed." Steward Liu said embarrassedly, "I know who he is, but the young master may be brooding about what happened in the past, so he doesn't want to come back." "Yes, Marquis Xianping said lightly, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. If he doesn't want to come back, then forget it. Marquis Xianping did not like to force people to do things. Steward Lu broke out in cold sweat. Good, he was not punished. Marquis Xianping usually did not punish servants. People who first came to the residence would think that this marquis was different from the rumors. He was very lenient and did not get angry with servants. That was because the people who made the marquis angry were all dead. The people who survived had not angered the marquis. The marquis was actually a bit temperamental. He could be talking and laughing with people one second, and the next second he would chop them up with a knife. Of course, the marquis was very lenient in most things. After all, if he did not have that tolerance, he would not be in his current position. Marquis. A personal guard came over on horseback. Marquis Xianping looked up. Steward Lu understood and had the carriage stop. Marquis Xianping opened the curtain. What is it? Something happened to the crown princess. Not long after you left, the basement of the brothel collapsed. The crown princess was buried below. In addition, there was another person buried in the storage room. There was someone in the storage room. This was a very important piece of information. It meant that the meeting between Marquis Xianping and the crown princess was likely to have been discovered by the other party. Marquis Xianping's expression did not change. Steward Lu, on the other hand, became worried. The personal guard continued. The two people were pressed down by the same large stone slab. The officials could not lift them and could only choose to lift the stone slab. To save one, they would have to crush the other. The crown princess's maid revealed her identity as the Eastern Palace. The officials decided to save the crown princess. At this time, a scholar jumped down and said to the officials. At this point, the personal guard glanced at Marquis Xianping and hesitated. Marquis Xianping said indifferently, "What? This matter is related to this marquis?" The personal guard said embarrassedly, "That scholar said that the other person buried underground was you, Marquis." Chapter 167. The officials don't dare to move now. They sent someone to our residence to verify with you. Steward Lu was dumbfounded. Did this scammer run into Marquis Xianping? Which student was so daring? He actually cursed Marquis Xianping to be buried under the ground? Wasn't he afraid that Marquis Xianping would kill his entire family? The last person who dared to use Marquis Xianping's name to swindle people was already 2 meters tall in his grave. Marquis Xianping sneered. Interesting. Chang Jing. A guard in black rode over. Marquis Xianping said, "Go save people." Steward Lu was puzzled. "Marquis, who are you saving?" Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this marquis buried under the ruins? Why aren't you saving me?" Chang Jing solemnly replied, "Yes." Marquis Xianping said, "Take a look at who that kid is." Chang Jing led 3 guards in the direction of the brothel. Steward Lu didn't quite understand his marquis's actions. "You're worried that the crown princess won't be able to hold on for long. So you're hurriedly sending them to save people, right?" Chang Jing was the marquis's guard with the highest martial arts skills. Marquis Xianping naturally didn't want him to save just one person. Marquis Xianping wanted Chang Jing to save everyone, including that scholar who used his name to swindle people. Steward Lu said, "Marquis, that person is too daring. He actually said that the person under the stone slab was you? Io, is he cursing you to never be able to turn over?" Marquis Xianping sneered. "Am I someone who can't turn over after being cursed? Those old men in the imperial court, 11 out of 10 of them want me to die." Steward Lu said, It's not that exaggerated. Just 7 or 8 or 9 people. The main reason was that Marquis Xianping was too arrogant in the imperial court. He relied on His Majesty's high regard and never restrained his edge. He even openly offered bribes. When the memorial was submitted to His Majesty only reprimanded him. After all, Marquis Xianping was a meritorious minister of Zhao country. He was the one who won the battle with Chun country a few years ago. He was the one who turned the situation of Zhao country into a hostage and turned Chun country into a prisoner. There was still a hostage of the Chun state living in the palace. Now they were paying back twice as much to the hostage as the Chun kingdom had treated Prince An, but on one hand, they wish for this marquis to die, but on the other hand, They can only pretend to be obedient in front of this Marquis. Marquis Xianping looked at the endless stream of people. These days there aren't many people who dare to openly offend this Marquis. This Marquis is as lonely as the snow, Steward Liu. But if news of your meeting with the Crown Prince consort spreads, this was what Steward Liu was most worried about. Marquis Xianping said arrogantly, being cautious is my choice, not a necessity. Chongjing arrived at the brothel with her guards. The bailiffs guarding the place didn't recognize them, but they couldn't stop them at all. Before anyone realized what was going on, Chongjing's group of 4 each took out a shimmering iron chain and wrapped it around the 2 ends of the large stone slab. At the same time, the 4 people jumped into the air and used their strength to lift the stone slab that weighed over 1,000 kilograms. The bailiff's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my God, where did these experts come from? Chongjing's group of 4 placed the stone slab in a safe space, and then started to clean up the collapsed area. It was very easy for a second collapse to occur here, so Chongjing's group was very careful. On the other side, Xiao Lulang also passed through layers of obstacles and climbed to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao's situation wasn't good. The stone slab above her head was too heavy. It pressed down on the 2 stone slabs that formed the horns, making it hard for her to breathe. Xiao Lulang heard that familiar breathing sound and his heart tightened. Jiao Jiao, is that you? Jiao Jiao. It was very nice to hear. Gu Jiao couldn't say anything. Xiao Lulang didn't dare to move the stone slab carelessly. He touched her sleeve in the darkness and grabbed her hand. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. Gu Jiao held his hand back. She was lying under the stone slab. He was kneeling outside the stone slab, holding her hand the entire time. In the darkness, someone was holding her hand. This feeling wasn't bad at all. After an unknown amount of time, the large stone slab above her head was finally moved away and a dazzling light shined down. Xiao Lulang found the right angle. He held the small stone slab on the left with one hand and moved the stone slab on the right with the other. Gu Jiao was finally able to breathe smoothly. She began to gasp for air. Seeing her gasping for air, Xiao Liulang's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Chongjing and the others quickly removed the obstacles. Xiao Lulang helped Gu Jiao up and planned to take her away. However, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the collapsed wall behind her. She gasped and said, "Wait, there's another person." Because of Chongjing and the others' intervention, the injured were quickly rescued. There were 2 girls and 2 men. One of the men was the scholar who shouted that Marquis Xianping was crushed. The other man who was rescued had already been dirted by the ruins. Therefore, the officers and the bailiffs weren't sure whether he was Marquis Xianping or not. In short, it was quite confusing. The officers wanted to record their statements, but in the end, all the parties involved had left. The terrifying masters were also gone. The officers were speechless. What kind of day was this? When Fei Shuang woke up, he was lying on a clean and soft bed. The light in the room was very dim, but there was a faint medicinal fragrance. After feeling dizzy for a while, he was sure that he wasn't dreaming. A trace of vigilance flashed through his eyes. He quickly searched for the hidden weapons on his body, but he found that none of them were left. His body was empty, and even his clothes had been cut apart by someone. He moved his body, and a tearing pain came from the left side of his abdomen. He gasped. He looked down and saw that his abdomen was wrapped in a circle of gauze. Medicine was applied to the wound. The medicinal fragrance came from there. He touched his face again. The mask was still there. Creak, the door was pushed open. He frowned warily, his whole body on the alert. The second boss walked in and looked at the bed. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you're awake? You woke up quickly. That's good. Drink the medicine. Xiao Sanzi, go get the medicine." The servant, who was originally called Xiao Liuzi but was forcibly changed by Gu Jiao to Xiao Sanzi, went to get the medicine. The medicine was already boiled and kept warm on the stove. "Here you go, second boss." Xiao Sanzi walked into the room with a bowl of steaming medicine. The second boss pointed at the cabinet at the head of the bed. "Just put it there. You can go out." "Okay." Xiao Sanzi put down the bowl of medicine and went out. He closed the door on his way out. The second boss sat down on the stool opposite the bed. He put one hand on the table and looked at him leisurely. Why? Do you want me to feed you? Fei Shuang looked at the medicine on the short cabinet and did not immediately take it. The second boss sighed. Don't worry. There's no poison. I won't ruin my own reputation. Fei Shuang looked at him cautiously. Who are you? Where is this? The second boss said. This is the Miracle Hall. I'm the second boss of the Miracle Hall. Next door is the girls' school. The Miracle Hall was newly opened and was not well known. The second boss would ride on the girls' school's popularity from time to time. When the girls' school was mentioned, Fei Shuang understood. He thought for a moment and said, Why am I here? If he remembered correctly, he was crushed under the ruins of the brothel. He also heard the officials and maids say that to save the crown princess, they sacrificed the people in the storage room. After that he fainted. He thought that he was going to die. The second boss said proudly, Of course it was my Xiao Gu who saved you. Because of their deep cooperation, calling her Miss Gu was too distant, but calling her little sister Gu was too cheap. Therefore the second boss had an idea and called her Xiao Gu. Fei Shuang frowned. Dao. Gu? Gu what? Gu Jiao? Yes. He heard from the people in the residence that the girl was working as a medicine boy in the clinic next door to the girls' school. Wasn't she also crushed under the big stone slab? How did she save him? Also, why would she save him? Why did she save me? Fei Shuang asked. I want to know too. The second boss weighed the bag on the table. The bag was filled with Fei Shuang's hidden weapons. There are so many hidden weapons on you. I can tell that they're not anything good. Fei Shuang did not deny it. He was indeed not a good person. If he was, he would not be the #1 thief in the capital. So why did she save him? Regardless of whether she knew his identity or not, he had schemed against her today. He was the one who lured her to the basement of Qingfeng Pleasure House and let her discover the secret of the crown princess. However, he did not expect that the pleasure house would collapse. He was hiding in the dark wall of the storage room and was also crushed under the ruins. He did not expect that she actually guessed that he did not leave the storage room and even saved him in the end. Did she not know that he had schemed against her? No, if she could guess that he did not leave the storage room, how stupid could she be? Fei Shuang hesitated. My injury was also caused by her. The second boss laughed. Forget it. You're not qualified for my Xiao Gu to treat your injury. It was Dr. Song who treated you. He was also the one who stitched up the wound. It was the first time Dr. Song stitched up someone. Gu Jiao strongly encouraged him. Since the person was unconscious, he could do whatever he wanted. In the end, Dr. Song made a mistake the first time. He quickly took it apart and stitched it up again. The stitching was quite ugly. Cough, the second boss did not reveal this to the patient. The second boss waved his hand and walked over to pick up the medicine. Alright, don't think about it. I've already asked Xiao Gu for you. Fei Shuang took the medicine in a daze. Ask about what? The second boss said. Ask her why she saved you? Does she know you or does she like you? Fei Shuang choked. What nonsense are you talking about? The second boss reminded him. You know that I'm talking nonsense. I'm warning you. Don't have any improper thoughts about her just because my Xiao Gu saved you. She's not someone you can climb up to. Fei Shuang sneered. Climb up to that girl? He would never do that in his life. Fei Shuang looked at the second boss coldly. Why did she save me? The second boss recalled. I asked her why she saved you. She looked at you and said 2 words. Fei Shuang asked what? The second boss said, you can take a beating. Fei Shuang was speechless. The sky gradually darkened, and the lanterns in the mansion were gradually lit. Gu Chonglin sat in the corridor and looked at the door. The servant beside him advised, Third young master, it's windy outside. You should go in first. Gu Chonglin said stubbornly, No, I want to wait for second brother. The servant sighed. I'll wait. Please go in and have a seat. I'll call you when second young master returns. Gu Chonglin was unwilling. He was the little tyrant of the mansion. Other than the old duke and crown prince Gu Chongqing, no one could really control him. The servant had no choice but to get a cloak for his young master. Quickly go to the door and see if second brother is back or not. Gu Chonglin urged. Yes. I'll go now. The servant shook his head. He had lost count of how many times he had run to the door. What could he do? He was in despair too. Fortunately, he did not let the servant fail this time. He had just walked out of the courtyard when he saw second young master Gu Changfeng. He bowed excitedly and said, "Second young master, you're finally back. Third young master has been waiting for you the whole afternoon." Understood. Gu Changfeng answered in a low voice and stepped into the courtyard. The servant scratched his head. Second young master was not very happy today. Why did he have a cold face? Second brother. Gu Chonglin finally saw Gu Changfeng and happily stood up from his wheelchair. Although there were 3 brothers in the mansion, Gu Chonglin and second brother Gu Changfeng got along the best. First, they were about the same age. Second, they had always lived together. Third, it was because Gu Chongqing was too strict and Gu Chonglin was somewhat afraid of him. "Why are you sitting here in the cold wind?" Gu Chengfeng's brows furrowed. "Isn't that because I'm waiting for you?" Gu Chonglin pursed his lips. "Speaking of which, where have you been all day? You disappeared the moment the holidays started. Did you sneak out of the mansion to play? You didn't even bring me along." "I had something to do," Gu Changfeng said casually. "What is it?" Gu Chonglin asked seriously. Gu Changfeng opened his mouth, thinking about how to smooth things over when he heard Gu Chonglin shout, "Second brother, why is your head so dirty? Ah, and your clothes. Your collar is full of dirt. Where did you go? Did you fight with someone?" Gu Chengfeng's outer clothes were not dirty. After all, he had changed them. However, his inner clothes were at home and he did not have time to change. Who would have thought that this younger brother of his was not good at anything and had sharp eyes? "No," Gu Changfeng denied and pushed open the door to enter the room. Gu Chonglin wanted to follow him in, but Gu Changfeng blocked the door. "I'll change my clothes." "Go ahead," Gu Chonglin said. Gu Changfeng frowned. "Wait for me outside." Gu Chonglin looked at him strangely. What? He was not allowed to enter the room just to change his clothes? Gu Changfeng had always been patient with this younger brother. However, today his mind was in a mess and he was injured. He really did not have the strength to argue with him. He closed the door and bolted it. Gu Chonglin was stunned. "What are you doing? Bolting the door?" After Gu Changfeng entered the room, he could no longer support himself. He supported himself on the table with one hand and covered his chest with the other. The effects of the anesthetic had worn off. Intense pain came from his abdomen. What kind of quack stitched him up? Why was it so painful? He sucked in a cold breath. "Second brother, are you done yet? Grandmother is still waiting for us to eat." Gu Chonglin urged outside the door. Gu Changfeng endured the pain and took off his blood-stained inner clothes. His tone was normal as he said, "Soon, don't rush me." Gu Chonglin suddenly shouted, Big brother." Gu Chengfeng's hand trembled. Chapter 168. Gu Chongqing came to the door, looked at the closed door, and then looked at Gu Chonglin. "What's wrong?" Gu Chonglin said, "Oh, I'm waiting for second brother to go to grandmother's place for dinner. Second brother is changing his clothes." Gu Chongqing said calmly, "I'm going to the Ling family tomorrow morning. You guys should get ready." "Got it," Gu Chonglin replied. Gu Chongqing looked at the closed door again. "Chengfeng, are you okay?" Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth and put on his clothes. "I'm fine." "Big brother, are you going to grandmother's place for dinner tonight?" Gu Chongqing said, "I'm going to the military camp. I won't be coming back tonight." "Are you coming back on New Year's Eve?" Gu Changfeng asked. The day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Gu Chongqing paused and said, "I should be back." Gu Changfeng waited quietly in the room. After making sure that Gu Chongqing's footsteps were far away, he threw the blood-stained clothes into the charcoal basin and burned them. Clear water alley. Gu Jiao also came home. There were many scratches and bruises on her body. She couldn't hide it at all, so she had to tell the truth about what happened to her. "The brothel collapsed and I was crushed under it." She didn't say that she was in the underground storage room. Even if she was on the ground, there was a possibility that she fell from the crack and got crushed. "Jiao Jiao, why did you go to the brothel?" Little Jing Kong asked with wide eyes. His big eyes were full of worry and sadness. Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. I was just looking around. It's a pity that the sugar-coated haws I bought for you guys are gone. The basket was crushed. Little Jing Kong plunged into Gu Jiao's arms and said sadly, I don't want sugar-coated haws. I just want Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao leaned against the head of the bed and looked at the little guy who was scared in her arms. Is this the feeling of being needed? I'm fine. She looked at everyone's worried eyes and smiled. I'm really fine. This injury was nothing to her. But in the eyes of her family, she was seriously injured and was not even allowed to get out of bed. The old lady asked Gu Jiao to stay in bed and rest. She didn't want her to worry about any of the household chores. It's just cooking. The whole family sat in the main room looking at each other. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat and said, I'll cook. The entire family. You're not allowed to go. Didn't she know how bad her cooking was? The old madam had never done any household chores. Gu Yan and little Jing Kong did not know how to cook either. The only one left was Gu Xiaoshan, but his cooking skills were only slightly better than Xiao Liulang's. At this moment the old lady missed Xuanning dearly. Xiangxiang's cooking was delicious. Little Jing Kong, +1. Gu Xiaoshan, +1. Gu Yan +1. Xiao Lulang. Finally, the old lady sighed and went next door. The old chancellor was writing couplets in the room when the door was kicked open. The old chancellor trembled in fear. I don't have any money left. The old lady put the kitchen knife on his table. Cook. The old chancellor. A quarter of an hour later, the old chancellor appeared in the kitchen next door with a black face. The chancellor of a country had actually fallen to the point of being a cook for his old enemy? Forget it. He just couldn't bear to see his beloved disciple and little benefactor go without food. He didn't compromise with the demon empress. But why were the vegetables so green today? Garlic sprouts, celery, cabbage, mung bean sprouts. The old chancellor chopped on the chopping board with the kitchen knife while saying silently in his heart, Don't worry, the former emperor. I will never let your head be green. Granduncle. Little Jing Kong shouted in the courtyard. The old chancellor put down the kitchen knife. Coming. The former emperor who almost couldn't hold back his coffin. The old chancellor made 6 dishes and 1 soup, which was more luxurious than Gu Jiao's cooking. Little Jing Kong couldn't eat meat, so he made Little Jing Kong besieging way to save Zhao tofu bun with vegetarian meat, taking chun song with wisdom, sesame mung bean soup, brocade plan fried tofu bun, and tripod stand mixed vegetables. Little Jing Kong ate heartily. Even the most annoying carrot wasn't left. He didn't eat vegetables but knowledge. Only he had knowledge. Little Jing Kong shook his head proudly. The old chancellor not only named the dishes well, but the taste was also really good. The old lady pondered. I might have taken a fancy to your cooking back then. The old chancellor panicked. No, we didn't. The old chancellor also made a tonic soup for Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang sent the tonic soup and food to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao sat on the bed and looked at him with bright eyes. Xiao Lulang was dazed by her undisguised gaze. He lowered his eyes and put the food on the table, then moved the small desk he usually used to do his homework on the bed. He put the table in front of her and set the bowls, chopsticks, and soup. Because she needed to recover, her diet was very bland. Xiao Lulang looked at the colorless dishes on the table, paused and said, If you really can't get used to it, I'll bring you some pickled vegetables. Gu Jiao didn't say anything, just opened her eyes wide and looked at him. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, Aren't you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Xiao Lulang didn't understand. Gu Jiao stared at him. Aren't you afraid of being pressed down and never being able to get out? The situation at that time was really dangerous. It wasn't the kind of danger where she would be sacrificed, but the place could really collapse at any time. However, he jumped down without hesitation and crawled towards her in the darkness and danger. Xiao Lulang didn't think so much at that time. After he rescued her, he didn't think too much. It was as if this was something he should do, and he didn't realize there was anything special about it. But when she asked, it made him speechless. Gu Jiao curved her lips. You looked so handsome when you jumped down. She used to think that he was good-looking, his face, his figure, everything was good-looking. But the moment he jumped down, he was a really brave man. Her little husband had grown up. Xiao Liulang's ears turned red from the praise. He handed the spoon and soup bowl to her. Eat it while it's hot. It'll get cold soon. Gu Jiao took the spoon and drank small mouthfuls. Suddenly thinking of something, Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao, "The scene was too chaotic. Your basket was crushed and some things weren't found." Gu Jiao didn't care. "It's okay. If you lose the candied haws, you can buy them again." "It's not candied haws, it's..." Xiao Lulang was halfway through his words when he saw the small medicine box beside her. He made a sound and frowned in confusion. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly. "Marquis." Chongjing returned to the manor. "Why did it take so long? Was it difficult to save people?" Marquis Xianping was having Steward Lu play chess with him. Steward Lu played the game and he played 2 people by himself. Chongjing said, "It's not difficult to save people, but it's difficult to find out their identities. Those people left as soon as they were rescued. The Yamen couldn't record their statements even if they wanted to. However, the Yamen was the Yamen and Chongjing was Chongjing." A commoner who was watching the show happened to see Xiao Lulang. He was the one who sold tea eggs across from the Imperial College. "They're students from the Imperial College," Chongjing said. "Their names?" Marquis Xianping asked. "I didn't find out." Chongjing shook her head. The one who sold tea eggs had only seen Xiao Lulang and hadn't spoken to Xiao Lulang. Steward Lu, however, furrowed his brows thoughtfully. "Students from the Imperial College? Could it be the young master of his family? No, it's impossible. This is too deceptive. It must be someone else." For the next 2 days, Gu Jiao was recuperating at home. New Year's Eve was coming. Not only were the academy and the Imperial College on holiday, but the shops on the street were also closing. The day before New Year's Eve, all the yamens and political departments were also on holiday. Marquis Gu happily went to his superior's library and waited to receive his results for this year's political performance evaluation. After sending so many gifts, it should be an outstanding one, right? Marquis Gu walked with the wind. Minister Zhao coldly threw the document in front of him. He picked it up and opened it. He suspected that he had read it wrong and read it carefully again. He wondered, "Lord Zhao, did you make a mistake? Did you mistake someone else's evaluation results as mine? He had sent out such valuable gifts and received a bad evaluation? If this was brought to the emperor, he would be scolded again." Minister Zhao's eyes were cold. If it wasn't for the old marquis, he would have executed this guy on the spot. He actually dared to instigate his daughter to beat up his son? How rebellious! Marquis Gu was confused. "How did I offend Lord Zhao?" Minister Zhao. "Oh, you didn't offend him. It's just that your daughter almost beat up my son to the point where he can meet his ancestors." Marquis Gu didn't know that he had been tricked by Gu Jiao again and thought that the gifts he sent weren't valuable enough. "Lord Zhao, if there's anything, we can slowly discuss it." "Discuss my ass." Minister Zhao directly swore and threw Marquis Gu out. Marquis Gu received the first bad evaluation in his official career and felt stifled and wronged. On the other side, Marquis Xianping also suffered his first blow after returning to the capital. Everyone knew that transporting salt was a lucrative job and mining was the same. Marquis Xianping's subordinates had taken down a mine with great difficulty. In the end, when they were about to start mining, there was a report that accused one of Marquis Xianping's retainers of improper conduct. He had abused the local people and bullied innocent women. The evidence was irrefutable, and the emperor immediately dismissed that dog official. That official was recommended by Marquis Xianping. The current dynasty implemented the system of punishment. If the recommended official did something wrong, the recommender would also be punished. How could he be punished? He couldn't scold him like before. Thus, the emperor took back the mining rights of the mine and gave it to someone else. Marquis Xianping gritted his teeth. It really hurt. After the court, Marquis Xianping called out to the old man in front of him and said with a playful smile, "Imperial Tutor Zhuang, did you do it?" Imperial Tutor Zhuang turned around and coldly glanced at him, mocking, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Besides, am I the only one in the world who doesn't like Marquis Xiao? Marquis Xiao has offended too many people. It's better to go back and reflect on it." Marquis Xianping's hands were warm. "Why don't you dare to admit it? I can't stand scholarly people like you the most. You have the guts to do it but don't admit it." Marquis Xianping. Imperial tutor Zhuang's hair stood on end from the indescribable obscenities. This is the Imperial Palace, the throne room. Please be careful with your words. Marquis Xianping looked at him indifferently and walked away with a cold smile. Marquis Xianping got on the carriage. What's the situation? This marquis has just returned and he's rushing to make things difficult for this marquis? The guard said, it seems. It's because of the matter with Zheng Sai not long ago. Zheng Sai had originally been about to become the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, there was suddenly news of his misconduct and disrespect for his teachers. Furthermore, there was a bribery account book from a few years ago that circulated wildly in the Imperial College. In the end, it fell into the Emperor's hands. His Majesty temporarily put aside the matter of appointing him as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping narrowed his eyes. So he thinks that this marquis did it? The guard was silent. Does this marquis need to deal with a small Sai? Marquis Xianping took his hands out of the warm and picked up a snack from the table. Chongjing, this marquis has been tricked. Outside the carriage, Chongjing cupped his fists. This subordinate will go and kill him. Marquis Xianping threw the snack back onto the plate. Boring. Chongjing felt wronged. Marquis Xianping softened his tone and coaxed him like a child. You should at least investigate who that person is first. Who is tricking this marquis behind my back? Oh. Chongjing went to investigate. The result was that the biggest suspect was a student of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping was puzzled. Why is it the Imperial College again? Is this marquis at odds with the Imperial College? Actually, Steward Lu cleared his throat. There is something I haven't told you. What is it? Marquis Xianping asked. Steward Lu said, the young master who doesn't want to acknowledge you is also a student of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping. On New Year's Eve, Gu Jiao woke up early. The medicine in the small medicine box was very effective. In just 2 days, all the abrasions and bruises on her body had disappeared. She was already able to move her muscles and bones. This was their first New Year's Eve in the capital. It was also the birthday of Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. She took it very seriously. She first went to the front yard to choose 2 thick and strong bamboos and cut them down to make firecrackers. There was no gunpowder in this dynasty. The so-called firecrackers were actually just bamboo thrown into a fire and burned. The bamboo would make crackling sounds, which was very festive. After making the firecrackers, she prepared to make breakfast. There were dumplings made by the old chancellor last night in the cupboard. There were mutton dumplings, cabbage and pork dumplings, as well as chives and corn dumplings. She cooked some of them. Little Jing Kong also had dumplings made with plum vegetables and meat. The whole family woke up one after another. Little Jing Kong was the first to come to the kitchen to look for Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong hugged her legs and rubbed his head against her soft belly. Gu Jiao was amused by his rubbing. She endured the itch and said, go and call the young master over to eat dumplings. Okay. Little Jing Kong was a filial child. He quickly went next door to call the old chancellor over. Not long after, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also arrived. Gu Jiao had already informed them that they would come to Bisui Alley to celebrate the new year. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also came. This was their first new year in the capital, so they were not used to it. Fortunately, Gu Jiao called them over. As soon as the two entered the house, they felt as if they had returned to their own home. They felt comfortable all over. Xiao Lulang heard their voices. When he was about to come out and greet them, he saw Feng Lin scurrying past him. Jiaonyang. I'm coming. Lin Qingye. Me too coming. Xiao Lulang, who was ignored by the two, was speechless. Chapter 169. Novels with content that can't be found online will be available here. When Lin Qingye and Feng Lin arrived at home, they found out that there was a son-in-law in the house. Feng Lin was puzzled. Wasn't the old lady a leper who fainted in front of Jiaonyang and Liulang's house? How come there was a son-in-law? He didn't suspect that this great-uncle was fake and thought that the two of them were separated. How did he find the capital? Feng Lin asked. The place where the old lady fainted was in the county town, which was thousands of miles away from the capital. Gu Jiao scooped out the fried meatballs from the pot. Maybe he went to the village to inquire about it. Feng Lin nodded. That's true. No matter what, it's good to be able to reunite. Last year there were Xuaningxiang and Gouhua in the countryside for the new year. This year there were Lin Qingye, Gu Yan and the old chancellor. There was only one more person, but it felt more lively. It was mainly because Feng Lin and Gu Jiao were familiar with each other, and became the second loudspeaker spirit in the house after little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang was annoyed by him, and regretted that he eased the relationship between him and Gu Jiao. Because today was Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong's birthday, the family prepared gifts for them. Gu Yan gave a small clay figurine that he made himself. Since his wooden figurine was mistaken by Gu Chongqing for a monkey, his confidence was greatly damaged and he never learned to carve things from Gu Xiaoshun again. Gu Xiaoshun still gave a wooden figurine. He carved a Buddhist scripture for little Jing Kong and a poetry book for Xiao Lulang. His skills had improved since Gu Jiao's birthday 2 months ago. Gu Jiao deeply felt that her brother's talent couldn't be delayed any longer. After the new year, she would find a reliable carpenter master for him to tutor him after class. The old lady also gave him a purse, and her purse was better than the last time. "Great, you're amazing," Gu Xiaoshun praised. The old lady raised her chin proudly. Then she heard little Jing Kong say, "Granduncle embroidered it. I saw everything. Great aunt only cut the end of the thread." Old lady. "Little monk, can't you just shut up?" Old chancellor. "Exactly. Do you think I don't care about my reputation?" For the first time in his life, the old enemy that he had been fighting with for half his life finally let out a sigh of relief. The old chancellor gave Xiao Lulang a set of 4 treasures of the study. Gu Jiao didn't understand this, but from the look of surprise in Xiao Liulang's eyes, this set of things obviously had a great history. Even though the old chancellor was an honest official and didn't leave behind much money, he was favored by His Majesty and had a lot of royal gifts in his hands. Any one of them would be of extraordinary value. "Great uncle. Granduncle." Little Jing Kong looked at him cutely. The old chancellor's heart almost melted because of his adorableness. Naturally, the old chancellor also prepared a gift for little Jing Kong. He knew that little Jing Kong was learning foreign languages, so he translated a few folk stories into 6 languages, one of which was Sanskrit. The old chancellor was the most knowledgeable person in the whole of Zhao country. This was a fact that even Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't deny. Moreover, in order to make the reading more interesting, he also drew illustrations. Little Jing Kong fell in love with it at first sight. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye also gave their gifts. When it was Gu Jiao's turn, Gu Jiao gave each of them a box. Little Jing Kong opened it on the spot. It was a set of checkers that Gu Jiao asked someone to custom make for her. There was no glass in ancient times, so she replaced it with iron balls of different colors. She liked to play checkers when she was young, but she didn't know if little Jing Kong liked it. In addition to the checkers, she also folded a few paper cranes by herself, mainly for decoration. Little Jing Kong liked all of them. Other people's gifts were directly placed on the table. Gu Jiao's gift was even packed in a box, so Xiao Lulang didn't open it on the spot. Little Jing Kong didn't open the Shiyi for Gu Yan's birthday, which made him think about it for a long time. However, there were too many gifts today. Little Jing Kong's attention was completely attracted by the gifts, so he didn't have time to think about his brother-in-law's gift. Not only that, he even asked Gu Jiao for a big kiss on his birthday. Tonight, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye stayed here to spend the New Year's Eve. Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong gave up their room for the 2 of them to stay the night. Little Jing Kong was almost caught by his grandaunt and brought to her room. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and shamelessly stayed in Zhao Zhao's room with the excuse that he was the birthday boy, and that he was the most important. He would never know. As soon as he started to snore, his grandmother took him back to her room and used him as a pillow. They didn't really stay up for the whole night. When it was almost midnight, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao also went back to the east room. The room was not too cold because of the silver charcoal. Gu Jiao made 2 quilts, one for each of them. Xiao Lulang walked in with the box. Gu Jiao looked back at him and asked, "Do you want to sleep?" "Yes." He nodded. Gu Jiao went outside to check the bolts of the front and back doors. When she returned to the room, he was opening her gift. Gu Jiao had never seen that curious and careful look on his face. Not long ago, she felt that he had grown up and was an adult, but now she felt that there was still a child living in his heart. "Do you like it?" Gu Jiao's voice sounded at the door. Xiao Lulang was shocked. He calmed himself down and turned to look at her without changing his expression. Why is there a checkers set? That was an extra set she made. Gu Jiao mainly gave him the clothes that she sewed herself. Gu Jiao blinked and said, "Of course you have something that little Jing Kong has." Xiao Lulang replied with an "oh." Suddenly he became serious. "Why don't I have that one?" "Which one?" Gu Jiao tilted her head and asked. "That one." Xiao Lulang couldn't say the name. Gu Jiao thought about it and replied with an "oh." She wondered why he would make such a request. However, she still walked forward. Under Xiao Liulang's stunned gaze, she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. "Xiao Lulang." Ah, he was talking about the origami crane. Xiao Liulang's entire face turned red, especially the place where Gu Jiao kissed. It was so red that it was almost dripping blood. When they fell asleep, Gu Jiao put out the charcoal fire. The temperature in the room gradually dropped, but Xiao Lulang still felt that his whole body was hot. He lay stiffly next to Gu Jiao. The oil lamp was also put out. A trace of light reflected from the snow came through the window lattice. He opened his eyes wide and couldn't sleep. Because of this sudden kiss, his mind was in a mess. Even the suffocating fire didn't burn in his mind. He turned over to face her and fell into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. Everyone fell into a deep sleep. However, a strange figure silently snuck into their house. Gu Jiao was very alert, but she didn't notice that the other party had walked around her bed. He searched a few rooms and finally stopped in front of little Jing Kong's bed. Little Jing Kong had already kicked off the quilt. He was sprawled out on all fours and snoring loudly. The man sat down by the bed. His pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with a smile. First, he pinched his little cheeks, then played with his little feet. Finally, he poked his chubby little belly. "You even said that you've grown taller than the big tree in the yard. I knew you were bragging. Your little arms and legs have become stronger, and your little face has also become chubby. It seems that this family has raised you well. I thought that you would be the same as before, that you would be sent back by the adoptive family in less than a month. Oh, you don't remember, right? When you were 1 year old, you were sent back 3 times. The man hummed and pinched the little guy's little hand. It was very hot, so he didn't pull the quilt to cover him. The man smiled evilly. "You've lived here for so long. You should be tired of living here. Call me master, and I'll take you away." "Little Jing Kong, master." The man's face changed, and he flew up to the beam. No one could be faster than him in running away. Little Jing Kong turned over and continued to sleep. "So it's just sleep talk." The man breathed a sigh of relief. He gently jumped and landed on the ground. This time he didn't dare to say anything more. He left the birthday gift and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, he inadvertently glanced and saw the old lady beside little Jing Kong. The man narrowed his pair of intoxicating peach blossom eyes. "Empress Dowager Zhuang of the Zhao state? Little girl, it's not enough that you provoked Marquis Schwamping's mansion. You even invited Empress Dowager Zhuang to your house? You're playing with fire. Master's disciple can't play with fire with you." As the man spoke, he bent down to hold little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who was sleeping, suddenly raised his little foot and stepped on the man's mouth. The man rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue in disgust. He wished that he could faint on the spot. He used his peerless qinggong and jumped out of the window. However, the moment he landed, he fell flat on his face. Little Jing Kong was so good at wrestling because he learned it from master. Chapter 170. Before dawn, Fenglin woke Lin Qingye up. "Stop sleeping, it's time to burn incense." Lin Qingye was in a daze for a while. Burn incense for what? Fenglin quickly jumped out of bed and put on his clothes. "Did you forget that today is the first day of the new year? We agreed to go to Puji Temple to grab the first incense." Puji Temple was a very famous temple in the capital. Other temples were famous for praying for marriage or children, but Puji Temple in the capital was different. It was famous for praying for Jinsher. There was a rumor in the capital that the scholars who managed to grab the first incense at Puji Temple all became Jinsher. Fenglin did not expect to become a Jinsher. He prayed that he could pass the metropolitan examination. If he could become a tribute scholar, he would be praying for Buddha. Lin Qingye seemed to have forgotten about this matter. He pulled the blanket over his head and continued to sleep. Feng Lin pulled his blanket down. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Get up quickly. We still have to call Lu Lang. Upon hearing that she was going to call Lu Lang, Lin Qingye woke up from his drowsiness. Okay. Feng Lin went to knock on the door of the east room. Xiao Lulang was awakened. He looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and frowned impatiently. He did not want to get out of bed, but he was afraid that if he did not go out, Feng Lin would keep knocking on the door. He got out of bed and opened the door for Feng Lin. A gust of cold wind blew in. He quickly went out and closed the door behind him. What's wrong? Feng Lin rubbed his hands and said angrily, Go burn incense. Hurry up. It will be too late if we don't leave now. We are going to grab the first incense. Even if we can't grab the first incense, we will still be able to do it within 100 incense sticks. But Liulong's leg, is it okay? Lin Qingye walked over and asked. Feng Lin said, It's okay. We can't walk much. The carriage can go straight to the river. We just need to cross a bridge to reach the temple. Moreover, Xiao Liulong's surgery was very successful. Jianyang said that his foot didn't hurt anymore. He just needed to exercise more. The matter of offering incense was something that Xiao Lulang had promised Feng Lin on New Year's Eve last year. At that time, Feng Lin had said that if he had the opportunity to go to the capital in the future to take the imperial examinations, he would definitely go to Puji Temple to pray. How could Xiao Lulang have expected that he would really come to the capital? How did he get to where he was today, step by step, after swearing that he would never step foot in the capital again? Alright, stop arguing. I'm going to change my clothes, Xiao Lulang said as he entered the room. He glanced at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly. He pulled the blanket over her and dressed her neatly. He then went to the backyard to wash up before leaving with the other two. Steward Zhou knew that they were going to snatch the first incense, so he had been waiting outside the door early. Breakfast had also been laid out, and it was all in the carriage. The few of them boarded the carriage and rushed towards Puji Temple. Not long after they left, Gu Jiao had a dream. This time she dreamt of Xiao Lulang. The last time she dreamt of him was when he went to take the imperial examinations in June. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. He did not have any bad luck, so she thought that nothing bad would happen to him. On New Year's Day, Xiao Lulang and the other two went to a temple called Puji Temple to snatch the first incense. The saying of snatching the first incense did not only exist in ancient times, it was also quite popular in her previous life. Originally it was nothing much, just offering incense. If they could snatch the first incense, it would be a good sign. If they could not snatch the first incense, it would also be good to pray to the Bodhisattva. Moreover, Xiao Lulang himself did not place his hopes on the Bodhisattva. He came here to accompany Feng Lin. Unfortunately, there was a nobleman among the people who went to offer incense on New Year's Day. In order to make it easier for the nobleman to pass, the imperial bodyguards had already occupied the stone arch bridge. If the rest of the pilgrims wanted to cross the river, they had to take a longer route and walk on another cable bridge. The cable bridge led to the back door of the temple. That cable bridge had not been repaired for many years. Usually not many people used it, so it was safe and sound. However, on New Year's Day, many pilgrims squeezed onto that wooden cable bridge. The huge weight broke the broken rope of the cable bridge, and the pilgrims on the bridge fell into the bone-chilling river. In the cold winter, everyone was wearing a lot of clothes, so not many people swam up. Most of the pilgrims who died were examinees for next year's spring examinations. Losing so many examinees at once, the imperial court suffered a great loss. This year's spring examinations had the fewest examinees since the founding of the country. Xiao Lulang was one of the many people who fell into the river. The person in front of him had just gone up when the cable bridge broke. He was just one step away, just one step. This situation was the most regrettable. Although so many people fell into the river, it made people feel that he was the unluckiest one. When Gu Jiao woke up, she looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Xiao Lulang and the other two should have reached the foot of the mountain and discovered that the stone arch bridge was impassable. In that case, they would go to the cable bridge. Because there were many people, the road was congested and they walked especially slowly. She might still be able to catch up. No, she had to catch up. The market wasn't open on New Year's Day, so she couldn't rent a carriage. However, the old man next door had one. Gu Jiao went to knock on the door and said she wanted to offer incense. Old Chancellor nodded and hurriedly let Lu Quan drive the carriage to send Gu Jiao to the temple. It was still okay in front, but the road near the temple was impassable. It wasn't spacious to begin with, and half of it was sealed to make a special passage for that noble. Gu Jiao opened the curtain. Uncle Lu, you go back first. I'll walk over myself. Will it work? Lu Quan looked at the vast sea of people and was slightly worried. It's not far. Gu Jiao jumped down from the carriage. She squeezed into the crowd and came to the riverbank. From here, she could clearly see the temple on the other side of the river. However, there was only one bridge in front of her, and that bridge was guarded by guards. The pilgrims all walked towards the east side of the riverbank. This detour would take at least 5 to 6 miles. It was too late. By the time she detoured, Xiao Lulang would have already gone on the bridge. The only way was to pass through the stone arch bridge in front of her, and go through the temple to the back door. She had to think of a way to stop Xiao Lulang, who was about to go on the bridge. Gu Jiao walked towards the stone arch bridge. As expected, she was stopped by an imperial guard at the entrance. The imperial guard wore armor and held a spear in his hand, looking impressive. This place doesn't allow you to pass, he said coldly. Gu Jiao raised her eyes and looked at him. I have an urgent matter to pass through, the imperial guard said coldly. Who isn't in a hurry to grab the first incense? There's another bridge over there, pass through there. Gu Jiao's gaze was indifferent, but it inexplicably made the imperial guard feel pressured. He said again, it's an order from above, we can't do anything about it. Gu Jiao said, there are too many people over there, the cable bridge will collapse. The imperial guard smiled coldly. I just walked on that bridge a few days ago, it's very good. How can it collapse? Originally, Gu Jiao thought that if she didn't go over, they would send people to stop her from going on the bridge. But now it seemed that it didn't make sense at all. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. What if I have to pass through here? Her gaze suddenly became sharp. The imperial guard was startled. But in the end, she was still a little girl, so the imperial guard became firm again. Then I can only arrest you. There were a total of 8 imperial guards at the entrance, and there were 2 imperial guards every 10 steps on the bridge. The bridge was 30 meters long, and there were imperial guards standing at the end all the way to the entrance of the temple. There were a total of 100 people. There were probably hidden places in the temple. Breaking through the encirclement of 100 imperial guards was not an easy thing to do. But this bridge, she had to walk on it today. Gu Jiao took a step forward. The imperial guard raised his hand to grab her, but Gu Jiao pressed down on his arm with one hand and used the force to spin on his back. She flew up and used the other hand to pull out the sword at his waist. She landed on one knee and used the sword to support her body. Her eyes were as sharp as ice blades. The imperial guard was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect such an ordinary-looking little girl to have such skills. After he came back to his senses, he shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Arrest her!" The imperial guards on the bridge swarmed forward. Originally, there was no need to mobilize so many people to deal with the little girl, but Gu Jiao's move had shocked them, so they all pulled out their swords. Gu Jiao's body suddenly released a sharp killing intent, but she didn't want to kill anyone. One of the imperial guards stabbed at her. Gu Jiao's sword slashed at the edge of his sword. The huge force made half of the imperial guard's arm go numb. But this was only one imperial guard. Soon, the rest of the imperial guards rushed forward. If they didn't kill anyone, their speed would be slower. Xiao Lulang was about to reach the bridge. 3 more imperial guards rushed at her. Killing them with one slash was only a matter of seconds, but taking them down one by one would take a lot of time. Don't force me. Gu Jiao gripped the long sword in her hand. She had never been a kind person. The organization in her previous life was not some kind of compassion alliance. It was just a group of people who lived on the edge of the world. If you can pay the price, I will dare to kill you. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and shouted. She kicked off the stone railing of the bridge and jumped into the air. She swung her long sword and the cold light of the sword flashed across her eyes. A powerful murderous aura came from all directions. Seeing that her sword was about to draw blood, a familiar shout came from not far away, "Stop!" Gu Jiao's waist and abdomen tightened. She suddenly stopped in the air and turned her long sword, cutting open the armors of the 3 imperial guards. The 3 imperial guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. This move was so fierce that they couldn't fight back at all. If it wasn't for the voice just now, this sword wouldn't have just cut open their armors. Third princess consort. Some imperial guards recognized the woman in luxurious clothes at the entrance. He cupped his hands and bowed to her respectfully. The rest of the imperial guards also bowed to her. Gu Jiao turned around indifferently. The third princess consort ignored the imperial guards who bowed to her and walked quickly to Gu Jiao. "Are you okay? Miss Gu, did they hurt you?" "No," Gu Jiao said. The third princess consort looked her up and down. Seeing that there was no blood on her body, she believed her. But wasn't she a doctor? How could she use a sword? The third princess consort was frightened by her skills just now. "Miss Gu, are you also here to offer incense?" The third princess consort looked at her and asked. In fact, the third princess consort was also here to offer incense. But she didn't want to come. It was her family who urged her to come. Seeing that there were so many people, she didn't want to join in the fun. So she asked someone to stop the carriage in the nearby forest to rest. She planned to go when there were fewer people. But she didn't expect that she would hear the noise on the arch bridge. Gu Jiao nodded. "I have something urgent to do. I need to cross the bridge." The third princess consort said. "Then go ahead." Third princess consort. An imperial guard said, "This bridge." The third princess consort arrogantly interrupted him. "What? I'm the third princess consort. Can't I walk on this bridge?" The imperial guard said, "Of course you can." The third princess consort waved her sleeves coldly. "Then get out of the way." The imperial guards looked at each other in dismay and finally made a path for him. The third princess consort said to Gu Jiao, "You walk faster than me. You go ahead. I'll be right behind you." "Thank you." Gu Jiao thanked her and was about to leave. Then she thought of something and turned to the third princess consort. "Did you bring the imperial guards?" "Yes," the third princess consort said. Gu Jiao said, "Call all the imperial guards who can swim and go to the cable bridge at the back of the temple." Why? The third princess consort wanted to ask the reason, but Gu Jiao didn't have time to explain. She ran across the bridge with the sword in her hand until she reached the other side. Then she threw away the long sword in her hand and quickly walked into the temple. The third princess consort watched her silently and guarded her to cross the bridge. She wanted to chase after her. However, it took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. She had just finished the operation a month ago. Although she had recovered well, she didn't dare to use too much strength. Thinking of Gu Jiao's words, she frowned suspiciously. "Why do you need imperial guards who can swim? What does Miss Gu want to do?" After Gu Jiao entered the temple, she quickly asked a monk, "Where's the back door?" "Over there. Go around the Heavenly King Hall. You'll see a small garden at the end. Go to the left." The monk didn't finish his words before Gu Jiao disappeared. Gu Jiao climbed onto the roof and jumped all the way to the back door from a straight line. The monk was stunned. Umitba. There were many people at the back door. Gu Jiao went against the flow and came to the cable bridge. She looked at the rope hanging on the bridge. It was really about to break. She moved a few steps to the side and saw the figure in the crowd. He was about to walk onto the bridge. Gu Jiao shouted, "Don't come over." The cable bridge was full of people. The other end of the bridge was not to be outdone. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. In an instant, the shout from the other side of the bridge was drowned out. However, Xiao Lulang seemed to have sensed something. His heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously raised his head. One of his feet was already on the bridge. He stared blankly at the other side of the bridge. He saw Gu Jiao looking at him anxiously across the mountains and rivers. Gu Jiao was not expressionless, but she rarely had any emotional changes. It was the first time he saw such an anxious look in her eyes. "Don't come over," she said. Chapter 171. Xiao Lulang retracted his foot from the suspension bridge. "Are you going or not? If you're not, move aside." A burly man behind him rudely pushed Xiao Lulang to the side. Hey! Why are you pushing people? Lulang! Lulang, hurry up! Feng Lin had already squeezed onto the bridge with the crowd. He thought that Xiao Lulang would follow him onto the bridge, but he didn't expect that his spot would be taken by someone else. He reached out to grab Xiao Lulang, but he couldn't catch him. You come back too, Xiao Lulang said to him. But it was too late. There were too many people, and Feng Lin was soon squeezed into the middle. Lin Qingye was behind Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang didn't get onto the bridge, so he didn't either. Gu Jiao was still shouting not to come over. The bridge was about to break, but only the people who were about to get onto the bridge heard her. Even if they heard her, they didn't believe her. They shook their heads and went to the temple. Ouch! Feng Lin was pushed across the bridge. He lost his balance and stumbled 2 steps before falling. He rubbed his aching knee and got up. Before he could see Gu Jiao, who was not far away, he heard a scream behind him. Feng Lin looked back. Oh my god! The bridge broke. The bridge didn't break in the middle. It broke from the end near the temple. Everyone on the bridge fell into the bone-chilling water. Xiao Lulang saw clearly that the burly man who pushed him away just now fell from the sky the moment he got onto the bridge. He fell the worst because he was standing the highest. If Gu Jiao hadn't stopped him, he would have been the one who fell into the water. There was also Lin Qingye who was behind him. He would not be able to avoid this disaster either. Those who fell into the water were like dumplings, struggling desperately in the cold river water. Those who didn't get on the bridge were so scared that their legs went soft. The holy land that was illuminated by the Buddha's aura suddenly became a purgatory on earth. Xiao Lulang looked at the slender figure on the other side of the river. How many times had she helped him avoid disaster? The cold wind was biting cold. Her green clothes fluttered in the wind, her fine black hair fluttering in the wind. In this pure white world, she was like a little fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Gu Jiao came back from the stone arch bridge. Feng Lin followed behind her with a pale face. Really, he was scared to death. If he had been a step late, he would have been the one to fall. Also, he was extremely glad that Lulang and Lin Qingye did not get on the bridge. Otherwise, how could the two of them escape? Thinking of this, Feng Lin's legs felt as though he had done many bad things. He couldn't even walk. Hurry up, Gu Jiao urged. Feng Lin hugged his arms tightly, his voice trembling. She had done what she could, and the rest was not something she could interfere with. Moreover, what did the common people of the world have to do with her? She only cared about that one person. The 4 of them met up and came to Lin Qingye's carriage. When Steward Zhou saw that the 4 of them came out safely, he let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my god, I was scared to death. I was scared to death. Just now I heard someone say that the cable bridge was broken. I was wondering if 6th young master and you were also on the bridge. Lin Qingye patted Steward Zhou's back to comfort him. It was also at this time that Lin Qingye realized how difficult it was for Steward Zhou. Perhaps people who had survived a disaster were especially fragile. In his heart, he had always treated Steward Zhou as a servant. At this moment, he inexplicably saw some of his old father's shadow in Steward Zhou. Lin Qingye's nose turned sour. Get on the carriage, Steward Zhou said with a choked smile. The 4 of them got on the carriage. Although Xiao Lulang and Lin Qingye were saved, the people in the carriage still seemed to be in a daze. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye did not hear Gu Jiao's words. They only thought that Xiao Lulang could not get on the cable bridge because he was pushed away by someone. The 2 of them were too shocked by the incident and forgot to ask Gu Jiao how she came to be here. She even arrived at the temple before them. The carriage quickly arrived at Lin Qingye's house. Steward Zhou lifted the curtain and smiled at Lin Qingye and Feng Lin. 6th young master Feng, please get off the carriage first. I will send top scorer Xiao and Lady Xiao back. Oh, Lin Qingye replied and got off the carriage with Feng Lin. The 2 of them needed to calm down. The carriage continued to move towards Jade Water Alley. Steward Zhou sat in the carriage with the coachman. Only Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were left in the carriage. Xiao Lulang glanced at Gu Jiao. She always carried a basket with her medicine box inside. Today she did not bring anything. It was obvious that she was in a hurry. He looked at her without blinking. How did you know that the cable bridge would break? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Oh, a few days ago, a patient came to the clinic. He just came back from Puji Temple. He said that the cable bridge had not been repaired for a long time. He was afraid that it would not last long. Today is the first day of the new year. With so many people fighting for the first incense, the cable bridge would not be able to withstand your weight. In her previous life, she had undergone lie detection training. She could even control her facial expressions. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. But there are 2 bridges there. How did you know that we would take the longer route and use the cable bridge? Did you know in advance that there would be a noble coming this morning and sealing the stone arch bridge? Gu Jiao spread her hands. Of course I didn't know. I have never been to Puji Temple. I didn't know that there was a stone arch bridge, okay? That patient did not mention a stone arch bridge. I thought there was only a cable bridge. This logic was flawless. The premise was that there was indeed a patient who had complained to her about the cable bridge being in disrepair for a long time. Xiao Lulang had no way to verify this. However, Xiao Lulang felt that this matter had nothing to do with evidence. He looked at Gu Jiao. Are you what? Xiao Lulang didn't believe his own words. He thought that a small medicine box was enough for him to think about, but who knew that it was far more than that? Her secrets were no less than his. Xiao Lulang finally swallowed all his doubts. He was happy that he got away with it. Gu Jiao shook her head and showed the same proud expression as little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang thought, is it really good to expose myself so quickly? Don't I care about my reputation? Top scorer Xiao, Lady Xiao, we have arrived. Steward Zhou said from outside the curtain. The 2 got off the carriage. Xiao Lulang thanked him. Suddenly, little Jing Kong's howl came from the courtyard. The 2 were startled. The last time when little Jing Kong made a scene with his great-aunt was still vivid in his mind. Today, Gu Jiao left in a hurry and forgot to wake the little guy up and tell him that she was going out. If he woke up and found that he did not sleep on Gu Jiao's bed last night, he would feel that he had slept in vain. However, when the 2 of them entered the backyard anxiously, they saw little Jing Kong playing happily in the snow with the family's puppy, 7 chicks, and a baby eagle. Gu Jiao thought, am I not important anymore? Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. He ran over. Jiao 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 Jiao. He said excitedly. Bad brother-in-law. He said in a low voice. Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Well, just now little Jing Kong said cutely, I know. Jiao Jiao went to burn incense. Jiao Jiao wanted Buddha to bless me and make me grow taller. Gu Jiao thought, what's going on? Little Jing Kong's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. Master, he has been here before. The topic changed a little too quickly. Gu Jiao blinked in surprise. Little Jing Kong took out a piece of paper from a small box in the snow and handed it to Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, look. It was a... What? Gu Jiao couldn't understand the words on it. Xiao Lulang looked at it and was a little surprised. It's a house deed from the state of Liang. Gu Jiao thought, did they go abroad to speculate in real estate? Gu Jiao gave Xiao Lulang a look that could only be understood but not explained. Could it be that you and Master Liang made a fake house deed to comfort the little girl? Xiao Lulang pointed at a seal. It's a real house deed with the official seal of the Yamen. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao found out from little Jing Kong that Master came in the middle of the night and left after leaving a gift. Gu Jiao asked, did you see him? Little Jing Kong thought for a while. I saw him. Children were always very firm in their beliefs. As long as they wanted to see him, they would see him even if they didn't. Gu Jiao asked again, were you the one who opened the door for him? Little Jing Kong said, yes. Sometimes children could really say whatever they wanted. Little Jing Kong believed that he was the one who opened the door for Master Liang. He even had a good night with Master Liang. Little Jing Kong shook his head and went to play. There was a letter in the box with Gu Jiao's terrible handwriting. In the letter, she said that she was going to grab the first incense and asked Buddha to bless Jing Kong and make him grow taller. She was afraid that he wouldn't be safe if he slept alone, so she carried him to her grandaunt's bed first. Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Lulang. This can't be real, right? Xiao Lulang shrugged. It's not me. He really couldn't write this kind of handwriting. The old chancellor next door finally recovered from his exhaustion. It was easy for him to imitate famous names and paintings, but imitating his little benefactor's handwriting almost cost him his life. The news of the broken cable bridge was so big that it couldn't be suppressed. It spread to the palace at night. The person who blocked the road was also found out. It was the crown princess. The crown princess spread the news that she was going to Puji Temple to burn incense, so the vice commander of the imperial guards blocked the road, the bridge, and even the streets for her. In the past, this wasn't a big deal. After all, the imperial family couldn't travel without ostentation. As long as nothing happened, everything was fine. But the problem was that something happened, and it was a matter of life and death. His Majesty couldn't sit still anymore. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and it wasn't good to scold a woman. So he called the crown prince to the imperial study and scolded him. Look at what you've done. It's the first day of the new year, the beginning of the country's fate, and you two have caused me such a big trouble. Do you think my throne is too stable? Do you want to find fault with me? The crown prince also felt wronged. Which imperial family didn't have ostentation when traveling? Moreover, that was the crown princess, the future mother of Zhao state. Not to mention that she only blocked a road and a bridge. Even if she blocked the temple and didn't allow anyone to burn incense, it wouldn't be a mistake. It wasn't that the crown prince was partial to the crown princess, but that the imperial family had always been like this. This was the imperial family's ostentation, and also the imperial family's rule. Unless the crown princess traveled incognito. But then her safety wouldn't be guaranteed. But now that His Majesty was angry, the crown prince didn't dare to refute a word. His Majesty continued to scold. Can't you learn from third prince? How does other people's wife do things? How does your wife do things? Because the third crown princess listened to Gu Jiao's suggestion and chose a large number of people who knew how to swim from her family's guards and imperial guards to the back door of the temple. She immediately ordered them to go into the river to save people when the cable bridge broke. The river wasn't turbulent, and everyone was holding onto the wooden planks of the cable bridge. As long as they were saved in time, they wouldn't freeze to death in the river. Most of the people who fell into the water were saved, and the casualties were minimized. Most of them were examinees for next year's imperial examination in spring. It could be imagined that if they weren't saved, the entire imperial court would lose a lot of talents. His Majesty used to have a good impression of the crown princess. After all, she was someone who had an engagement with the young chancellor. The two grew up together. That child was so outstanding, so how bad could she be? This marriage back then was a bit inappropriate. The crown prince was Xiao Heng's cousin. How could he ask for the hand of his cousin's widow? But when Lin Lang was really outstanding, Xiao Heng had passed away for so long, and the crown prince really liked her. After much consideration, His Majesty still agreed to this marriage. When Lin Lang didn't disappoint the imperial family, although her family background wasn't outstanding among the prince's wives, her talent, breadth of mind, vision, and ability were far better than the other daughters-in-law of His Majesty. His Majesty didn't expect this kind of thing to happen today. His Majesty continued to scold. Do you know how much resentment the people have now? If it wasn't for third prince's wife who saved everyone in time, your imperial father, I would have written an edict of self-condemnation tomorrow. The emperor of a country would only write an edict of self-condemnation to the world when he made a huge mistake. This was no different from slapping the imperial family's face. No emperor was willing to write an edict of self-condemnation. This would be recorded in the annals of history, and be infamous for 10,000 years. The crown prince was scolded badly. After a full 2 hours, he held his sore knees and returned to the Eastern Palace. The third prince's wife had made a great contribution. His Majesty rewarded her with 1,000 taels of gold and issued an imperial edict, conferring the third prince the title of Rui Wang, and the third prince's wife the title of consort Rui Wang. This was the first prince to be conferred the title of king after the crown prince. Logically speaking, the title should start with the eldest prince. But none of the civil and military officials objected. There was no other way. There were so many lives, so many future pillars of the imperial court. Even the censorate, who had the most poisonous mouth, was silent. The third prince should be called Rui Wang now. Rui Wang brought his wife into the palace and kowtowed to His Majesty to thank him for his kindness. His Majesty was very happy. He used to think that this son wasn't very promising, but his wife was so capable. At least he and consort Yu had good taste in choosing people. His Majesty asked Rui Wang to play 2 games of chess. Consort Rui Wang went to pay her respects to the Empress, then to noble consort Zhuang and consort Yu. After that, she wandered around the imperial garden. After a while, she arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Palace. She pointed at Maid Su. Go in and report that this Wang Fei requests an audience with the Crown Prince consort. Yes. Maid Su braced herself and went in. Not long after, female official Su walked out, followed by a granny with a smile on her face. The granny said, so it's consort Rui Wang. Apologies for not going out to meet you, but it's not convenient for the Crown Prince consort to receive guests right now. Consort Rui Wang smiled and said, isn't it just being grounded by Imperial Father? It's not like you want her to come out. I'll go in and see her. After saying this, she didn't care whether the granny invited her in or not. She lifted her skirt and crossed the threshold, heading towards the Crown Prince consort's eastern courtyard. The Crown Prince consort was sitting on a cushion in the warm room, copying Buddhist scriptures. Oh, what are you doing, sister-in-law? Consort Rui Wang walked in with raised brows. Consort Rui Wang. Withdraw. A palace maid wanted to go forward to stop Consort Rui Wang, but was stopped by the Crown Prince consort. The palace maid retreated obediently. Consort Rui Wang sat down on the cushion across from her. However, Maid Su didn't dare to follow in and waited outside the door with the Eastern Palace's granny and palace maid. The Crown Prince consort gently put down her brush and looked at Consort Rui Wang with a composed expression. May I ask why Consort Rui Wang has come to find me today? Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, I heard that you were grounded. I was afraid that you would be bored, so I came to relieve your boredom. Don't blame me for coming late. I also only heard this morning that you were grounded. The Crown Prince consort didn't respond. She picked up her brush and continued to copy Buddhist scriptures. Consort Rui Wang wouldn't feel bored just because she ignored her. She had lived in Wen Linlang's shadow for 20 years. Finally, she didn't have to be suppressed by Wen Linlang. Consort Rui Wang said with a smile, if you're uncomfortable, just say it. There's no need to pretend that you don't care. I'm not uncomfortable, the Crown Prince consort said calmly. Consort Rui Wang smiled. I heard that it wasn't you who wanted to travel. It was your maternal family who used your name. Why didn't you explain clearly to Imperial Father? This was where Consort Rui Wang was stronger than the Crown Prince consort. Consort Rui Wang's maternal family never dragged her down because her maternal family had the backing of Duke Luo's estate. It was already powerful enough. However, when Linlang was different. The one family had already declined. Her father was seriously ill at home, and her elder brother was only a minor registrar of the Supreme Court. Consort Rui Wang naturally understood that the Crown Prince consort couldn't explain. Some things would only make things worse the more they were explained. It would also give His Majesty the impression that she could only shirk responsibility if something happened. The Crown Prince consort said carelessly, I heard that before the cable bridge broke, Consort Rui Wang was already gathering people. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to ask how Consort Rui Wang could predict the future. Consort Rui Wang glared at her. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I purposely broke that bridge? I'm not that black-hearted. The Crown Prince consort asked. Then how did you know? The third prince consort choked. Actually, she also didn't understand how Miss Gu knew. She had already left after saving people. She was also worried that Miss Gu had something to do with the broken cable bridge, so she had never mentioned her to anyone out of caution. The medical center hadn't opened yet, and she didn't know where Miss Gu lived. The Crown Prince consort pursed her lips and continued to copy Buddhist scriptures. Consort Rui Wang realized that she had been led by the nose and flew into a rage out of humiliation. She quickly regained her senses and said, Do you think that Imperial Father didn't investigate? That bridge looks like it hasn't been repaired for a long time. You also drove all the pilgrims there. It would be strange if nothing happened. His Majesty did investigate, and there were no traces of tampering. However, the Crown Prince consort still didn't show the frustration that Consort Rui Wang wanted. Consort Rui Wang narrowed her eyes. It wasn't easy for her to suppress her. How could she not see that dazed look? Consort Rui Wang put her elbows on the table and slowly approached her. Actually, I just heard about something not long ago. I don't know if it's true, so I came to ask you. The Crown Prince consort ignored her. Consort Rui Wang said, I heard that on the night that the young duke had an accident, he was waiting for you at the Imperial College. If that's true, then you killed him. The Crown Prince consort's brush made a hissing sound and drew a long ink mark on the paper. Chapter 172. The news of the cable bridge collapse quickly spread in the streets. Even the old matriarch and the old chancellor knew about it. However, their child was fine, so the two didn't look into it too deeply. Next month was the spring examination. Although the Imperial College hadn't started school yet, Gu Jiao would urge her husband to study every day. Xiao Lulang, who was pressed into the study, had unspeakable bitterness. On the 10th day of the lunar month, Gu Jiao went to the Marquis's estate. She didn't tell Madame Yao about the shocking events at home. Nanny Fong came to Jade Water Alley every few days, so she knew a bit. Gu Jiao told her not to say anything. Nanny Fong listened to Gu Jiao more and more now, so she really didn't say a word. Madame Yao's condition was good. Gu Jiao thought that if this continued, it wouldn't be long before she could stop taking antidepressants. The flowers in the plum garden have bloomed. Let's go take a walk in the plum garden. Madame Yao said to her daughter. Gu Jiao grunted, okay. After a pause, she thought of something and said to Nanny Fong, call Gu Jinyu over. Ah! Nanny Fong was stunned. Didn't eldest miss always get along with second miss? Why did she suddenly call her over? Madame Yao also looked at her daughter in surprise, then said to Nanny Fong, go? Yes. Nanny Fong went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard. When she heard that Madame Yao and Gu Jiao had called her to visit the plum garden, she didn't say anything. She changed her clothes and went. Recently, because of the broken bridge incident, the harem was more peaceful than in previous years. Every year, Consort Shu would call her into the palace to accompany her at this time. But not this year. She went to the plum garden. Seeing Madame Yao and Gu Jiao sitting intimately together, her heart ached, but she smiled and walked over. Mother, older sister. Madame Yao's gaze fell on her thin jacket, and she said angrily, why did you come out wearing so little? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? How do your maidservants serve you? Gu Jinyu smiled innocently. I was too anxious to see mother and elder sister. I was too happy and forgot. Yao Shi quickly had the madam's servants bring her a cloak and put it on. Gu Jinyu looked at Gu Jiao and asked gently, so elder sister likes plum blossoms? Okay. Gu Jiao answered perfunctorily. Gu Jinyu continued. Then I'll pluck a few stalks and place them in a vase for elder sister. No need. She didn't really like him. Yao Shi walked for a while before she could no longer continue. Seeing that the two sisters were in a good mood, she said to the two of them, I'm going to sit in the pavilion for a while. You can give me your rewards, don't worry about me. Gu Jinyu thought that Gu Jiao would refuse. After all, Gu Jiao never liked to be with her. But Gu Jiao didn't. Gu Jiao walked forward silently. Gu Jinyu was a little confused. Did this sister take the wrong medicine today? She followed her suspiciously. Gu Jiao walked and walked until they left Plum Garden. Where does elder sister want to go? Gu Jinyu asked with a smile. Just walking around. Gu Jiao said. Mentioning this, Gu Jinyu felt a sense of superiority. Marquis Ding An's manor is very large. Apparently, it was once the residence of a prince. Later, it was bestowed to grandfather by the previous emperor. Grandfather likes the fish pond in front the most. Does elder sister want to go take a look? Yes. Gu Jiao was surprisingly cooperative. Gu Jinyu was shocked again. She brought Gu Jiao to the pavilion next to the fish pond. There was fish food there all year round. When the masters of the manor came here, they could use it to feed the small fish. But now that the lake had frozen over, it was not easy to feed them. Gu Jinyu, if elder sister likes the manor, you can consider moving back. I can give Qingye Yuan to elder sister. What's over there? Gu Jiao suddenly pointed to the back of the mountain and asked. Gu Jinyu's words were interrupted and she was displeased, but she still patiently replied, it's the back of the mountain. My 3 brothers often go there. Gu Jiao, who went there today? There was movement in the back of the mountain, but Gu Jinyu could not hear it with her hearing. Seems to be second brother. Gu Jinyu remembered that when she came over from her courtyard, she saw second brother go in the direction of the back of the mountain. Madam is calling for you, Gu Jiao said. Ah, Gu Jinyu looked back. How come I didn't hear it? Gu Jiao's expression did not change. I think I heard it. Gu Jinyu. Then does elder sister want to go back? Gu Jiao. I don't want to. Gu Jinyu. Talking to this person was always enough to anger her to death, even if the other party was not insulting her. Gu Jinyu pinched her fingers and said, Then elder sister, wait for me here. I'll be right back. After Gu Jinyu left, Gu Jiao turned around and went to the back of the mountain. Gu Changfeng was picking fruits in the back of the mountain. For some reason, Gu Changlin insisted on eating the wild fruits in the back of the mountain. This kind of fruit was red and slightly smaller than hawthorn. It could be grown in the snow and did not taste good, but Gu Changlin was a child and loved to eat this kind of strange thing. Gu Changfeng was picking when he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming towards him. His figure dodged the attack. Then he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and quickly turned around. When he saw that the person who came was Gu Jiao, his expression instantly froze. Gu Jiao raised her hand and broke off an icicle hanging from a tree branch. It was as long as an arm. She used the icicle as a blade and coldly slashed it at Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng was vigilant to see if she had attracted anyone else and almost did not dodge. Gu Jiao did not show any mercy. If not for his good reflexes, his throat would have been pierced by the icicle. What are you doing? Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth and asked. Gu Jiao weighed the icicle in her hand and fiercely swung it at the other party. Gu Changfeng finally took out his hidden weapons. One of the hidden weapons smashed the icicle and the other two flew towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's waist bent backward at an incredible angle. The hidden weapon flew past her flat waist and abdomen and nailed into the parasol tree behind her with 2 thuds. She could dodge that? Gu Changfeng narrowed his eyes. That day, you secretly took off my mask? You're wrong. Gu Jiao straightened up and looked at him. I didn't do it secretly, I did it openly. Gu Changfeng. Footsteps came from the other side. Gu Changfeng thought of the hidden weapons he left on the tree and hurriedly flew over to retrieve them, but Gu Jiao kicked them away. Gu Changfeng knelt on one knee and slid back a dozen steps in the snow, but he was not injured. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. You can really take a beating. Gu Changfeng. The footsteps were approaching. Gu Changfeng was not in the mood to continue fighting and quickly left. However, Gu Jiao took a step forward and pulled him down from the sky. Gu Changfeng had too many scruples and could not use his fists and feet. He was pulled into a small wooden house by Gu Jiao. Yao Shi had poisoned concubine Mother Ling in this room. The person who came was Gu Chongqing. He heard the noise at the back of the mountain and came to check it out. But there was no one. But there were footprints on the snow and traces of a fight. He did not find the hidden weapons on the Chinese parasol tree for the time being. Gu Changfeng looked at him nervously and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I'll give you a chance. Gu Jiao crossed her arms. Answer my question. Otherwise, I can save you and bury you again. Ha, if you had the ability, why didn't you do it earlier? I dared to do it, but do you? Gu Changfeng choked. He looked at Gu Chongqing who was investigating in the snow. What do you want to know? Gu Jiao asked. There's a person called a Hung in the Xianping Marquis residence. If he's not a servant, who is he? Gu Changfeng looked at her warily. Who are you? Why are you inquiring about the Xianping Marquis residence? Gu Jiao said calmly, just answer. Gu Chongqing came under the Chinese parasol tree, and only needed to turn around to find the hidden weapons on the tree. Gu Changfeng clenched his fists and said coldly, the only one with the word Hung in his name is the young Marquis of Zhaodu who has already passed away. His name is Xiao Hung. Gu Jiao. Which one is Hung? Gu Changfeng. Mei Yu Hung. Oh. Gu Jiao touched her chin and was very satisfied with the word Hung. She tilted her little head. She looked a bit cute. Gu Changfeng turned his face away. Crazy, this girl was an assassin. How was she cute? Gu Jiao reached out her hand to him again. What are you doing? Gu Changfeng asked. Gu Jiao glanced at Gu Chongqing outside the room. 1,000 taels and I won't tell anyone about you. Gu Chengfeng's eyelids jumped. 1,000 taels. Why don't you go rob someone? Gu Jiao moved to open the door. Gu Chengfeng's breathing stopped. I don't have that much banknotes on me. Gu Jiao. Write an IO. Gu Chengfeng. There's no pen and paper here. Gu Jiao took out a charcoal pencil and a small notebook from the small pouch her great-aunt made for her. She opened it to a blank page and handed it to him. Here. Gu Chengfeng. If looks could kill, Gu Chengfeng would have already killed Gu Jiao 100 times. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and wrote the IOU. Is this okay? Gu Jiao finished reading the IOU and made sure there were no word traps. She nodded with satisfaction and put away the charcoal pencil and notebook. Gu Chengfeng secretly let out a sigh of relief and continued to observe his brother's movements. The next second, Gu Jiao raised her foot and aimed it at his butt. She kicked him out. I only promised not to tell anyone about you. I didn't say I wouldn't kick you out, right? Chapter 173. Gu Chengfeng stumbled out and fell into the snow, falling at Gu Chongqing's feet. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chengfeng. Gu Chengfeng was too careless. He didn't expect that girl to be so despicable. She took his IOU and kicked him out. Gu Chongqing frowned and looked strangely at his brother lying on the ground. What are you doing? As soon as he said that, Gu Jiao walked out of the wooden house. Gu Chongqing's expression became even more strange. Gu Chengfeng had never been schemed against like this before, nor had he been so humiliated. This girl. Was she taking revenge for that day when he schemed against her? Gu Chengfeng got up from the snow angrily. He glanced at Gu Jiao and said angrily, It's nothing. I accidentally fell. Gu Chongqing asked, Why are you here? Gu Chengfeng said, I came to pick fruits for third brother. There was indeed a basket on the ground and scattered red fruits. These were Gu Chenlin's favorite, and Gu Chongqing had picked them for him before. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao. What about you? Passing by, Gu Jiao said. Passing by? Gu Chongqing looked at the traces of a fight in the snow and thought that the two of them might have fought before. But soon he felt that this guess wasn't very reliable. He had seen Gu Jiao's skills before. It was more than enough to beat up a weak scholar like Gu Chengfeng. So, if she really did make a move, Gu Chengfeng would already be half dead. Did you see anyone else here? Gu Chongqing still felt that some expert had come here. Gu Chengfeng decisively denied no. Gu Jiao came to the bottom of the wutong tree, one hand slowly reaching for the hidden weapon on the tree, and the corner of his lips curled up sinisterly. Gu Chengfeng's eyebrows jumped. 1,000 taels. Gu Chongqing frowned and looked at his younger brother. What did you say? What 1,000 taels? Cold sweat broke out all over Gu Chengfeng's body. He retracted his gaze, composed himself, and said to his eldest brother, I've taken a fancy to something. I want 1,000 taels. What's so expensive? Gu Chongqing asked. Their family didn't lack money, and he never mistreated his two younger brothers in terms of basic necessities. However, there was a limit to everything, and they couldn't be too extravagant. Gu Chengfeng opened his mouth and said with a calm expression, It's an antique painting. Gu Jiao pulled out the hidden weapon and put it in his pocket. Soon she looked at the second hidden weapon and smiled evilly. Gu Chengfeng's entire body felt unwell. Add another 1,000 taels. This brother of hers must have taken the wrong medicine. Gu Chongqing raised his hand and touched his forehead. He didn't have a fever. He was just sweating. I remembered wrong. The other party said 2,000 taels. Gu Chengfeng tried his best to cover up his lie. I was just wondering if you have any money to lend me. Gu Chongqing sternly refused. No, you're not allowed to buy such expensive things. Gu Chengfeng so? Gu Jiao pulled out the second hidden weapon and put it in her pocket. She took out her small notebook and charcoal pencil and went in front of Gu Chengfeng. I didn't study much and there are a few words that I don't know how to write. I'll have to trouble second young master to write them for me. Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth and took the small notebook. Gu Chongqing's brows furrowed. Gu Chengfeng quickly finished writing the IOU and returned the notebook and charcoal pencil to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put it away with satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Jinyu came over. Elder sister. Elder brother? Second brother? She bowed to the two with a surprised expression. as if she hadn't seen them before. The two brothers weren't very happy at the moment. Gu Changfeng was unhappy because he had been extorted of 3,000 taels. Gu Chongqing didn't know why. The two didn't speak to Gu Jinyu and left with cold expressions. Gu Chongqing had clearly brushed past Gu Jiao, but he seemed to have thought of something and paused in his steps. He turned back and said to Gu Jiao, I also studied. Gu Jiao. After the two brothers left, Gu Jinyu walked forward. His eyes shifted as he asked elder sister, why are you here? What did eldest brother and second brother say to you just now? I think second brother even wrote some words for you. What did he write? Nothing. Gu Jiao tied the ribbon of the embroidered pouch. Gu Jinyu clenched her fingers. Ever since the broken porcelain vase incident, the three brothers in the residence hadn't spoken to her for a long time. But just now she had seen eldest brother, second brother and Gu Jiao talking here for a long time. She tightened her grip on her handkerchief and said gently to Gu Jiao, elder sister, mother doesn't like us interacting with the three brothers. Don't talk to them in the future and don't go near them. Mother will be unhappy. Let's go back. Gu Jiao didn't reply and turned to walk back to the plum garden. Gu Jinyu's face darkened with jealousy as she looked at her dashing back. Big brother. Gu Changfeng, who had been walking halfway, suddenly spoke, have you seen that girl? You didn't ask who she was just now. Although that girl had come to the residence a few times, she had only visited Madame Yao and had never paid respects to the old madam or her brothers. He had seen her because Gu Jinyu and Ling Shuixian had broken eldest brother's porcelain vase. She had accompanied Madame Yao to the courtyard to pick up Gu Jinyu. But at that time, eldest brother had been practicing swordplay at the back of the mountain. By the time eldest brother had returned to the courtyard, she had already left the residence. Could it be that the two of them had acknowledged each other at that time? And had instantly turned from enemies to friends? He hadn't sensed any repulsion towards that girl from eldest brother today. Gu Chongqing paused and said, I have. Gu Changfeng. When? Gu Chongqing. Why are you asking this? I haven't asked you yet. Why were you with her at the back of the mountain just now? Were you fighting in the room? Gu Changfeng cleared his throat. Why would I fight with her? I'm her older brother after all. Why would I bully her? But if she isn't my younger sister at all, then it's a different matter. After that, the two brothers didn't speak again. Gu Chengfeng's courtyard was closer, so he arrived first. The moment he stepped over the threshold, he suddenly turned around and looked meaningfully at Gu Chongqing. Eldest brother, you didn't say just now that we only have one younger brother and no younger sister. Gu Chongqing's pupils shrank. Gu Changfeng smiled coldly. Eldest brother, have you forgotten how mother died? Gu Chongqing opened his mouth and stopped talking. Gu Changfeng snorted and turned to enter the room. Gu Chonglin had fallen asleep on Gu Chengfeng's bed. Obviously, he was too bored waiting for fruit and fell asleep. Gu Changfeng looked at him with a complicated expression and walked over to cover him with a blanket. After a while, the servant reported that concubine Ling had arrived. The late madam had passed away early, so concubine Ling had been taking care of the three brothers all these years. Gu Chongqing was more independent and had been by the old duke's side all year round. He wasn't as close to concubine Ling as the Gu brothers. Concubine Ling carried a food box and entered the room with a smile on her face. She saw Gu Chonglin on the bed and smiled in surprise. Oh, why is Liner sleeping? Gu Changfeng invited her to sit at the table. It's so cold today. Why did concubine Ling come over? Concubine Ling smiled gently. The kitchen roasted venison. I brought some over. By the way, you don't look well these days. Do you miss your mother? Sister's death anniversary is coming soon. I was thinking of taking the three of you to the cemetery to light incense for her. Gu Changfeng nodded. I'll listen to concubine Ling. When concubine Ling first entered the Marquis's mansion, the three brothers were actually a little repulsed by her. But concubine Ling said to them, I didn't enter the mansion to replace sister as your mother. I came to take care of you for sister. From now on, I will treat you as my own flesh and blood. I won't give birth to annoying younger siblings for you. I only have 3 children and that is you. Concubine Ling did it. She had been devoted to the 3 brothers all these years. She was more like a mother than a real mother. It was only because they already had a place for their mother in their hearts that they couldn't treat concubine Ling like a real mother. However, it was also because of this that they felt guilty and wanted to make it up to concubine Ling in other ways. Gu Changfeng once asked concubine Ling if she wanted anything. At that time, he thought that as long as concubine Ling asked, he would even get the position of head wife for her. But concubine Ling shook her head. She patted his head and said gently, "Concubine Ling doesn't want anything. As long as the three of you are well, concubine Ling will be satisfied." Such a selfless and kind woman was much better than that evil woman, Yao Shi. Yao Shi killed their mother, stole their father, and gave birth to an annoying younger sister and brother with their father. Their father no longer had any eyes for them. There was a saying that was right. If you had a stepmother, you would have a stepfather. Every time Gu Yan argued with them, regardless of whether it was their fault or not, their father would only punish them. Their father couldn't bear to touch a single hair on Gu Yan's head. When their mother was alive, she said that she loved plum blossoms the most. Their father found it troublesome. It went in one ear and out the other. After Yao Shi entered the manor, she only took a few more glances at a plum blossom. Their father specially made a plum garden for Yao Shi. Towards Yao Shi and her child, Gu Changfeng was both jealous and hateful. However, their father didn't seem to like Yao Shi's biological daughter. Instead, he doted on Gu Jinyu, who had been by his side since young. This was really interesting. Feng. Concubine Ling called out to him. Ah! Gu Changfeng came back to his senses. Concubine Ling smiled. Do you have any objections to what I said just now? Gu Changfeng said seriously, no, concubine Ling has always done things well. Just do as concubine Ling says. Concubine Ling stood up and said gently, okay. Then I'll get someone to prepare the offerings. This was a great opportunity to take back her position. She would definitely do it beautifully. Chapter 174. In Gu Changqing's study, the candlelight flickered. A secret guard entered in a flash and bowed to him with cupped hands. Your Highness! Gu Changqing's face was hidden in the dark, and his entire person seemed cold. He looked at the shadow guard. How is the investigation going? The shadow guard bowed. We haven't found them. Gu Changqing's thick brows furrowed. Not a single one? Back then, my mother had at least 7 or 8 servant girls and 4 or 5 nannies in her room. How come we can't find them? This was really strange. Just like the servants that accompanied Yao Shi when she gave birth, they had all disappeared. Yao Shi didn't have many servants with her when she gave birth. There were 2 young servant girls and an old nanny. The old nanny had passed away, and the young servant girls had married far away and couldn't be found. Yao Shi didn't have a high birth, so her servant girls didn't have a strict background. However, Madame Ling Ling's servants had all been carefully selected, and could be traced back to the previous 3 generations. It was impossible for them to disappear without a trace. The shadow guard said, those were the servants that the previous madam brought over from her maternal family. If we really want to investigate, we have to start with the Ling family. However, the Ling family was Gu Changqing's tenant. He had always trusted them. If he really wanted to investigate, he couldn't get over it. Investigate, he said. The shadow guard was startled. Gu Changqing said seriously, I need the truth. The shadow guard looked deeply at the air and bowed. Yes. After the shadow guard left, Gu Changqing took out the evidence from that year. The letter that Yao Shi had written to Marquis Gu. The letter said that Madame Ling Ling's illness wouldn't last much longer. When would Marquis Gu marry her? She didn't have a high birth. If this marriage wasn't settled early, there might be changes in the future. The meaning of the letter was that the 2 already had an affair, and it was taking advantage of Madame Ling Ling's illness and Yao Shi coming to take care of her. If a person really did that, then she must be a scheming and vicious woman. But if she wasn't, then what kind of terrifying existence was the person who forged this letter? Moreover, it was not just the letter. Someone had personally seen Yao Shi enter Marquis Gu's study. Did the witness make a mistake, or was he instructed by someone? Who could order the servants around Madame Ling Jr.? Gu Changqing's heart was in a mess. He got up and put the letter back into the box. He opened the door of the study and walked out. Light shui floated outside. He mounted his steed and left the Marquis estate, galloping in the wind and snow. He didn't deliberately think about where to go, but the horse stopped in front of the house in Jadewater Alley. The gate of the house was open, and lanterns were lit in the hall and in the courtyard. From his point of view, he could see several children sitting in the snow, unafraid of the cold. They seemed to be playing cards of leaves. Gu Yan's face was covered with drawings of turtles and tortoises, and there were also quite a few stickers. Little Jing Kong's face was very clean, and there was nothing on it. There was also a young boy of 13 or 14 years old. Gu Chongqing had been here before, and he had taken care of Gu Yan for a night. But at that time, Gu Xiaoshan also had a pox and was recuperating in the room, so they didn't meet each other. But this didn't prevent Gu Chongqing from guessing his identity. Gu Xiaoshan had also lost many times when playing cards of leaves, so his face was also covered with drawings of turtles and tortoises. The old lady held the jar of candied plums and walked over while eating. She touched the 3 children's heads one by one to make sure they weren't frozen. Then she continued to eat her candied plums. Gu Chongqing looked at this scene, but he didn't understand. Gu Xiaoshan was the child of Gu Jiao's adoptive parents, and little Jing Kong was a little monk adopted from the mountain. Neither of them had any blood relationship with Gu Jiao, but their status in the family was the same as Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. Could it be that they could get along so well even if they weren't their own children? Brother Yan, you cheated again. Gu Yan stole a card and was caught red-handed by little Jing Kong. I didn't. Gu Yan denied seriously. Then what's this? Little Jing Kong decisively found the leaf card that Gu Yan had stuffed in the snow. Gu Yan acted shamelessly. How would I know? I didn't hide it. It's you. It's you. I saw it. The little boy was so angry that he climbed up the stool, put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. He even jumped up. The 2 of them quarreled fiercely. Their pets also started to quarrel, and the yard was in a mess. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoshan looked at the door. Is there someone here? The 2 of them stopped quarreling and looked at the door together. Gu Chongqing was originally watching quietly from the side, but he was so engrossed that he actually stood at the door. It was too late to avoid him. The 2 of them saw him. Wow, big brother. Little Jing Kong instantly forgot about his unhappiness just now. He jumped down from the stool and ran towards Gu Chongqing. Gu Yan wanted to go over too, but he suddenly thought of something. He threw away the leaf card in his hand and pulled the paper off his face in a flurry. After that, he remembered that he had drawn a turtle on his face. He pasted the paper on his face again in despair. Big brother. Make a fortune. Make a fortune. Little Jing Kong cupped his hands and politely wished him a happy new year. Since all the neighbors said that when they came to visit, he learned how to do it. Gu Chongqing's gaze softened. What are you doing? Little Jing Kong said. Playing the leaf card. Great aunt taught him. Old Madame Yang said. Little Jing Kong, who is it? Little Jing Kong turned around and said, It's Big Brother. Old Madame Yang knew who it was and said, Come in and have dinner with us. Her voice was not loud, and her tone was not harsh, but there was an irresistible aura about her. Gu Chongqing hesitated for a moment. He did not think of visiting, so he did not bring any gifts. It did not seem appropriate to do so during the new year. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Old Madame Yang said. Yes. Gu Chongqing walked in. He first greeted old Madame Yang. Strangely, he greeted her as a ruler and his minister. Even he himself was stunned by his own subconscious action. Fortunately, old Madame Yang and the others did not mind. Gu Yan lowered his head so that old Madame Yang could not see the turtle on his face. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Yan's timid look and could not help but chuckle. Hearing his laughter, Gu Yan's entire body felt unwell. She decisively turned around in the snow and turned her back to him, giving him a big look at the back of her head. The old chancellor took Xiao Lulang to visit his critically ill old friend. Dinner was prepared by Gu Jiao. It was not as lavish as the Lord Protector's mansion, but it tasted different from when they were young. The atmosphere at the dinner table was not so serious, and the family ate happily. Gu Chongqing even regretted not staying the previous 2 times. After dinner, little Jing Kong asked him, Big brother, do you want to play cards? I don't know how to play. Gu Chongqing grew up under the strong pressure of old Marquis Gu. The path of growth was very strict and playing had nothing to do with him. In his mind he should not play and could not play. Otherwise, he would not be a qualified successor. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "It's okay, Great Aunt can teach you. Great Aunt is awesome." The three of them were all taught by Great Aunt. Little Jing Kong was the smartest one. He could learn as soon as Great Aunt taught him. He often defeated Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun. Gu Chongqing hesitated. Gu Jiao curved her lips and said, "You can play during the new year." Gu Yan also nodded. In fact, even old Madame Gu, who loved her grandson so much, did not tell him that it was okay he could play. Gu Chongqing seemed to finally break the shackles on his back. He took a deep breath and said, Well. Gu Jiao said, "Let's play in Great Aunt's room. It's warm there. I'll get something to eat." Old Madame Gu rolled her eyes. Gu Chongqing's clothes and temperament were extraordinary, and his face was full of righteousness. At the table, one could see that he was a silly man with a lot of money. Old Madame Gu said, "Aya, it's too embarrassing to draw a turtle in front of the guests. Give me 10 copper coins, the smallest one." Little Tycoon Jing Kong had just received the rent. There was a lot of money, so there was no pressure at all. Gu Shaoshun also had some New Year's money from Gu Jiao. Gu Yan was the most miserable. His New Year's money was not enough to pay off Little Jing Kong's debt. He worked in Little Jing Kong and earned money through hard work. He earned more than 10 copper coins a day, and he shoveled chicken poop until his hands went soft. But compared to drawing a turtle in front of Gu Chongqing, he would rather lose his money. At most, he would owe Little Jing Kong another debt and have to shovel chicken poop for him for a few more days. Little Jing Kong. Friendly reminder, your shoveling of chicken poop is scheduled until next year. I really don't know how to. Gu Chongqing blushed with shame. Old Madame Gu never allowed him to lose his will to play games. He didn't even know the leaves and took a long time to figure out which one was which. "If I don't play well, please don't mind." In the end, he defeated Little Jing Kong in a second. Little Jing Kong. After playing a few more rounds, Gu Chongqing was still in a state of ambiguity about the rules. Was it better to play this or that? How about this? Then he played a card and the whole place was bombarded. He himself was baffled by his win. Old Madame Gu was the gambling king of Clearwater Alley. No one in the neighborhood could win money from her. Old Madame Gu didn't believe in heresy and went up to play around. In the end, she was beaten by Gu Chongqing. Old Madame Gu's face was as black as charcoal. Gu Chongqing was embarrassed. "No, I really didn't do it on purpose. I won't play this, I'll change to another card." He changed to the smallest card, but unexpectedly he got the biggest straight. The remaining card was a trump card, so he had to pay double. Old Madame Gu. There were still quick-acting cardio-relieving pills, right? The whole family who knew how to play cards was defeated by Gu Chongqing, a newbie who didn't even understand the rules. Little Jing Kong was covered in dust. He stood there soullessly and was driven crazy by old Madame Gu. Chapter 175. Gu Chongqing won so much money that his hands went limp. Old Madame originally wanted to find a spendthrift to empty his wallet, but who knew that she would lose everything? She held Little Jing Kong's head and couldn't wait to howl to the sky, "Little Jing Kong, I finally grew a few strands of hair, but you almost blew them all away." Gu Chongqing was like a child who did something bad behind his parents' back. His cold, handsome face was flushed with excitement. No wonder his younger brothers liked to play so much. It was really interesting. Of course he enjoyed the process, not the money he won. It was already embarrassing to come empty-handed. How could he take away the money? But old Madame was a gambler. She could afford to win and lose, so she was determined not to accept Gu Chongqing's returned bet. Gu Chongqing thought for a while and wrapped the money as New Year's money for the children. Gu Jiao looked at the crushed money in her hand and asked doubtfully, "I have one too?" "Yes." Gu Chongqing nodded. In his eyes, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were the same age and were both children. If Gu Yan had one, then she would naturally have one too. Gu Jiao, who had always given out New Year's money to her family, received it for the first time. Actually, most of the money came from old Madame. She gave out the most money today and lost the most. Although she also received a red packet from Gu Chongqing, she couldn't make ends meet. Old Madam went back to the house and sharpened her kitchen knife. It was time to rob the private stash again. Old Chancellor in the carriage suddenly shivered and felt a chill down his spine. The old friend that the old Chancellor brought Xiao Lulang to visit was surnamed Feng. He was once a third-rank Honglu Temple official, which was on par with the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Of course, the old Chancellor was the one who was more respected in front of His Majesty. The old Chancellor was more proficient in the study of the dark side of officialdom. He was good at suppressing his opponents and pleasing His Majesty. He even made His Majesty feel that he was a scholar. He really hit it well. Elder Feng was a scholar who was truly devoted to academics. Honglu Temple was the Foreign Affairs Department of Zhao country. Old Feng had become the minister of Honglu Temple with his absolute strength. He was proficient in 6 languages and more than 30 minority dialects. He was a treasure in the language field. His achievements were far more than that. If one were to count them in detail, it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to finish. It was just that he was too straightforward and simple-minded. He was not suitable for the treacherous officialdom. There was a year when he was framed and was almost charged with treason. It was the old Chancellor who thought of ways to protect him, but both he and the old Chancellor were deeply aware that the officialdom wasn't suitable for him. Thus, he resigned from his position and devoted himself to academics at home. He had traveled to the great rivers and mountains of the 6 countries. He had been to the farthest desert and climbed the most dangerous Gobi Desert. He was very poor all his life. In order to make a living, his wife had pawned her dowry. To Zhao country it was a blessing and a fortune for him. But to his wife, marrying such a husband was a lifetime of sorrow. Elder Feng had 3 sons, but they were all mediocre. Of course, it was also possible that Elder Feng only cared about his academics and neglected to nurture his children. Elder Feng felt that he didn't have much time left, so he wrote a letter to the old Chancellor. He wanted to ask him to help find a suitable successor. After thinking about it, the old Chancellor brought along Xiao Lulang. Elder Feng was paralyzed on the bed. When he heard the footsteps, he said with a hoarse voice, "Brother, you're here?" The old Chancellor said to Xiao Lulang, "Wait for me outside for a while." Xiao Lulang agreed. The old Chancellor stepped into the room. I'm here. How do you feel today?" Elder Feng's speech was actually not very smooth. He had difficulty pronouncing the words, but his complexion was very rosy, much better. The old Chancellor sat down on the chair in front of the bed. "I think so too. In another 2 days you will be able to get out of bed." Elder Feng shook his head slightly. "My lifespan is coming to an end. I know what to do." The old Chancellor sighed secretly. A person who couldn't even speak much suddenly became so energetic. Who wouldn't understand what was going on? "Did you bring the person?" Elder Feng asked. "Yes, he's my disciple." The old Chancellor took a look at him and said, "This time, I had to bear the pain and give up my disciple." "That one with the surname Li?" Elder Feng shook his head. No, he's too old." The old Chancellor, "No, you're picking him? Which one of you is older?" Headmaster Li wasn't considered old. He wasn't even 40 years old and was in the prime of his life. Although the old Chancellor brought along his youngest disciple, his eldest disciple was despised by Elder Feng. He couldn't help but mock. "Why are you looking for someone so young that you can squeeze water out of it?" Elder Feng snorted. The old Chancellor actually understood what he meant. The younger a person was, the more time he had. The knowledge he had in his lifetime wasn't something that could be studied in 10 or 20 years. "Come in," the old Chancellor said to the door. Xiao Lulang walked in. Elder Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Lulang's face and his body stiffened. Xiao Lulang had attended Elder Feng's class when he was young, so Elder Feng definitely knew him. However, Elder Feng's next sentence almost choked the old Chancellor to death. "Am I dead? Why are you dead too?" I'm finished. There's no one to inherit my legacy." Xiao Lulang, the old Chancellor. The old Chancellor spent a lot of effort to make Elder Feng believe that the young man in front of him wasn't dead. As for why he wasn't dead, the old Chancellor didn't say and Elder Feng didn't ask. Having lived to this age, he knew his destiny. There were some things that he was well aware of but couldn't investigate further. Elder Feng was like that and so was the old Chancellor. The old Chancellor asked, "Are you satisfied with this successor?" Satisfied, satisfied. Elder Feng was grinning from ear to ear. Back then, he had also taken a liking to this child. If the old chancellor didn't have the advantage of being close to him, he would have snatched him to be his disciple. The biggest regret in his life was that he wasn't able to take in a disciple that was as ambitious as he wanted. Now everything was perfect. Since things happened in a hurry, everything was simple. Under the old chancellor's guidance, Xiao Lulang performed a simple apprenticeship ceremony. Elder Feng was paralyzed from the neck down, so it was difficult for him to eat. The old chancellor symbolically let him touch his cup, which was considered as drinking the apprenticeship tea. From then on, Xiao Lulang was his successor. Elder Feng asked his wife to bring his lifetime collection of literature, and moved it all to the old chancellor's carriage. The old chancellor saw that the study room was empty and felt embarrassed. Sister-in-law, do you want to keep some for yourselves? Old Madame Feng waved her hand. Hurry up and move it away. I beg you. I have been burdened by these things for my whole life. Please don't torture me anymore. The old chancellor bowed with his hands folded in front. Okay, I will visit sister-in-law again when I have the chance. Xiao Lulang also bowed to old Madame Feng like a junior. That night Elder Feng passed away. Probably because he had fulfilled his wish, he passed away peacefully. This matter was a huge blow to the old chancellor. He suddenly realized that he was also a person who had half of his body buried in the soil. Actually, if it wasn't for his little benefactor, he would have died that time on the mountain. Why did God arrange for him to live? The old chancellor looked up at the starry sky in the courtyard and pondered about life. The old lady came over with a knife to rob him. Before she opened her mouth, the old chancellor handed over the money bag. The old lady said weirdly, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" The old chancellor didn't look at her. He still looked up at the endless starry sky. Zhuang Jins, what do you think people live for? We don't bring it with us when we are born and we don't take it with us when we die. Zhuang Jins? What a familiar name. The old lady also looked up at the starry sky. At the other end of the starry sky, there seemed to be a distant memory calling her across the years. Her mood suddenly became heavy, and her entire person became melancholy and melancholy. She lowered her head and counted the money bag. She became more melancholy. Hua? You are deliberately mystifying here so that I can give less money to you. These few copper coins are enough for me to play a few rounds of cards. How much more do you hide? Give them all to me. The old chancellor. Can't I get away with this? After robbing the small amount of money, the old lady went back next door with satisfaction. The old chancellor's plan to numb the old lady was real. He sighed that life wasn't fake. He was really worried. He was afraid that he would die like Elder Feng one day. Elder Feng's obsession in the world was his legacy. If there was someone outstanding enough to inherit his legacy, Elder Feng would die without regrets. He was different. He had someone he couldn't let go of. In the past, he thought that person had died, so he didn't have any attachment to this world. But now his Aheng was still alive. He didn't dare get sick. He didn't dare die. He didn't feel at ease leaving her alone in this world to face everything alone. Heng, what else can Master do for you? On the 15th of the first month, after the Spring Lantern Festival, the Imperial College and the various large academies in the capital began to open their classes. The government offices and the court were all open. After a good new year, the first day of court was usually more harmonious. The reports that the civil and military officials chose were more gentle and meaningful. In short, it was to get a good omen. The court couldn't be messed up right after the new year. It was inauspicious. In the Zheng manor, Zheng Sai also planned to go out. He had already received news from Imperial Tutor Zhuang. The matter of the Chancellor had been settled. His Majesty would confer the title of Prince Ning on the first day of the new year. At the same time, he would be conferred the title of Chancellor of the Imperial College. Congratulations, Master, the housekeeper said. Zheng Sai proudly raised his chin. What is there to congratulate me about? If it weren't for those troublesome matters, this lord would have been the Chancellor of the Imperial College long ago. The housekeeper said, Master is right. But it's not too late now. That's true. Zheng Sai smiled. Thinking of something, he asked, have the clothes been ironed? The housekeeper quickly said, it's done, it's done. We just need to wait for the court's insignia to be issued before having them embroidered for you. The Imperial College's clothes were specially made by the court, but Zheng Sai could not wait and had them made long ago. It was just that they did not have the insignia of the Imperial College's chancellor. Bring them out for me to see, Zheng Sai said. Yes. The housekeeper smiled and brought the clothes over. Zheng Sai's eyes glowed with green light. The housekeeper said, Master, do you want to try them on for size? Zheng Sai cleared his throat. Cough that's fine. If the size is not suitable, you can change it in time. The housekeeper smiled and said, That's reasonable. Zheng Sai could not wait to change into the chancellor's clothes and spread his arms, allowing the housekeeper to admire him. How is it? The housekeeper gave him a thumbs up and flattered. It's suitable, it's suitable. Old master looks so majestic in this set of clothes. Zheng Sai was infuriated. He walked in front of the bronze mirror and looked at himself. He flicked his sleeves and smiled. All that's left is the insignia. The housekeeper smiled. You'll have it when you come back from court. Zheng Sai reluctantly took off the chancellor's clothes. After today, he would be able to wear them every day. Zheng Sai arrived at court. The sky was dark and the doors of the imperial palace were not open yet. All the officials were waiting outside. Seeing Zheng Sai come over, the Minister of Personnel first congratulated him, followed by the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Dependencies, and the others. It was obvious that everyone had heard that Zheng Sai was about to be conferred the title of Chancellor. This was a done deal. Zheng Sai did not even bother to pretend to be modest and smiled as he returned their greetings. His official position was now below the several officials, but after the court session, he would be on equal footing with them. Thus, his salute was now an equal salute. Soon the palace doors opened. Lord Zheng, please, an official said with a smile. Zheng Sai smiled and walked into the throne room with his head held high. The first court session of the new year was as harmonious as the previous years. The memorials submitted by the civil and military officials were all praising the emperor's achievements. The emperor was very happy. Similar to the rumors from the palace, he first praised the eldest prince and conferred him the title of Prince Ning. Soon it was the Imperial College's turn. Since the Imperial College has been reopened, the position of Chancellor cannot remain empty. Fortunately, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. The emperor's dignified voice echoed throughout the throne room. Zheng Sai was so excited that he straightened his back. He had been waiting for this day for so long. He had been waiting. He had been waiting. He had been waiting. At this moment, his feelings could only be compared to that of a married girl. He was like a bride waiting to be married, waiting for the groom to come and bow to him. Then, he saw a eunuch hurriedly walk over and kneel outside the throne room. Your Majesty! There's a letter for you. A normal letter would not rush to the throne room unless it was extremely urgent. Everyone thought to themselves, could it be that there's another urgent report from the border? Present it to me, the emperor said. The eunuch presented the letter to the emperor. After reading the letter, the emperor actually stood up from the dragon throne. Everyone was stunned. What kind of major event had happened? Did the border fall? The next second, everyone heard the emperor say excitedly, the old chancellor has returned to the capital. He sent me a letter and asked if I was well. Zheng Sai's heart cursed. Didn't the old chancellor retire and return to his hometown 800 years ago? What did he mean by writing a letter to seduce the emperor at this juncture? It was an affectionate letter with very particular words and sentences. Roughly translated, it was, Your Majesty, I haven't seen you for many years. Are you well? Please forgive me for my willfulness. Every time I think of how much Your Majesty loved me, I feel guilty. Now that I'm back, may I ask Your Majesty, is your heart still the same? A proper green TX. The emperor was so moved that tears filled his eyes. Let's talk about the chancellor later. Court is dismissed. Zheng Sai was like a bolt from the blue. Scumbag. Chapter 176. His Majesty left the incumbent who was about to take office and left without looking back. He went to find the old chancellor. The old chancellor didn't indicate his address on the letter, but His Majesty wouldn't be incapable of this. The person who delivered the letter said that a guest of East Arrival Inn asked him to run an errand. East Arrival Inn, very good. His Majesty went to East Arrival Inn personally, but when he arrived, the old Chancellor had already left. When did he leave? The Chamberlain beside His Majesty asked. The shopkeeper said he left for a while. He goes out every day during the day and comes back very late. How many days did he stay here? The Chamberlain asked again. The shopkeeper flipped through the account book and said, 5 nights. East Arrival Inn was a very inconspicuous inn. It belonged to the kind that would be despised even if it was used as a toilet for the emperor. Thinking that the old Chancellor actually stayed in this kind of place for so many days, His Majesty felt deeply pained. The first essential skill of a green tea. Act pitiful. The old Chancellor grasped the green tea very well. His Majesty patiently waited for half a day at East Arrival Inn, but he still didn't see the old Chancellor come back. He couldn't really keep waiting after all, there were still a lot of memorials to deal with in the imperial study. His Majesty could only leave regretfully. It would be fine if he saw the old Chancellor, but he didn't see him. His Majesty always felt that one thing wasn't completed, so he kept muttering in his heart. This was another essential skill of a green tea, to whet the appetite. In the field of thick black tea in the officialdom, the old Chancellor had never disappointed anyone. Back then, he made the former emperor a green tea step by step, and then banished the demon empress into the cold palace. Although the demon empress came out in less than half a year, he still became the first person in this dynasty to pull down the demon empress. As soon as His Majesty left, the old Chancellor returned to the inn. Actually, he didn't go far. He was observing His Majesty in the opposite tea house. Sir, someone came to see you just now. The shopkeeper said politely. Yes. The old Chancellor answered without any surprise. The shopkeeper said, Are you still staying in the inn tonight? Shall I ask someone to prepare dinner? Or should I send her to her room? The old Chancellor said, No, I don't want to stay anymore. Wouldn't it be a waste of money if he stayed after achieving his goal? Even though the inn looked shabby, it still cost 200 to 300 copper coins a night. He was short of money recently. He had to pay for his family's expenses and deal with someone's robbery. The thrifty old Chancellor decisively returned the guest room. Next, he would disappear for a while. Only by being neither close nor distant could one scratch one's lungs and heart. Moreover, no one would cherish something that was too easy to obtain. After leaving the imperial court for so long, the Directorate of Imperial College was no longer the Directorate of Imperial College from 3 years ago. He was also no longer the former Chancellor who had nothing to worry about. His enemy was not only Empress Dowager Zhuang, who could wake up at any time. There might be more. He needed His Majesty's absolute reliance. The family in Jadewater Alley knew nothing about the black-bellied old Chancellor. The old mistress hadn't seen the old Chancellor for a few days and thought that he had slipped away because he didn't want to hand over his secret stash. Great aunt, I'm going to the clinic. Gu Jiao tidied up the house and went to greet the old lady. The clinic opened for business today. The old lady muttered and waved her hand. Go ahead. Gu Jiao looked at her strangely. Great aunt, what's wrong with you? The old lady frowned suspiciously. I'm thinking of my name. Gu Jiao was surprised. Do you remember your name? The old lady shook her head. Your great-uncle said so. Sure enough, they knew each other. They could even call out each other's names. Then what's your name? Gu Jiao asked. Zhuang Jins. The old lady said. Surnamed Zhuang? Gu Jiao was silent. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. The second boss was at his wits' end in the hall. Gu Jiao walked over. What's the matter? The second boss sighed. Before the new year, we ordered a batch of medicinal herbs for the military camp. Originally, we agreed to pay the balance next month. But now the other party asked us to pay in advance. Otherwise, they won't dare to ship the medicinal herbs to us. Gu Jiao was very strict with the medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs she made had a higher concentration than other medicinal herbs. Naturally, the amount of medicinal herbs needed was huge. They paid 30% of the deposit before the new year. Although the business of the clinic was good after it opened, the initial investment was too big. They didn't make a profit at all. The 30% deposit was paid by the second boss. The remaining 70% was a few hundred taels of silver. He really couldn't afford it. Gu Jiao lightly said, "Oh." She took out a stack of banknotes from her pocket and handed it to him. "Here." The second boss thought that Gu Jiao would ask why the other party suddenly changed her mind. But she directly threw the banknotes at him. "Too rich, right?" The second boss was stunned. You, where did you get so many banknotes?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "I extorted it." The second boss. "I also want to extort this much, please take me." In fact, Gu Chengfeng was not that rich. The silver in his hands was not more than 1,000 taels. The other 2,000 taels were borrowed from someone. In order to repay the money, he began to secretly take private jobs. This was not as simple as shoveling a few pieces of chicken dung. Those tasks were like licking blood on the knife's edge. During the day, he was squeezed by homework. At night, he was squeezed by tasks. He lived a life worse than death. Can be said that he was miserable. On the first day of the new year, there were a lot of things to deal with in the clinic. Gu Jiao and Dr. Song took out some of the medicinal herbs in the cabinet to dry. The second boss was busy with the balance. With the money, he had more confidence to do things. "Song Dafu, I'll trouble you with this." Gu Jiao handed the basket of medicinal herbs to him. "See if there are any bad ones and which ones need to be thrown away." Dr. Song said, "Actually, the weather in the capital is dry. The medicinal herbs are not easy to spoil. A little moisture will not affect the efficacy of the medicine. Just dry them." Gu Jiao said, "You still have to pick them out." Dr. Song understood that Gu Jiao's requirements for medicinal herbs were so strict that it made people's hair stand on end. He couldn't say anything more, so he obediently went to pick the medicinal herbs. There were not many patients today. Only 4 came in the morning. When it was close to noon, Dr. Song saw that she was still there, so he busily said, "Miss Gu, why are you still here? Don't you need to go back to eat?" There were people cooking in the clinic, but Gu Jiao didn't eat in the clinic. She had to go home to cook for the old lady. But now she has her granduncle who knows how to cook. Gu Jiao shook her head. "No, I'll eat in the clinic today." Dr. Song smiled and said, "Hey, then I'll tell the kitchen to cook a few more dishes." Gu Jiao nodded. It was the first working meal of the new year, so it was good to have a sumptuous meal. Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in sorting out the medicinal herbs. Suddenly, a thin man came in. His expression was a little cautious. "Excuse me, is there a doctor?" Gu Jiao looked up. It was a handsome and delicate man, but he was too thin. His complexion was sallow, and he looked malnourished. "I am come this way," she said, and was about to lead the man into the clinic, but she heard the man said, No, I'll just get some medicine. No need to see it." "Gu Jiao, how do you get the medicine if you don't see it?" The man took out a crumpled piece of paper from his starched sleeve. "I have a prescription." This man's temperament was not like a homeless person, but his clothes were as shabby as those homeless people. Gu Jiao took the prescription and looked at it, then said to him, "This prescription is not suitable for your illness." "Huh." The man was startled. "But you don't know what disease I have. How can you conclude that this prescription is not suitable for me?" Gu Jiao returned the prescription to him. "This piece of paper is so old. It's been used for a long time, right? But your situation doesn't look good at all. If this prescription is effective, you won't be like this now." The man felt pain in his right upper abdomen again. He covered the pain and his brows furrowed tightly together. Alas, appearance is justice. This man is so good-looking. It's a pity to let him die of illness. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. "Give me to me." "Huh." The man was in so much pain that he didn't recover for a while. Gu Jiao directly pinched his other hand and put her fingertips on his wrist. The man's face changed color. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. He tried to pull his hand back, but found that he couldn't exert any strength. Do young girls have so much strength these days? After Gu Jiao felt his pulse, she used her hand to open his eyelids. He was so scared that he stepped back again and again. Shopkeeper Wang put a stool behind him in time. He bent his knees and fell on the stool. No girl had ever done this before. He was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao calmly withdrew her hand. "Do you often feel dry and bitter? And have an anorexia of oily food?" The man nodded. "Gu Jiao, how long have you been in pain?" The man, 1 or 2 months, I don't remember the specific time." Gu Jiao, Have you been taking this prescription? The man shook his head. No, it was another prescription before, but it didn't get better. Later I changed to another clinic. Gu Jiao frowned. Are there so many quack doctors in the capital? He had chronic cholecystitis, which belonged to the liver and gallbladder syndrome. The intervention of Chinese medicine was very effective. Even Dr. Song, who had just finished his apprenticeship last year, could treat it. However, this man had gone to 2 clinics, but he still couldn't get his prescription right. The man lowered his head and didn't speak. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription and asked the medicine boy to fill it. Miss Gu, it's done. The medicine boy tied the bag of medicine with a straw rope and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gave it to the man. 1 dose a day, twice in the morning and twice in the evening. Boil it with martial fire and simmer it slowly for half an hour. Take it for 5 days and come back on the morning of the 6th day. The man didn't immediately reach out to take it, but asked, how much? Gu Jiao, 100 copper coins. The man was surprised. Gu Jiao looked at him. What's wrong? Is it expensive? The man shook his head in disbelief. Are you sure you're not selling fake medicine? Gu Jiao. A dose of medicine only cost 20 copper coins, which was rare in the capital. The prescription itself didn't require expensive herbs. Of course, if a rich person came, they had to get the best medicine. Gu Jiao could also make a dose of medicine that cost 1 tael. The man paid the money and walked out with the bag of medicine. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he was bumped into by someone. He fell to the ground and the medicine bags scattered on the ground. He hurriedly reached out to pick them up, but one of his feet stepped on one of the medicine bags. His thin figure was shrouded in the huge shadow of the other party. His hand paused in the middle of picking up the medicine bag. The other party had a blade of grass in his mouth and looked at him with his hands on his hips. He said carelessly, "Oh? Isn't this Master Lu? Are you out to buy medicine again?" What was it that made him uncomfortable this time? Why don't you talk to us, brothers? Can we help you treat it? The kind that doesn't cost money. The men behind him roared with laughter. The man's face turned red in humiliation. He pressed his fingers on the ground, his knuckles faintly turning white. The big man spread his legs and said to the man, "Crawl under my crotch and I'll buy medicine for you." Ha 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 ha. Crawl, crawl, crawl. The men fiercely jeered. The man's eyes revealed endless humiliation and fierceness. All of a sudden, a small figure walked out and sent that burly man flying with a kick. "Who are you?" One of the men rushed over. Gu Jiao didn't want to dirty her hands by touching him, so she picked up the stick at the door and hit him away. The rest of the men weren't too troublesome to deal with. In the blink of an eye, everyone was beaten down. The big man was the best, but he didn't have the strength to fight back. He could only barely stand up with his legs trembling. He looked at Gu Jiao with fear and hatred. Where did this bitch come from? Gu Jiao casually waved her hand and swung the stick at the big man. 4 teeth in the big man's mouth were smashed. The big man was in so much pain that his whole body twisted. He covered his mouth full of blood and roared incoherently. "Do you know who we are?" Gu Jiao said indifferently. "I don't care who you are. He's a patient of the Miracle Hand Hall. You caused trouble in front of the Miracle Hand Hall, so you deserve to be beaten." The big man laughed fiercely. "You don't know who he is, right? He's Lu Yisheng. All the doctors in Beijing don't dare to treat him. If you dare to treat him, you'll have a good time." Chapter 177. Lu Yisheng? This name sounds familiar. But Gu Jiao can't remember where she heard it before. Gu Jiao asked someone to get him the medicine again and didn't take his money. Lu Yisheng held the medicine and staggered away. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and said, "Maybe you really shouldn't have treated me." He had been deceived so many times. Every time he had hope, but in the end he was disappointed. But this time he knew that the medicine she gave him was real. Countless times he hoped that the medicine they gave him was real. Only this time he hoped that it was fake. Lu Yisheng walked away. Gu Jiao returned to the medical center. In the medical center, other than Dr. Song and shopkeeper Wang who were confused, the rest of the workers all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. "Xiaogu, I'm back." Dongja walked into the medical center with a smile. It's really different to have money. You're speaking more confidently. Huh? What's wrong with you? You all look so pale. Did something happen? Shopkeeper Wang was puzzled and said, just now a patient called Lu Yisheng came. He was troubled and didn't allow Miss Gu to treat him. Dongja's expression changed. Then did Xiao Gu treat him? Shopkeeper Wang said, yes, she treated him. She also cleaned up those bastards. Dongja pinched his philtrum and fainted. When Dongja woke up, he was already lying in his room on the second floor. He quickly went downstairs to find Gu Jiao. The medicine boy went to eat, and Gu Jiao was filling the medicine for a patient. Dongja grabbed her wrist. Little Song, come here and fill the medicine for this patient. Okay. Dr. Song put down the half-dried medicine in the backyard and went to the hall to fill the medicine for others. Dongja pulled Gu Jiao to the backyard. He treated Gu Jiao as his sister and did not have any other thoughts. He said to Gu Jiao, tell me, what did Lu Yisheng look like today? It looks good, Gu Jiao said. The second boss knew his little Gu's taste. She had seen Xiao Liulong's stunning beauty many times, and with Gu Yan beside her, she still praised him for his good looks. It seemed like he really was the rumored Lu Yisheng. The second boss felt that his life was in despair. It's over, it's completely over, Gu Jiao asked. Who is this Lu Yisheng? Why can't you treat him? He's from the family of the dethroned crown prince. With a bitter face, the second boss told Gu Jiao about the current situation in the capital. The current emperor was not the crown prince, but the son of noble consort Lu. Later, Empress Dowager Zhuang defeated the Lu family and dethroned the crown prince. Then consort Jing's adopted son was put on the throne. Gu Jiao listened carefully. The second boss continued. The Lu family was not convinced, so they plotted to kill the current emperor. Not only did they use the method of revenge on the emperor and empress dowager, but they also secretly had someone make a dragon robe for the dethroned crown prince. After the matter was exposed, the Lu family was either executed or exiled. The crown prince and his wife were imprisoned and died within a few years. The evidence was conclusive, and no one in the court dared to speak for the Lu family. This Lu Yisheng is the only legitimate son of the Lu family. Now you understand why the doctors in the capital don't dare to treat him, right? Gu Jiao nodded. No wonder the prescriptions he got before were fake. The second boss glanced at his little Gu. Don't you have anything to say? For example, he wanted to repent. Why did he save this jinx that everyone wanted to avoid? Gu Jiao thought about it and said seriously, oh, don't put too much salt in tomorrow's food. It's too salty. The second boss was speechless. After Gu Jiao sorted out the herbs, she went back to her yard to drink some water. The moment she picked up the teacup, an idea flashed through her mind. I remember where I heard this name before. In her dream. In that miserable dream, she returned to the Marquis's mansion. She lived in the manor for 10 years, and no one cared about her. The year before she died, they encountered a huge snowstorm. A group of people passed by and hid in their manor for a while. At the time, a man in his 30s asked her for a cup of hot tea. That man had an air of nobility about him, and every movement of his was filled with the sharpness of a superior person. He thanked her sincerely. I am Lu Yisheng. Thank you for the tea. When she took back the teacup, she accidentally touched his fingertips. It was as cold as bone. 2 hours later, the snowstorm stopped and he left with the guards. Before she got into the carriage, she vaguely heard someone call his name. Lu Xiang. As the saying goes, good news never leaves the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The news of Lu Yisheng being treated at the Miracle Hands Hall quickly spread. In the afternoon, many people came to the Miracle Hands Hall to watch the show. Needless to say, they were not disappointed. In the evening, the man who was beaten up by Gu Jiao came back. He was followed by a group of guards. They did not look like government officials, but more like the guards of some rich family. The burly man waved his hand and pointed, glaring at Gu Jiao. Lord Tong. It's her. She beat all of us up. The leader of the guards, who was called Lord Tong, looked in the direction he was pointing. He saw a young girl around 14 or 15 years old. He was puzzled. Which one? Her. That girl. The man said. Guard Tong frowned. He looked at Gu Jiao, then looked at the man. Are you telling me that you were beaten up like dogs by a little girl? What dog? The man refused to admit it. But when he thought about how they were looking for their teeth on the ground, they were indeed more miserable than stray dogs. Bodyguard Tong asked, Are there any other experts behind her? Did she beat him up herself? He did not believe it. The man was so anxious that he became angry. Lord, it's really her. Bodyguard Tong walked over and walked into the medical hall. The commoners immediately surrounded him, blocking the entrance of the medical hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. I heard that you injured someone. Guard Tong looked at Gu Jiao, who was looking at the account book behind the counter. Gu Jiao flipped through the account book and did not pay attention to him. The second boss saw that the situation was not good and quickly walked forward with a smile. Lord, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? She beat me and my brothers up like this. Are you blind? The man was blind, so he had more confidence now that he had someone to back him up. The second boss quickly smiled apologetically. We will pay for everyone's medical expenses. Pa. Gu Jiao slammed the account book on the table. The second boss panicked. It's over, it's over. Little Gu is going to flip out again. Little Gu, calm down. This is not the county or the hot spring villa. This is the capital. This group of people seems to have a strong background. We can't afford to offend them. Gu Jiao stood up and rubbed her ears impatiently. One by one or all at once? She then said all at once. Annoying. The second boss. No, little Gu. Don't, you're wrong. Guard Tong was shocked by Gu Jiao's words for a while before he realized what she was referring to. She was just a little girl. How could she be so arrogant? Guard Tong said coldly, I'm a man. I don't bully women. Call out the person in charge. Before he could finish, Gu Jiao had already dashed out of the counter, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him all the way out of the medical center. Guard Tong was not an ordinary guard. He did not want to expose his identity, so he wore the clothes of an ordinary person. However, his identity was enough to let him do whatever he wanted in the capital. There was no need to talk about his martial arts. He had never been treated like this before. Before he could react, he had already crashed into the stone lion at the door. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and pulled out his sword. However, before he could unsheath his sword, Gu Jiao kicked it back into the scabbard. A stick rolled in front of Gu Jiao's feet. Gu Jiao tiptoed and stepped on the end of the stick. The stick immediately stood up. Gu Jiao grabbed it with her hand and performed a dog-beating stick technique on the spot. The man quickly rushed out of the room. When he saw that bodyguard Tong was being suppressed by the maidservant to the point that he was unable to retaliate, he shouted loudly, Stop! Official Tong is from the prince's residence. If you dare to touch him, I think you don't want to live anymore. Speak of the devil. A man dressed in brocade robes rode over on a horse. Behind him were several martial arts experts of the imperial palace. He was unrestrained, elegant and elegant. He was the epitome of the royal family's good looks. He also had a pair of bewitching eyes. Gu Jiao couldn't help but think of the beautiful monk she had met in the forest. The only difference was that the beautiful monk was more beautiful than him. Guard Tong also saw him and quickly knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and greeted, Fourth Master. There were more and more people watching the show. The man who was called His Highness didn't seem to care about being watched. On the contrary, he seemed to be enjoying it. He looked at Guard Tong with a smile that wasn't a smile. What happened? Guard Tong glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes. The man was already scared out of his wits the moment Guard Tong knelt down and called him Fourth Master. Others didn't know who Fourth Master was. How could he not be clear? This was the dignified prince of Zhao country. Guard Tong frowned. This person was a distant relative of his. Usually he bullied others, but he didn't go too far. More importantly, there were many things that he couldn't do, so he had him take care of. Guard Tong said to the fourth prince, reporting to Fourth Master, a servant girl committed a crime on the street. I came to question her, and she also fought with me. The fourth prince's gaze fell on Guard Tong's swollen left cheek. So, your face was beaten up by a servant girl? Guard Tong lowered his head in shame. At this time, the second boss still hadn't guessed the fourth prince's identity. He came out and said to the fourth prince on the horse, "Young master, the matter is like this. Our medical center has just opened not long ago, and we are not familiar with the capital. We treated a patient and angered this brother, so this brother fought with our medical center's doctor. After that he called for help." The fourth emperor. As soon as the man opened his mouth, he received the fourth prince's sharp gaze. He trembled and changed his words. "Fourth master, the patient they treated was Lu Yisheng. The Lu family had plotted against the fourth prince's imperial father. How could the fourth prince allow a descendant of the Lu family to be treated? Stupid girl, you're dead meat. Who treated him? This young lady?" The fourth prince's gaze slowly fell on Gu Jiao. He narrowed his eyes and his lips curled into a meaningful smile. "This young lady doesn't know Lu Yisheng. If she treated him, then so be it." The man was startled. What did the fourth prince mean? Didn't he hate the Lu family the most? Last time, the owner of a rice shop had bought several caddies of good rice for the Lu family, but the fourth prince had smashed the shop. But Guard Tong understood his master's thoughts. There was a saying in the capital's circle of nobles: the fourth master had a slim waist. Although that servant girl's appearance wasn't satisfactory, with such a large red mark on her face, her waist was really slim. The fourth prince had taken a liking to her. The fourth prince rode his horse in front of Gu Jiao. He looked down at Gu Jiao from his horse's back. He slightly bent his body and asked with a smile, "May I ask for this young lady's name?" Gu Jiao ignored him and turned to leave. One of the imperial guards beside the fourth prince suddenly dismounted from his horse and raised his hand to block Gu Jiao's path. "Gu Jiao, get out of my way." The imperial guard. "Answer my master's question." The remaining three experts also glared at Gu Jiao like tigers eyeing their prey. Gu Jiao slowly walked a few steps towards the fourth prince and looked up at him. The fourth prince smiled and waited for Gu Jiao's name. But he saw Gu Jiao pull him down from his horse and step on the stirrup. She nimbly mounted the horse and galloped away. The fourth prince was stunned. He was furious. Chase after her. The four imperial guards chased after Gu Jiao. To be honest, this was Gu Jiao's first time riding a horse. Her riding skills were not good, and the four imperial guards soon caught up with her. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. When she passed by an alley, she decisively abandoned the horse and climbed onto a roof with her bare hands. Below her was a carriage. She lightly jumped and planned to use the canopy of the carriage as leverage. Then she turned around and shot out the silver needle in her hand. Gu Jiao would never have thought that this was Marquis Xianping's carriage. At this time, Marquis Xianping was lying on his side on the luxurious couch with one hand supporting his head. He was leisurely eating winter dates. Chongjing was looking for something outside the carriage. His hidden weapon was missing. He looked all around but couldn't find it. He frowned and stood up from the outer seat. He removed the carriage's canopy. Aya! Gu Jiao missed a step and fell down. Marquis Xianping experienced what was called an unexpected disaster. That foot landed squarely on his handsome face, and his entire body flipped off the couch. For the first time in his life, he was used as a human cushion by someone. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She tilted her head. It doesn't hurt. But Marquis Xianping was in so much pain. His old waist. The old waist that he had taken care of for so many years. Chongjing, how many times have I told you? Don't casually tear apart the carriage. Unfortunately, he couldn't say these words. He choked on the dates. Chapter 178. The weather was good. All the major academies in the capital had opened their classes, including Qinghe Academy. Early in the morning, Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun came to the academy with their bags of books. The first day's homework was not much, mainly to settle down. The moment they entered the courtyard with their bags of books, they met Gu Chongfeng and Gu Chonglin, the brothers of the Lord Protector's manor. Gu Chonglin was finally able to walk normally after 2 months of recuperation. However, he was still traumatized and felt that he would get hurt if he walked a few steps. The four of them met at the door and the scene was really awkward. Gu Chonglin's gaze on Gu Yan was still filled with hatred, but under the hatred, there was even more fear. As long as he saw Gu Yan, he would think of the scene where Gu Jiao locked him in the small dark room and ravaged him. He didn't dare to touch Gu Yan easily anymore. He only hoped that something would happen to Gu Yan so that his hatred could be appeased. Gu Shaoshun decisively stood in front of Gu Yan and blocked their gazes. What a joke! From an inarticulate carpenter to the #1 bully in the surrounding area, there was only a difference of a chicken feather. He, Gu Shaoshun, was not someone to be trifled with. Let's go. Gu Chengfeng didn't want to fight with the two in the academy. Gu Chongqing had already given them a death order. If they caused trouble outside, they would be punished to live in the ancestral hall for a year. It didn't matter if they couldn't live in the ancestral hall. The main thing was that they were in debt and had to sneak out to do missions every night to repay the debt. It would be inconvenient for them to go out if they were watched by their eldest brother's secret guards. Gu Chonglin was taken away by the two guards. Gu Yan, The four of them went to their respective classrooms. On the other side, Xiao Lulang and little Jingkong also came to the directorate for class. Xiao Lulang sent little Jingkong to Meng Shui's door first and said to him, "I'll pick you up for lunch at noon." "I know," little Jingkong said casually. "I'm already 4 years old. I'm not a kid anymore." Xiao Lulang doubted his age. He always felt that it was possible that the abbot estimated his age too early. After all, he was so young, not like the 4-year-old Tuanzi at all. "All right, let's go in," Xiao Lulang said to him. Little Jingkong entered the elementary school with his school bag in his arms. Why go to school? He clearly only wanted to stay by Jiao Jiao's side and become Jiao Jiao's little tail. Little Jingkong's class had changed a lot. Because the children grew up very quickly, everyone had either grown taller or fatter. Only little Jingkong was still a tiny ball. When he sat on the stool, his head was almost covered by the desk. Some of his classmates began to laugh at him. "Jingkong, why are you still so young? Can't you grow up?" Yes. Didn't you not eat? Are you still a baby?" In little Jingkong's school bag there was a bottle of milk that Gu Jiao gave him. Gu Jiao said that if he drank more milk, he would grow taller. But he refused to drink milk in front of these classmates. He didn't want to be laughed at by them. Among these people, the one who laughed the most arrogantly was Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu had been asking for leave since he got acne, so he came back after the spring festival. He was 8 years old now. Not only was he fatter, but he was also taller. He reached out to touch little Jingkong's scholar hat. "Little kid, do you want to eat candy? I'll give it to you if you call me brother." Little Jingkong glanced at him speechlessly. Childish. Qin Chuyu. Not long after, the teacher came over. It was not Teacher Jiang but a teacher whose surname was Zheng. Teacher Jiang was transferred to Guangya Hall. From today on, Teacher Sun would take over the classes of the gifted class. After Teacher Sun introduced himself, he began to check the homework of the gifted class. The classmates who were laughing at little Jingkong suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. They were having so much fun during the spring festival that they didn't even remember to do homework. There weren't many parents like Xiao Lulang who would check their children's homework every day. Most of the time they just let their children grow up. The result was obvious. The whole class wailed. Amidst the wailing, Jingkong's little kid quietly opened his school bag and took out his winter homework. The atmosphere in the directorate was a little unusual. The children in the elementary school were still young, so they didn't notice this change. However, as soon as Xiao Lulang entered Xingxing Hall, he felt that the atmosphere was strange and serious. There was also a hint of gossip mixed in the seriousness. "Hey, did you guys hear? Zheng Sai fell sick." "Why did he fall sick?" "It's because of that thing." "What thing? You guys didn't hear about it?" "No." His classmates never let Xiao Lulang down. They explained the ins and outs of the matter in a chatter. It turned out that the palace had already spread the news that His Majesty would confer the title of Prince Ning and confer Zheng Sai as the Chancellor of the Imperial College. Zheng Sai even had the Chancellor's robes custom-made and the banquet was set. Even the invitations were all prepared and waiting to be distributed after the court. But who would have thought that halfway through, the former Chancellor wrote a letter to His Majesty, saying that he had returned to the capital. His Majesty couldn't sit still when he heard that. Since the old Chancellor was back, why would he need a new Chancellor? His Majesty threw away his responsibilities on the spot. Zheng Sai was so angry that his face turned green. Before the morning court session, Zheng Sai's back was as straight as his head was lowered after the morning court session. He lost all his face and became the laughingstock of the entire imperial court. Such important news spread to the Imperial College in less than an hour. Zheng Sai won't be coming today. He even said that he's here to teach us. Classmate said. He's not here to teach us, but to listen to us call him Chancellor, right? Another classmate said. After the matter of Xiao Liulong's exam papers and the embezzlement of the account books, Zheng Sai tried his best to clear his name for a long time, but there were still many supervisors who held grudges against him. Among the 6 halls, the supervisors from the straightforward hall were the hardest to fool, and their support for Zheng Sai was also the lowest. After Xiao Lulang entered the classroom, everyone stopped talking. Xiao Lulang had always been a maverick existence in Xingxing Hall. He always had a cold face and did not allow strangers to approach him. He was obviously a poor scholar from a small county, but he always got first place in the exams. He also suffered from leg problems. If this was the previous dynasty, he wouldn't be able to participate in the imperial examinations. Zheng Sai had once targeted him. He thought that he would be forced to drop out of school. Who would have thought that he didn't leave and instead Zheng Sai's career wasn't smooth? They didn't know whether to say that Zheng Sai was unlucky or that this kid was tough. Zheng Sai's matter wasn't discussed for long by the supervisors. After all, to them, their studies and the next month's spring imperial examination were more important. Everyone quickly entered a state of study. Among the 6 halls of the Imperial College, the first year's Guangya Hall, Chongji Hall, and Justice Hall were the most popular. The second year's Dao Cultivation Hall and Sincerity Hall were the second most popular. When it came to the third year Straightforward Hall, there was basically no one reading out loud. Straightforward Hall was very quiet. Of course, the atmosphere for preparing for the examinations was also the most depressing. This year's spring imperial examination wasn't limited to only this year's high scholars. The previous high scholars who had failed the examinations would also continue to return to the examination hall. Therefore, the competition was huge. After a morning of classes, the supervisors all went to the cafeteria with gloomy faces. Xiao Lulang went to Mengxue to fetch little Jingkong home for lunch. He waited outside Mengxue for a long time before little Jingkong came home. Is the teacher staying in today? He asked. No, I just have something to do. Little Jingkong raised his chin and said, You have something to do? You really think of yourself as an adult? Xiao Lulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. He went back to Clearwater Alley with him. Their house was really close to the Imperial College. Xiao Lulang seriously suspected that the teacher of the little guy bought this house to make it convenient for him to go to school at the Imperial College. Lunch was prepared by the old chancellor. It was delicious. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun didn't have any dietary restrictions. They ate in the cafeteria of the academy. After lunch, the old lady went back to her room to sleep. Little Jingkong went to wash his own small bowl. Only the teacher and the disciple were left at the table. Why did you do that? Xiao Lulang looked at the old chancellor and asked. The old chancellor was not stupid. How could he not understand what his disciple was asking? He didn't want Xiao Lulang to have any psychological burden, so he said, to earn money and support the family. Xiao Lulang. Some tacit understanding was in the bottom of their hearts. It was dark in front of him. He couldn't see the way out. Gu Jiao and the old chancellor were illuminating his way out in their own ways. Little Jingkong had to take a nap after lunch every day. But he didn't today. Xiao Lulang came out of the house and saw him acting sneakily in the backyard. What are you doing? Xiao Lulang asked. Nothing. Little Jingkong said as if nothing had happened. He didn't take a nap, nor did he turn into a little loudspeaker. His behavior was very suspicious. As the saying goes, if a child is quiet, he must be up to something. Sure enough, after Xiao Lulang attended one class in the afternoon, little Jingkong's teacher called his parents. The cause of the incident was that little Jingkong came to school in the morning. Because of his small size, he was ridiculed by his classmates. Among them, Qin Chuyu was the worst. Little Jingkong was not convinced. After class, he called Qin Chuyu aside and said that he wanted to compete with him. Qin Chuyu almost laughed to death. Haha, how are you bigger than me? Little Jingkong thought for a moment. Do you have a bird? Qin Shuyu choked on the spot. He was 8 years old. There were some things that he didn't understand, but he still knew what a bird was. He blushed and became angry out of humiliation. How can you say that? I'm a man. Of course I have a bird. Don't you? I do. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, Then let's compete with birds. Let's see whose bird is bigger. I'll come find you after lunch. Let's go to a deserted place. We can't let others see my bird. After lunch, little Jing Kong went back to the Imperial College. He really came to find Qin Shuyu. Qin Shuyu was embarrassed. You really want to compete with that? He was a prince. He had rules and etiquette. This was too much. Besides, how could a 3 or 4-year-old boy be bigger than him? Qin Shuyu looked down at his pants as he walked. He wondered if the boy was really bigger than him. Okay, here. Little Jing Kong stopped under a big tree. This was a small grassland for elementary school students. Usually no one would come here. Little Jing Kong walked behind the big tree and said to Qin Shuyu, Come here. Did you bring your bird? Qin Shuyu thought, What are you talking about? He was born with it. Do I need to bring it? I'm not a eunuch. Qin Shuyu walked behind the big tree with a gloomy face. He thought for a moment and still felt that it was inappropriate. Are we really going to compete? Little Jing Kong looked at him. Are you scared? Qin Shuyu couldn't stand being provoked. He stomped his feet and said, Are you kidding me? How can I be scared? Let's compete. Come on. I'll count to 3, and we'll walk our birds together. Little Jing Kong said generously, Okay, you count. Qin Shuyu gritted his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Little Jing Kong hugged the biggest bird in the house, the baby eagle, from the bulging book bag. Qin Shuyu took off his pants immediately. Little Jing Kong. The baby eagle. Qin Shuyu. Hearing this, Xiao Lulang broke out in a cold sweat. Then what happened? Teacher Sun was a new official and had a bigger headache than Xiao Lulang. He said in fear. Then the eagle pounced on Shuyu. Xiao Liulang's body shook. Pounced on him, could it be? Teacher Sun hurriedly waved his hand. No. It was held down. Jing Kong held it down. However, Qin Shuyu really thought that his little brother was going to die. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and peed his pants. It was so embarrassing that the crown prince of a country had peed his pants in the Imperial College. However, this matter was ultimately Little Clear Sky's fault. Bringing such a terrifying bird of prey to the Imperial College could easily lead to an accident. Xiao Lulang face-bombed. I was too naive to think that you wouldn't cause trouble just because you're a year older. Qin Shuyu's parents hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Lulang and Little Jing Kong were waiting in a separate classroom. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and looked listless. Don't tell Jiao Jiao. He looked at the baby eagle in his arms. Don't send little Nine away either. Xiao Lulang looked at him seriously. You wish. Little Jing Kong thought for a moment and tilted his head. I'll waive your rent for a month? Xiao Lulang. Chapter 179. Xiao Lulang was not so easily fooled by the little guy. The main reason was that Little Jing Kong gave Gu Jiao the monthly rent for safekeeping. Although he could use it at any time, Gu Jiao was the one who paid the rent. If he didn't pay the rent for a month, Gu Jiao would immediately detect something fishy between them. Little Jing Kong, who liked to exploit his bad brother-in-law, actually gave him free rent. How much trouble did he cause him? Gu Jiao was not stupid. She was not easy to fool. Xiao Lulang decisively refused Little Jing Kong's bribe. Little Jing Kong did not know that his bad brother-in-law's heart was deeper than the sea. He really thought that he was upright and plain-spoken. He was distressed and ashamed. He anxiously waited for Jiao Jiao to pick him up from the Imperial College. He wanted to see Jiao Jiao, but he was afraid of Jiao Jiao. He had never been so conflicted before. Gu Jiao was in big trouble. She fell from the sky, missed a step and fell into the carriage. She even crushed someone. She was stunned for a while before she finally recovered. She quickly got up from his back and looked at him seriously. Uncle, are you okay? How could Marquis Xianping be okay? He was about to choke to death. He was a Marquis of Zhao country. He fought countless battles in his life, killed countless enemies, and made outstanding contributions. He didn't want to die honorably, but at least he didn't want to die in such a cowardly way. He thought about how the history books would record his death. Xiaoji, a first-grade marquis, choked to death. How old was he? Fuck. Xianping Ho cursed Chongjing 100 times in his heart for tearing down the carriage. Soon after, he felt a light little hand coming from his back. It passed under his arms and lifted him up. The two arms clamped down on his abdomen and pressed upwards. He felt a burst of breath in his chest and spat out the winter dates that were stuck in his throat. At the same time, Chongjing finally squatted on the ground and searched the roof of the carriage. She found his hidden weapon marbles. Chongjing put away the marbles, grabbed the roof and turned around. When she was about to put it on the carriage, she saw Marquis Xianping looking at her with a pale face. There was a little girl beside Marquis Xianping. Chongjing, well, what happened? Marquis Xianping. Chongjing blinked and realized that he might have made Master Ho angry again. He said, I'm looking for marbles, Marquis Xianping. I'm not even comparable to a pearl in your heart. Chongjing slowly and carefully put the canopy back on the carriage. She didn't forget to remind him, be careful of your head. Marquis Xianping. Hey, now you know how to care for others. Did you die just now? On the other side, the 4 imperial guards were chasing after them. Marquis Xianping was asked by his sister, Empress Xiao, to go to the Imperial College to pick up his little nephew Qin Chuyu. It was said that something happened to Qin Chuyu in the Imperial College. Empress Xiao couldn't leave the palace and Crown Princess was grounded, so she asked her brother for help. Marquis Xianping didn't show off. He just sat in an inconspicuous carriage and the coachman was Chongjing. So none of the 4 recognized that it was Marquis Xianping's carriage. They chased all the way, but the girl suddenly disappeared. She was probably hiding in the carriage. The 4 didn't ask if there was anyone else in the carriage. They directly went to catch her. Chongjing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. She jumped up and kicked the 4 people out. Gu Jiao. Oh, she was so good at fighting. Wait a minute, this guy looks a little familiar. Gu Jiao had seen Chongjing before. It was when she was buried under the ruins of the brothel. At that time it was Chongjing who led the guards of Marquis Xianping's estate to move the big stone slab. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao only glanced at her and didn't see her face. Not long after the 4 imperial guards were beaten down, the 4th prince rushed over. Others didn't recognize the carriage of Marquis Xianping's estate, but he recognized it. Especially when Marquis Xianping's number 1 expert, Chongjing, was standing in front of the carriage. Chongjing didn't often appear in public. He was originally a secret guard, but recently he didn't hide his identity. The 4th prince immediately guessed who was sitting in the carriage. He jumped off his horse and came to the front of the carriage. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Uncle. Marquis Xianping was the Empress' older brother, and the Empress was the mother of all the princes, so it wasn't wrong for the 4th prince to call him uncle. As for whether Marquis Xianping wanted to recognize him as his nephew, that was another matter. There was no response from the carriage. The 4th prince was the monarch and Marquis Xianping was the subject. Even if the 4th prince's uncle saw him, he would have to bow to him. But Marquis Xianping's arrogance wasn't new. Not to mention a mere 4th prince, even the crown prince had to respectfully call him uncle. The 4th prince's face burned, but he didn't dare use his identity as a prince to pressure Marquis Xianping. He looked at the 4 experts on the ground and then looked at Chongjing with a face of disdain. He gritted his teeth and cupped his hands. Just now my people didn't have eyes and offended uncle. I hope uncle will forgive them. A faint sigh came from inside the carriage, and then the curtains were lifted. Marquis Xianping's cold and arrogant gaze fell on the 4th prince's face. Watch your dog, or else this marquis will kill you. Saying this, he didn't wait for the 4th prince's response and coldly put down the curtain. The 4th prince clenched his fists and bowed, saying, Yes, nephew will remember. Then why aren't you leaving? Chongjing urged. The 4th prince knit his brows and left with the 4 heavily injured palace experts. When he was far away, he turned back and angrily looked at the motionless carriage. Marquis Xianping, you better sit at a high place for the rest of your life and not fall down. After the 4th prince left, Marquis Xianping calmly looked at the little girl beside him. Her appearance was quite unexpected. He first saw the right side of her face. She was as beautiful as a fairy. Then when she turned her left face, he almost ascended to immortality. Marquis Xianping, you often walk on the roof of the carriage? Gu Jiao, occasionally. Every wrong had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. The main culprit today was Chongjing. So Marquis Xianping wouldn't vent his anger on her. Moreover, he could guess why she could fly. Female doctor? Marquis Xianping asked. Doctor. Gu Jiao corrected him. Marquis Xianping sneered. Then you are a female doctor. No. Gu Jiao said seriously, female doctors only treat women, but I just treated you. So, are you a woman or not? Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had a toothache. She didn't look very good, but she was very eloquent. Marquis Xianping took out his money bag and rummaged through it for a long time. He pulled out the smallest silver coin, but he was still not satisfied and said with a pained expression, Here, the consultation fee. This time it was Gu Jiao's turn to have a toothache. After being in the capital for so long, it was the first time she saw a member of the imperial family being so stingy with the consultation fee. Gu Jiao suddenly felt that the fourth prince calling him uncle was not fake. Marquis Xianping chuckled. What? You think it's too little? Aren't you a doctor? You're not a bandit. How much do you want to charge for that? Gu Jiao was successfully rebuked and was speechless. She silently put away the silver. She looked a little bitter. Gu Jiao got off the carriage. Marquis Xianping suddenly lifted the curtain. Is it too little? Gu Jiao nodded. Marquis Xianping proudly raised his eyebrows. Then it's not too much. Gu Jiao. The little girl stepped on his foot. His face was still hurting and his waist was almost broken by her. Marquis Xianping would not treat Gu Jiao as his savior because of this matter. Since she was a doctor, it was her duty to save lives and heal the injured. She just did her duty as a doctor, and he also paid the consultation fee that a patient should pay. The money and the goods were settled, and they did not owe each other anything. Marquis Xianping said carelessly, Well, let's go to the Imperial College. Didn't something happen to my little nephew? Don't let him cry to death. The Imperial College. Steward Lu had been waiting outside for a long time. Eunuch Su, who served Empress Xiao, was also waiting with him. Eunuch Su held his horsetail whisk and looked anxious. Steward Lu, why hasn't the Marquis come yet? Steward Lu said embarrassedly. He must have been delayed by something. When Eunuch Su went to find Marquis Xianping was not at home. Steward Lu asked a guard to inform the Marquis, and he and Eunuch Su came to the Imperial College first. Aya! Eunuch Su was a little anxious. This matter is not a small matter, but it is also not a big matter. It is mainly because Her Majesty is worried about the safety of the seventh prince. Since the seventh prince was born, he has never left Her Majesty's side. He was suddenly sent to this kind of place, and Her Majesty did not let the seventh prince reveal his identity. Steward Lu, I'm afraid you don't know that the seventh prince was bullied on the first day of school. Actually, the two children accidentally bumped into each other, but people always favored their own children, and unconsciously distorted the facts. There is such a matter? Steward Lu was surprised. Eunuch Su sighed, isn't that so? Her Majesty said that His Majesty is hard-hearted, and so what if the seventh prince goes to school as a prince? But His Majesty said that everyone knows that he is a prince, so what is the point of him going to the Imperial College? It is not like there are no teachers in the Imperial Palace's upper study room. Steward Lu was a shrewd person. He could tell that Eunuch Su was dissatisfied with Marquis Xianping's late arrival, but he did not have the courage to complain, so he could only nag in other ways. He added a few words of agreement. Marquis Xianping had not arrived yet, so Eunuch Su said anxiously, Sigh, the seventh prince's school is not going well at all. He was bumped into when he entered the school, and then he got acne a few days later. He has been on leave until now. But I didn't expect that on the first day of school, something would happen again. Wasn't the seventh prince the one who got acne first? Then he spread it to the children in the class. Steward Lu knew about this matter. The prince's illness was a big matter, and Marquis Xianping even went to the palace to visit the seventh prince. Eunuch Su said, I will go and take a look first. I will have to trouble Steward Lu to wait for the Marquis here for me. Steward Lu hurriedly cupped his hands and said politely, What are you saying, Eunuch Su? If you have anything to say, you can go first. When the Marquis arrives, I will tell him that you have been waiting for him here. Eunuch Su entered the Imperial College. His Highness the Seventh Prince had already been helped by two little palace maids to change his clothes. He was waiting in a classroom in the elementary school. Next door were Xiao Lulang and little Jingkong. The palace maids tried to calm Qin Shuyu's emotions, but Qin Shuyu did not listen. His cries were louder than thunder. Teacher Sun had just taken office and encountered such a troublesome incident. He was extremely flustered and could not control the situation, so he sent someone to inform Zhang Sai. Zhang Sai was originally lying in his room, sulking. After hearing about this incident, he suddenly sat up from his bed. "Master, what happened?" asked the steward. Zhang Sai's eyes rolled. Something happened to the seventh prince again. The steward was puzzled. "Then what are you happy about?" Zhang Sai smiled in surprise. "The seventh prince is the son of the emperor and the nephew of Marquis Xianping. What do you think will happen if I do Marquis Xianping and the empress a favor now?" The steward hesitated. "Grand Tutor Zhuang will be unhappy, right?" Zhang Sai said sarcastically. "What does it matter to me whether he is happy or not? He can't even help me get the position of libation. I think a grand tutor is nothing more than this. Why don't I take this opportunity to join Marquis Xianping's faction? Who knows, I might be able to get out of this hopeless situation." The steward, this Sai sneered. "Also, the one causing trouble is Xiao Liulong's child. Didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang and Royal Prince want to protect him? I will cripple him. First, I can join Marquis Xianping's faction. Second, I can vent the hatred in my heart." The thorn in his side was Xiao Lulang. The seventh prince's thorn in his side was Xiao Liulong's child. They even had the same thorn in their side. It was really God's arrangement. "Grand Tutor Zhuang, you can't give me anything. I can only ask Marquis Xianping for it." Zhang Sai did as he said and rushed to the Imperial College without stopping. Although he hadn't been conferred the position of libation, His Majesty hadn't had time to confer the position of libation on others. Therefore, he was still the highest official in the Imperial College. Moreover, he had a good reason to act this time. He wanted to see if Xiao Lulang could still break any of the Imperial College's rules. Zhang Sai was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Even Steward Liu, who was standing at the door, didn't see the Chao family. Of course, even if he saw them, he wouldn't recognize them. He rushed into the Imperial College. Where are Xiao Lulang and that child? Teacher Sun had just come over from Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. When he saw Zhang Sai, he cupped his hands and said, "They are in the classroom at the east end." Zhang Sai was unhappy when he heard this. They are still in the classroom? Shouldn't this kind of person be locked up in the forbidden room? Teacher Sun, I don't want to criticize you, but you are too irresponsible. When I transferred you to the Imperial College, I saw that you were more capable than Teacher Jiang. You can't even handle such a small matter? Teacher Sun's nature wasn't bad. However, compared to Teacher Jiang, he knew how to protect himself. On one side was the legitimate son of the Empress, and on the other side were two poor orphans from a small county. Anyone could guess what the result would be. Chapter 180. All the Zhang Sai arrogantly went to the classroom where Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong were. Little Jing Kong was tired from waiting, and had already fallen asleep in Xiao Liulong's arms. Zhang Sai stepped into the classroom and saw that the little criminal who had committed a serious crime was still in the mood to sleep. He suddenly became angry and was about to scold him. Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. Zhang Sai swore that he had never seen such a terrifying look in his life. It was as if he was going to eat him alive. Zhang Sai's voice was immediately stuck in his throat. Xiao Lulang put little Jing Kong on two benches that were put together and covered him with his little cloak. Then he stepped out of the classroom. He closed the classroom door. Zhang Sai suddenly came back to his senses and his hair stood on end. "Xiao Lu, let's talk over there." Xiao Lulang interrupted him indifferently. Then, regardless of whether Zhang Sai was willing or not, he went to the classroom on the opposite side of the classroom. The elementary school was over and the classroom was empty. Xiao Lulang found a seat by the window where he could see little Jing Kong's movements. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly. The little eagle was nestled beside him obediently. The man and the eagle were sharing warmth from each other. Teacher Sun was afraid that the two would fight, so he followed them in. However, he didn't dare to interrupt. He just looked at Xiao Lulang and then at Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai came here with absolute confidence. He straightened his back and said, Xiao Lulang, what do you have to say this time? This time it won't be another nonsense story of two children bumping into each other, right? Last time the two children didn't have eyes. What about this time? Who forced him to bring a bird of prey like Old Eagle to the Imperial College? Xiao Lulang didn't answer Zheng Sai's question. Instead, he looked at him indifferently. So what do you plan to do? Are you abusing your position for personal gain again? Zheng Sai was furious. What are you talking about? In any case, I'm a minister of the Imperial College, and I'm also your teacher. I haven't even opened my mouth to reprimand you. But you're already so glib with your tongue. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. The Imperial College can't afford to accept students like you. Teacher Sun's expression suddenly changed. Little Jing Kong was in the wrong this time. No matter how Qin Chuyu humiliated him, he didn't bring the bird of prey to the Imperial College. This behavior seriously violated the rules of the Imperial College. However, it was a bit far-fetched to say that he should be expelled because of this. And he was not the only one who was fired. What did Xiao Lulang do wrong? This wasn't the right way to teach a father and son. Xiao Lulang didn't show any fear because of Zheng Sai's words. He looked at him without blinking. Which rule of the Imperial College allows you to expel a student? In the 6 divisions of the Imperial College, only those who committed fraud in the imperial examinations or violated the law would be expelled. Students in elementary school couldn't be expelled. Only those in the gifted class who didn't pass the exam would be assigned to the ordinary class. Little Jing Kong's bird of prey came to the Imperial College. It was his first offense and didn't cause any harm. According to the rules of the Imperial College, he should be given a demerit and no more than that. Therefore, the method of expulsion was completely untenable. Zheng Sai knew that he would say this. He had already thought of a countermeasure on his way here. The rules of the Imperial College were for ordinary people, but was Qin Chuyu an ordinary person? He was a prince. Threatening a prince was a capital offense. Zheng Sai sneered. Do you know who that child is? His identity will scare you to death. He's a prince from the palace. Now do you understand what kind of heinous crime your child committed? I'm helping you by kicking the two of you out. Otherwise, if the punishment is too light and the people in the palace aren't satisfied, you can only lose your heads. Xiao Lulang was from the countryside. Zheng Sai was sure that he hadn't seen the world and would be frightened by his words. Xiao Lulang sneered in disdain. Fine, then go find the emperor. We'll see how the emperor decides this matter. Zheng Sai choked. What was wrong with this kid? He couldn't even scare him? Could he go find the emperor? It wasn't that the emperor didn't care about the 7th prince, but if he couldn't even solve such a small matter, how could the emperor rest assured and give him the Imperial College? Zheng Sai said arrogantly, it's useless no matter what you say. I've already made up my mind. Today, the two of you must get out of the Imperial College. He had already thought of a foolproof plan for his great task of being the chancellor. Did it matter if Xiao Lulang agreed or not? He had already written the expulsion document and stamped it with the official seal of the Imperial College. All he needed was the signatures of the teachers in their classes. Zheng Sai took out a document from his sleeve and said, Teacher Sun, bring me a pen and ink pad. Teacher Sun hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Yes. Teacher Sun left. Not long after, he had a set of ink and ink pad in his hands. Sign it and make your mark. Zheng Sai handed the expulsion document to him. This one was for little Jing Kong. Teacher Sun hesitated again. To be honest, he couldn't bear to part with it. Little Jing Kong was a little naughty this time, but most of the time, he was quite obedient. Moreover, his grades were the best, so he had a lot of potential in the future. Who didn't like a smart and quick-witted child who always got first place? But this time it was the 7th prince he provoked. What a pity. Teacher Sun braced himself and signed it. Once he signed it, there was no room for negotiation. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, Teacher Sun, think carefully. You're helping the evildoer. You'd better not regret it. Teacher's son was in a dilemma. Hurry up and write it, Zheng Sai urged. Teacher's son gritted his teeth and wrote his name on the document. Just as he finished writing and was about to make his mark, Eunuch Su's sharp voice suddenly came from the door. Oh, Marquis, you're finally here. Marquis, Zheng Sai's eyebrows twitched. Could it be Marquis Xianping? Did he come to the Imperial College in person? Zheng Sai quickly adjusted his official hat and straightened his clothes. He walked out of the classroom and came to the corridor. He bowed respectfully and said, "This humble subject greets Marquis Xianping." Marquis Xianping didn't even look at him and asked Eunuch Su, "Where's little Qi?" Eunuch Su hurriedly pointed to a classroom and said, "He's inside eating snacks. He could even eat snacks." It seemed that he was fine. Marquis Xianping stepped forward. Zheng Sai squeezed his head and said, "Marquis, I have already dealt with the culprits who hurt the seventh prince. This is their expulsion document. I have already signed one of them and I will immediately take care of the other one." Marquis Xianping frowned and said, "Didn't you say there was only one child?" Zheng Sai wanted to take credit and said, "His brother-in-law is also studying at the Imperial College. He inverts right and wrong and is unreasonable. Such a character is not worthy of praise. I expelled him as well. Our Imperial College is based on educating people. We will definitely not accept students with bad character." Marquis Xianping faintly nodded and didn't care too much about this flattery. He and Eunuch Su went to Qin Shuyu's classroom together. Qin Shuyu was crying. It wasn't easy for Eunuch Su to coax him with a piece of sheep's milk cake. He was now eating happily. When he saw Marquis Xianping, his little fatty trembled and the sheep's milk cake in his hand almost fell out of shock. Marquis Xianping looked at him and narrowed his eyes slightly. "This is what you meant by something big happened?" From head to toe, not a single strand of hair was missing. The two palace maids bowed to him. There were two people Qin Shuyu was most afraid of. One was his father, the emperor, and the other was his uncle, Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had never been fierce to him, but for some reason, he was afraid when he saw him. He didn't even dare to eat the sheep's milk cake. He threw it to the palace maid beside him and stood up straight. He called out politely, "Uncle." Marquis Xianping looked at him with disdain. "I heard you peed your pants?" Qin Shuyu lowered his head with a red face. I changed it." Eunuch Su hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, "Your Highness is still young. That child released an eagle to peck your Highness." Marquis Xianping scolded. "An eagle scared you to this extent. Shame on you." Qin Shuyu's little fatty body trembled. Eunuch Su also stopped talking. Marquis Xianping turned around and walked out of the classroom. He looked back at him and said, "Why aren't you leaving?" Qin Shuyu walked out unwillingly. Marquis Xianping walked slowly. His eyes were red as he said in a deep voice, "Are you feeling wronged?" Qin Shuyu's nose twitched and tears fell down. "You didn't help me when I was bullied. Are you still my uncle or not? I almost became Eunuch 7 today." Marquis Xianping said coldly, "You still have the face to say that? Don't you know how to bully others back? Why did the Empress give birth to a coward like you?" Marquis Xianping grew up in a military camp. He didn't study much and spent all his time with a group of rough men. He was an elegant and refined person when he didn't speak, but when he spoke it was hard to listen to him. Qin Shuyu was called a coward and felt even more wronged. He began to cry loudly. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Fuck. He hated children the most when they cried. Eunuch Su was so scared that he immediately squatted down and comforted him. Qin Shuyu cried even harder. "I don't want my uncle anymore. I want my mother. I want my mother." Marquis Xianping's head hurt. "Chongjing!" he shouted. Chongjing descended from the sky and grabbed the little fatty, Qin Shuyu, and ran out of the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping also planned to leave. However, when he passed by the classroom that Xiao Lulang was in, he suddenly frowned. Zheng Sai, on the other hand, came over with two signed expelling documents. Panting, he said, "Master Hou Yu." After he finished speaking, Marquis Xianping turned around and pushed open the classroom door. The classroom was empty. There was no one in it. The window on the other side was wide open. Outside the window was the dean's courtyard filled with green bamboos. "Marquis, are you looking for that kid?" That's strange. He was here just now. Where did he go? Why did he run away so quickly? Zheng Sai murmured in confusion. Marquis Xianping frowned. He closed the classroom door and walked away with a cold expression. Marquis, do you still want to look at the expelling documents? Marquis. Zheng Sai's voice and Marquis Xianping's footsteps gradually faded away. After making sure that they were gone, Xiao Lulang walked out from behind a few green bamboos. The windowsill wasn't high. Although it wasn't easy to walk, he could still climb in. He walked towards the door with the help of his cane. He had just opened the classroom door when he saw Marquis Xianping blocking the door. Chapter 181. Xiao Lulang looked at Marquis Xianping, and Marquis Xianping also looked at Xiao Lulang. Shock flashed through the eyes of the two of them. Xiao Lulang didn't expect him to turn back and wait for him here. Marquis Xianping didn't expect that the person he was waiting for would be the youth in front of him. He just had the same feeling as when he was at the relay station. The difference was that this time it was stronger. He was sure that the other person was hiding nearby. He deliberately walked far away to make the other person lower his guard, and then quietly turned back. It was a common move on the battlefield. He knew martial arts, so it wasn't difficult to execute. What was difficult was now. He looked at that face, and the disbelief in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Lord Marquis, you left too quickly. Steward Liu hurried over only when the daylily was about to turn cold. Where's the seventh prince? Isn't he with you? He took a different path and missed Eunuch Su's group. After he finished speaking, he found that his marquis didn't respond. It was as if someone had cast a spell on him, standing motionless at the door of the classroom, looking inside. He walked over strangely and also looked inside the classroom. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. His eyes widened. Young master. Zheng Sai had just chased after Marquis Xianping, but Marquis Xianping quickly turned back. He was so fast that Zheng Sai almost couldn't catch up. He was a bit confused by this young master. What's the situation? Not only did Marquis Xianping come, but his young master also came, and he even entered their classroom? Marquis Xianping looked at Steward Liu. What did you call him? Steward Liu said, Young master. Which young master? Marquis Xianping asked Steward Liu, but his gaze fell on Xiao Liulang's face. Xiao Liulang's expression was very calm. Steward Liu said, It's the young master that this servant told you about. He's Lady Yun's son. Xiao Liulang's mother's surname was Chun Yun's mother. Everyone in the neighborhood called her Lady 13. Really? It's him? Marquis Xianping stared at Xiao Lulang without blinking. His eyes looked calm, but there were endless undercurrents. Suddenly he took out a warm hand and touched Xiao Liulang's face. His thumb vigorously rubbed the area under Xiao Liulang's right eye, but even after rubbing for a long time, nothing came out. His aura began to turn violent. Where's your mole? Where did this mole go? Steward Liu was confused. What mole? Has the Marquis seen this son of his? Before Xiao Lulang was born, the Marquis left Lady Yun and returned to the capital. In the winter 4 years ago, Xiao Lulang came to the capital with his brother. Unfortunately, they didn't see the Marquis. So why did the Marquis have such a reaction? Xiao Lulang didn't move. He let Marquis Xianping rub the cheek under his right eye until it was red and swollen. Finally, he looked at Marquis Xianping coldly, as if there was a trace of anger that he didn't know how to vent. You've got the wrong person, he said calmly and coldly. I've never had a mole here. Marquis Xianping put down his hand and coldly clenched his fist. Excuse me. Xiao Lulang didn't pay any more attention to him, and walked past him with his walking stick. Marquis Xianping looked at his limping figure, and there was a storm in his eyes again. Xiao Lulang went to the classroom opposite, put the baby eagle into little Jing Kong's bag, hung it on his arm and picked up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was in a daze. He struggled to open his eyes and saw that it was Xiao Lulang. He drooped his head on Xiao Liulang's shoulder and fell asleep peacefully. A child who didn't take a nap couldn't be hurt. Xiao Lulang held him with one hand and held his crutch with the other hand. Under Marquis Xianping's complicated gaze, He walked out of the Imperial College. It's him. It's them. Zheng Sai wanted to complain about Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong, but when he opened his mouth, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Marquis Xianping's aura was too scary, as if he was going to kill someone at any time. He quickly shut his mouth. After Xiao Liulang's figure completely disappeared, Marquis Xianping also left the Imperial College. Zheng Sai looked into the classroom strangely. There's no one. Who was Marquis Xianping's subordinate calling young master? Teacher's son, who had been waiting in the corridor and was lucky enough to witness the whole process, said in a cold sweat. It seems to be the supervisor of the capricious hall. Zheng Sai sneered. You mean Xiao Lulang? Ha, come on. How can he be the young master of Marquis Xianping's mansion? His age doesn't match. The only match was little Marquis, but little Marquis is dead. He can't be Marquis Xianping's illegitimate son, right? Ha ha ha. Zheng Sai stopped smiling and fainted. Marquis Xianping left the Imperial College and got into the carriage. Chongjing held Qin Chuyu, who was frightened by Marquis Xianping, and asked, Marquis, what should we do with him? Marquis Xianping's mind was in a mess. Send him back to the palace. Chongjing thought for a moment. Okay. Marquis Xianping didn't say how to send him back. So Chongjing held Qin Chuyu and started another round of Xianping. Qin Chuyu couldn't even cry. Uncle's punishment was too terrible. He would never get into trouble again. After Marquis Xianping got into the carriage, he couldn't calm down for a long time. His eyes were cold and his fingers were trembling. What happened? He asked Steward Liu. Steward Liu lifted the curtain and got into the carriage, saying embarrassedly, Marquis, what do you want to know? Is he Yun's son? Yes. How did you find him? Tell me in detail. Yes. Steward Liu recounted his experience of searching for Xiao Lulang in full detail. The earliest I'll have to start from 4 years ago. Xiao Lulang and his brother came to the capital to meet Marquis Xianping. First, he didn't say who he was. He only said that he was an old friend of Marquis Xianping, and had something to give to Marquis Xianping. There were too many people like this. Xiao Lulang was dressed shabbily and didn't look like a noble, so the gatekeeper didn't take it seriously. Coincidentally, there were several murders in the capital during that time. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court couldn't solve the case together, so His Majesty handed the case to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was very busy. After he solved the case with great difficulty, something happened to the young Marquis. In short, when Marquis Xianping received the news, Xiao Lulang had already left the capital. Marquis Xianping said in a deep voice, This Marquis knows. This Marquis is the one who told you. This Marquis is asking about how you went to the county to find him. Steward Liu was transferred back in the last 2 years. Steward Liu said, I went to the county first and found out that he was a student of Tianxiang Academy. So I went to the academy to find him, but he didn't admit it. I didn't give up. After that, I thought of another way. I used both soft and hard methods, but this young master is worthy of being Marquis's son. His bones are really hard. Of course, it's true that he studied well. He became the top scorer in Yuzhou and was recommended to enter the Imperial College. Marquis Xianping's eyes were filled with countless storms. What happened to his leg? Steward Liu said, I asked around. I heard that it was more than a year ago. He was injured while saving a classmate. After that, he became a cripple. Marquis Xianping asked, was it not cured? Steward Liu said it was cured, but I don't know why it didn't get better. After returning to the mansion, Marquis Xianping went into the study and took out a portrait from a secret drawer. The portrait was of a young boy of 13 or 14 years old. He was as gentle as jade and had an outstanding appearance. There was a mole under his right eye. If he survived and grew to 18 years old, Xiao Liulang's face flashed in Marquis Xianping's mind. Little Jing Kong slept all the way and woke up when he got home. He was the lively little trumpet spirit again. The first thing he did was to find little Jiu. Seeing little Jiu in the birdcage, he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be happy too early, Xiao Lulang said behind him. Do you want to confess or do you want me to tell Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong became listless in an instant. In the end, little Jing Kong chose to confess. Jiao Jiao said that if he confessed, he would be lenient, but if he resisted, he would be strict. As soon as Gu Jiao came back, Little Jing Kong took the initiative to tell her about how he brought his baby eagle to the Imperial College to compete with his classmate. His classmate was so scared that he peed in his pants. Gu Jiao didn't blame him immediately. Instead, she asked him why he did that. Little Jing Kong was very sad, because they always laugh at me for being small, for not growing up, and for being a baby. He wasn't as tall as them, but his bird must be the biggest. He often walked the chickens in the alley. Of course, now he also walked the dogs and the baby eagles. He had seen many grandpas who walked their birds. Their birds weren't even as big as his little Jiao. It turned out that he did it for the bird competition. He didn't mean to scare his classmate. But why did he pee in his pants? Little Jing Kong was puzzled. Following the adult's confusing behavior, there was another child's confusing behavior in Little Clear Sky's knowledge blind spot. Gu Jiao almost choked. Even a 1.5-year-old Go Hua knew this. Little Jing Kong grew up in the mountains, so he had never heard of such a down-to-earth term. Gu Jiao didn't explain this term to him in the end. She touched his little head and said, "How are the results of those who laugh at you? Can they get an A grade every time?" Little Jing Kong curled his lips and said proudly, "Of course not. They always make mistakes. I'm the only one who gets everything right." Gu Jiao said softly, "Isn't that right? They can make mistakes when answering questions, so what they say might not be right. They said that you won't grow tall, but they were wrong. You're still young now. When you grow up, you'll definitely grow taller than them." Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and was successfully convinced by Gu Jiao. If he could study so well, there was no reason that he couldn't grow tall. Little Jing Kong regained his confidence in life. He was a little Jing Kong full of fighting spirit again. Gu Jiao said again, "Did you do anything wrong?" "Yes," Little Jing Kong said honestly. "I shouldn't have brought Little Nine to the Imperial College. I won't do it again." Gu Jiao nodded with relief. "Go ahead." "Okay." Little Jing Kong turned around and left with the baby eagle in his arms. As soon as he entered the hall, he poked his head out again. But why did he take off his pants? Gu Jiao was speechless. The old chancellor went out. Gu Jiao made dinner. Xiao Lulang came in to add firewood as usual. Gu Jiao felt that something was wrong with him. Gu Jiao made his favorite crispy meat recently, but he ate half a bowl of rice less than usual. After dinner, he checked Little Jing Kong's homework as usual. Little Jing Kong went to check his two brothers' homework. He went back to his room to study, but he didn't open his book for a long time. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. "It's me." The door was ajar. Xiao Lulang paused, turned the book upside down on the table, and said to the door, "Come in." Gu Jiao pushed the door open and came in with a bowl of lotus seed soup. She put it on the table. "I just made it. Try it while it's still hot." Xiao Lulang looked at her little hands that shouldn't have suffered so much. He sighed. "Why did you make food again? You didn't eat much for dinner," Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang looked down. Gu Jiao sat down on the chair opposite him. The dim candlelight fell on his jade-like handsome face. His eyelashes were long and slender, casting a trembling shadow on both sides of his nose. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands. "Aren't you going to eat?" Xiao Lulang didn't have an appetite, but he still picked up the spoon and tasted it. It was very sweet. Even his heart didn't seem to be so bitter. Xiao Lulang slowly finished the bowl of lotus seed soup and looked up at her. She was also looking at him. She was above board. She didn't seem embarrassed when he caught her. Her eyes seemed to have stars shining brightly. Xiao Yolong's heart seemed to be slowly filled with something, and the unpleasant emotions were forcefully squeezed out. He took the lead to look away, cleared his throat and said, "I'll go wash the dishes." "No, I'll do it." Gu Jiao stood up and took the bowl before him. "You should prepare for the spring examination. I still want to be a tribute scholar's wife." "Oh." Xiao Lulang was disappointed. Just a tribute scholar's wife? Above the tribute scholar there was the Jinshi, and after the Jinshi there was still the Zhuangyuan Tanhua and Tanhua. But that title Lulang, Sundra said. "And you're calling me a wife, Gu Jiao, are you calling me?" Did he say it aloud? Xiao Lulang was flustered. "No, Gu Jiao looked back and smiled. "Hey?